with a powerful sign in System Chapter 1, the system awakens in the Newbie Gift Pack. The afternoon sun filtered through the dense canopy of the sprawling forest, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. Beneath a large oak tree, a young man groaned, his eyes fluttering open. He sat up, rubbing the back of his head, and looked down at his hands. They were younger, uncalloused, and brimming with an unfamiliar vitality. "Where am I?" he muttered. The last thing he remembered was a blinding flash of light on a rainy street back on Earth. Now, he was sitting in a lush, vibrant forest, wearing simple traveler's clothes: a white linen shirt, dark trousers, and sturdy leather boots. He hurried over to a nearby stream to look at his reflection. Staring back at him was a teenager, no older than 17, with sharp features, striking midnight blue eyes, and untidy raven hair. I've been reincarnated," he realized, a mixture of shock and excitement washing over him. "And my body, it's completely renewed. I'm a teenager again." Before panic could set in, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, clear as a bell. Ding! Host soul stabilized. Welcome to Earthland. The powerful daily sign-in system is successfully bound to host, Orion Valen Thorne. Orion blinked, stepping back from the stream. Earthland? As in, the world of fairy tale? And I have a system. Correct, host. You have been reborn in the world of magic. The powerful daily sign-in system is designed to help you survive and thrive. By signing in daily at various locations or completing specific tasks, you will be rewarded with magic, skills, abilities, and items. Orion couldn't help but grin. Fairy Tale was one of his favorite series in his past life. A world of wizards, dragons, grand adventures, and unbreakable bonds. And now, he had a cheat code. Ding! It is detected that the host has just arrived. You have received a powerful Newbie Gift Pack. Would you like to open it now? Absolutely. Open it. Orion commanded, his heart pounding in his chest. Opening powerful Newbie Gift Pack, congratulations! Host has received the following rewards: 1. Magic, Celestial Void Dragon Slayer Magic, a lost magic that allows the user to consume spatial ether and manipulate gravitational and void energies. Grants immunity to spatial distortions and massive destructive power. 2. Ability, Ether Nano Affinity, passive, your body constantly draws in magic particles from the atmosphere, giving you rapid magic regeneration in a massively expanded magic container. 3. Skill, Master Hand-to-Hand Combat, instantly grants the physical reflexes and muscle memory of a seasoned martial artist. 4. Item, Spatial Ring, contains 500,000 jewels, several sets of spare clothes, and basic survival gear. As the system read out the rewards, a surge of immense power flooded Orion's body. He dropped to his knees as an ethereal, starlit aura erupted around him. His muscles condensed, growing stronger and more defined, while his magical container expanded exponentially. Knowledge of ancient draconic magic and lethal combat techniques carved themselves into his mind. When the aura finally subsided, Orion stood up, feeling lighter, stronger, and completely invincible. He threw a quick jab into the air, the sheer force of his punch creating a sharp whistling sound. Incredible, Orion breathed, looking at his fists. With this kind of power, I won't just survive this world. I can stand at the very top. His stomach suddenly let out a loud rumble. The physical transformation had burned up a lot of his energy. Orion walked back to the stream, his newly enhanced reflexes making it incredibly easy to catch a few large, silver-scaled river fish with his bare hands. Using a spark of friction and some dry wood from his spatial ring, he quickly started a fire. He skewered the fish on some sturdy twigs and roasted them to a golden brown crisp, pairing his meal with some fresh wild apples he found nearby. The roasted fish was flaky and delicious, filling his empty stomach perfectly. As he finished his meal, the system chimed again. Ding! First task generated, join a wizard guild. Description: a wizard is nothing without their guild. Travel to Magnolia Town and officially join the Fairy Tale Guild. Reward: advanced spatial magic mastery and 1 daily sign-in token. Orion dusted off his trousers and smiled. Fairy Tale, huh? I wouldn't have chosen anywhere else. According to his memories of the series, the grand story was just about to begin. Natsu, Lucy, Erza. Gray, he was going to meet them all. He was going to experience every crazy battle, every ridiculous guild brawl, and every world-shaking event firsthand. System, point me toward Magnolia, Orion said, his midnight blue eyes shining with determination. Map feature activated. Magnolia Town is approximately 10 miles to the south. Orion Valen Thorne stretched his arms, feeling the hum of the Void Dragon Slayer. Magic coursing through his veins. He turned southward, stepping out of the forest canopy and onto the dirt road leading toward his new destiny. The legend of the Void Dragon was about to begin. Chapter 2, The Rowdy Guild and a New Family. The journey to Magnolia took Orion only a few hours. With his ether nano affinity constantly passively replenishing his stamina and his newly acquired physical prowess, walking 10 miles felt like a casual stroll through the park. As he crested a small hill, the sprawling cityscape of Magnolia came into view. The red-tiled roofs, the bustling waterways, and the towering spire of the Cardia Cathedral in the distance looked exactly as they did in his memories. Only far more magnificent in reality. It was a vibrant, living, breathing world. Magnolia Town, Orion murmured, a smile tugging at his lips. He navigated through the busy streets, ignoring the curious glances of the townsfolk. His destination was clear. He followed the flow of magic and the distant, unmistakable sounds of raucous shouting. Soon, he stood before a massive, somewhat battered building. A large wooden sign hung proudly above the entrance, bearing the iconic emblem of a fairy with a tail. Fairy Tale. Orion took a deep breath and pushed the heavy wooden doors open. Crash! The moment the doors swung wide, a wooden tankard flew straight at his face. Thanks to his master hand-to-hand combat reflexes, Orion didn't even flinch. He simply raised his left hand, snatching the speeding tankard out of the air a mere inch from his nose. He looked inside. The guild hall was in absolute chaos. Wizards were throwing punches, blasting minor spells, and smashing furniture over each other's heads. In the center of it all, a dark-haired young man in his underwear Grey Fool Buster was trading blows with a tall, muscular wizard smoking a cigar. Hey! Who left the door open? Someone shouted. Before anyone could approach Orion, a sweet, cheerful voice cut through the noise. Oh, my! Welcome to Fairy Tale. Please excuse the mess, they're always like this. Orion turned his attention to the bar counter. Standing there was a beautiful girl with long, silvery white hair tied in a small ponytail at the front, wearing a stunning maroon dress. It was Myra Jane Strauss. It's fine. It's exactly how I imagined it, Orion said, tossing the caught tankard onto a nearby table. He walked up to the bar, taking a seat on an unbroken stool. I'm looking to join the guild. Marajana's smile brightened. That's wonderful. We always love welcoming new members. I'll get the master. No need, Myra. I'm right here. Orion looked down to see a tiny, elderly man sitting cross-legged on the counter, holding a massive mug of ale that was almost as big as he was. Makarov Driar, the third guild master of Fairy Tale. Makarov took a long gulp of his ale, wiped his mustache, and peered at Orion. Despite his small stature, Orion could sense the terrifying, dormant magical power residing within the old man. It was like standing next to a sleeping volcano. So, you want to join my family, Makarov asked, his voice rough but warm. What's your name, boy, and what kind of magic do you use? My name is Orion Valen Thorne, he replied confidently. And I use spatial and gravity magic. He decided to keep the Avoid Dragon Slayer part A secret for now to avoid too much unwanted attention right off the bat. Makarov raised an eyebrow. Spatial and gravity? That's quite the volatile combination. Rare, too. But here in Fairy Tale, we only care about one thing. Do you have the resolve to treat your guildmates as family? I do, Orion said firmly. Makarov grinned, his eyes crinkling. Then welcome to Fairy Tale, Orion. Myra, get the stamp. Myra Jane cheerfully brought over a magical stamping device. Where would you like your guild? Mark, Orion? And what color? Midnight blue, Orion answered. He pulled down the collar of his shirt on the left side, exposing his collarbone and the top of his left pectoral. Right here over my heart, please. Myra Jane pressed the stamp down. When she pulled it away, a sharp, midnight blue fairy tale emblem was permanently etched into his skin. Ding! Task completed, join a wizard guild. Rewards distributed, advanced spatial magic. Mastery and 1 daily sign-in token. A sudden influx of knowledge flooded Orion's mind. Complex spatial coordinates, teleportation formulas, and dimensional storage techniques became as natural to him as breathing. His control over his magic skyrocketed in an instant. Would you like to use your daily sign-in token at Fairy Tale Guild Hall? Yes, Orion thought. Ding! Sign-in successful. Reward, Iron Will, Mental Immunity to Illusions, Mind Control, and Extreme Magical Pressure. Perfect, Orion muttered under his breath. All right, listen up, you brats. Makarov suddenly yelled, his voice magically amplified to rattle the very windows. The brawling wizards instantly froze. We have a new member. Orion Thorne. Treat him well, or I'll smash you all. The guild fell silent for a fraction of a second before a massive cheer erupted. A new guy? Awesome! Let's drink to the newbie. Hey Orion, want to fight? Orion laughed as several wizards immediately dragged him to a large wooden table. Myra Jane quickly brought over a massive platter of food to celebrate. There were towering piles of roasted chicken drumsticks, garlic butter shrimp, grilled corn on the cob, and crispy seasoned potatoes. Orion grabbed a massive roasted chicken leg, the savory, seasoned meat practically melting in his mouth, washing it down with a cold mug of sweet apple cider. As he ate and exchanged names with members like Macau, Wakaba, and Nab, a sudden, explosive kick blew the heavy guild doors completely off their hinges. Bang! We're back! Standing in the doorway, grinning from ear to ear, was Natsu Dragneel, his pink hair instantly recognizable. Floating next to him was the blue, flying cat, Happy. And standing timidly behind Natsu, looking absolutely terrified and awestruck at the chaotic guild, was a blonde girl holding a set of keys. Lucy Hartfilia had arrived. The gears of fate had officially begun to turn, and Orion, casually taking a bite of his chicken, was sitting right at the center of it all. Chapter 3, First Impressions and the Missing Wizard. The moment Natsu Dragneel announced his return, the brief lull in the guild's chaos instantly shattered. Without a second of hesitation, Natsu leaped into the crowd and planted a flaming kick squarely into the face of a random wizard. That's for tricking me about the salamander rumor. Natsu yelled, grinning fiercely as the brawl reignited with twice the intensity. Standing near the doorway, Lucy Hartfilia clutched her keys to her chest, her jaw dropping in absolute horror as she watched fire, ice, and fists fly across the room. This is Fairy Tale. They're all crazy. Orion sat comfortably at his table, sipping his apple cider and watching the spectacle like it was a premium theater show. He watched as Grey stripped down to his boxers again, as Elfman shouted about being a real man, and as Loke tried to flirt with a terrified Lucy before fleeing at the sight of her celestial spirits. Eventually, Makarov intervened, expanding his fist to a gigantic size and slamming Natsu into the floorboards. Enough! You're destroying the guild again! The old man roared, before immediately returning to his tiny, jovial self. Now, I see we have another new face. Myra Jane guided a trembling Lucy to the bar. Within minutes, the blonde celestial wizard had a pink fairy tale mark stamped proudly onto the back of her right hand. Her eyes sparkled with tears of joy. I can't believe it. I'm really a fairy tale wizard. Welcome to the madhouse, Orion said, walking up to the bar and offering his hand. I'm Orion. I joined just a few hours before you did. Lucy blinked, taking his hand with a grateful smile. I'm Lucy. It's nice to meet someone who actually seems normal here. Normal. Natsu popped up from the floorboards, rubbing his bruised head. He locked eyes with Orion, his slitted pupils widening with excitement. He could literally smell the dense, potent magic radiating off the new guy. Hey! You're new. Fight me! Before Lucy could scold him, Natsu coated his fist in roaring flames and lunged at Orion. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Orion didn't move from his spot. Thanks to his ether nano affinity and advanced spatial magic mastery, he didn't even need to cast a complex spell. As Natsu's flaming fist closed in, Orion simply willed the space between them to fold slightly. Natsu's fist sailed harmlessly past Orion's ear, striking the empty air. His momentum carried him forward, and Orion causally stuck out his foot, tripping the Dragon Slayer. Natsu tumbled across the floor, crashing into a stack of wooden crates. Whoa! Grey whistled from a nearby table. He just dodged Natsu without even blinking. Natsu popped out of the splintered wood, his grin wider than before. Awesome! What kind of magic is that? Let's go again! Before Natsu could launch another attack, the heavy guild doors creaked open. A young boy with dark hair walked in, his face stained with tears. It was Romeo Conbolt. The jovial atmosphere in the guild vanished instantly. Romeo, Makarov said gently, stepping forward. What's wrong? Master, Romeo sniffled, wiping his eyes. It's my dad. He went out on a job to Mount Hakobi to subjugate a Vulcan, but it's been a week, and he hasn't come back. Please, you have to send someone to look for him. Makarov's expression hardened into a stern grimace. Your father is a fairy tale wizard, Romeo. He took on that job knowing the risks. We do not hold the hands of our wizards. He will return when he is ready. You jerk! Romeo screamed, tears streaming down his face as he ran back out the door. I'll go find him myself. Orion watched the scene unfold, his heart going out to the kid. He knew Macau was alive, but the harsh reality of the wizarding world was front and center. Makarov wasn't being cruel, he was trying to respect Macau's pride as a wizard and a father. But that didn't make it any easier for a child. Natsu, who had been uncharacteristically silent, suddenly slammed his fist into the quest board, shattering it into pieces. Without saying a word, he turned and marched out of the guild, happy flying clothes behind him. Lucy watched him go, a look of confusion and concern crossing her face. Ding! System task generated, a father's pride. Description: Macau Conbolt is in grave danger on Mount Hakobi. Accompany Natsu drag Neil and rescue the missing wizard from the Vulcan. Reward: Extreme Cold Resistance, Passive, and 1 daily sign-in token. Orion's eyes lit up. This was the perfect opportunity to test out his new magic in actual combat, and the cold resistance would be incredibly useful. He turned to Lucy. I think Natsu's going after Macau. The old man can't send an official rescue party because of guild rules, but there's no rule saying we can't happen to go on a stroll near Mount Heikobi. You coming? Lucy hesitated for a moment, looking at her new guild mark, before a determined look crossed her face. Yeah. Let's go. Orion smiled. He channeled a sliver of his spatial magic, his midnight blue eyes glowing faintly. Hold on to my shoulder, Lucy. We're going to take a shortcut. Lucy nervously placed her hand on his shoulder. A shortcut. Orion focused on the spatial coordinates of the town's exit, an ability granted by his advanced spatial mastery. The air around them rippled and distorted like water. In a flash of starlight, the bustling noise of the Guildhall vanished, replaced instantly by the crisp, freezing wind at the edge of Magnolia. Lucy stumbled, looking around in utter shock. We just teleport. That's incredibly high-level magic. Orion just chuckled, spotting a pink-haired wizard walking down the snow-dusted path ahead of them. Come on, Lucy. We've got a monkey to catch. Chapter 4, The Blizzard of Mount Heikobi. The howling winds of Mount Heikobi tore through the jagged mountain passes, carrying a blinding squall of snow and ice. The temperature was dropping by the minute, turning the air into a biting frost that chilled to the bone. CC cold. It's so cold. Natsu shivered violently, his teeth chattering like castanets as he trudged through knee-deep snow. Happy, tucked safely inside Natsu's scarf, didn't look much better. Behind him, Lucy was hugging herself, her lips turning a faint shade of blue. I can't believe I wore a skirt for this. I'm going to freeze to death before we even find a monster. Orion sighed, watching the two of them suffer. With a simple thought, he accessed the inventory of his spatial ring. A faint shimmer of starlight gathered in his hand, materializing into a heavy, thick fleece winter cloak and a pair of woolen gloves. He draped the heavy cloak over Lucy's shoulders. Here. The newbie pack came with survival gear. Wrap up before you turn into a popsicle. Lucy clutched the thick fabric, her eyes shining with absolute gratitude. Orion, you are a lifesaver. I owe you my life. Orion chuckled and pulled out a second, slightly smaller coat. Natsu? You want one? No way. Natsu stubbornly crossed his arms, exhaling a puff of steam. I'm a fire dragon. Slayer. The cold doesn't bother me achoo. He sneezed violently, a small gout of flame melting the snow in front of him. Suit yourself, Orion said, tossing the spare coat back into his spatial storage. He wasn't entirely immune to the cold yet, but his massive magic reserves and ether nano affinity allowed him to circulate magic through his body, keeping his internal temperature perfectly stable. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A massive shadow loomed through the blizzard, dropping from a high snowy ridge with a heavy thud. It was a towering, ape-like beast covered in thick white fur, with long, muscular arms and a hideous, jutting jaw. A Vulcan. Woman, the beast roared, its deep voice echoing over the howling wind. It locked its beady eyes entirely on Lucy. Eek! It talks! Lucy screamed. Before Natsu could ignite his fists, the Vulcan moved with blinding speed. It leaped over Natsu, entirely ignoring him, and snatched Lucy up in its massive hand. Hey! Put her down, you overgrown monkey! Natsu yelled, charging forward, but the Vulcan simply backhanded him into a snowdrift and bounded up the sheer cliff face, carrying a screaming Lucy toward the mountain peaks. Natsu, let's go! Orion shouted, pulling the dragon slayer out of the snow. I'm gonna roast that thing! Natsu growled, flames erupting from his fists as he began scaling the icy wall with incredible agility. Orion didn't need to climb. Channeling his spatial magic, he locked onto Lucy's magical signature. He stepped forward, the space around him warping and folding. In a flash of midnight blue light, he reappeared near the entrance of a massive, frozen cave high up on the mountain. Inside, the Vulcan was trying to corner Lucy. She had just pulled out one of her golden keys. Open, Gate of the Golden Bull. Taurus. In a burst of golden light, the massive Minotaur spirit appeared, wielding a gigantic double-bladed axe. But before Taurus could strike, Natsu came crashing through the icy roof of the cave, sending chunks of frost flying everywhere. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu roared, swinging a blazing punch. But his foot caught on a patch of slick black ice. He lost his balance, his punch missing the Vulcan entirely, and slid face first into the cave wall. Natsu! Lucy cried. The Vulcan turned, raising its massive fists to smash the fallen dragon slayer. Not today, Orion's calm voice echoed through the cavern. He stepped out of the shadows, his eyes glowing a fierce, deep blue. He raised his right hand, tapping into the gravity aspect of his Void Dragon Slayer magic. Gravity magic, crush! Orion swept his hand downward. The air above the Vulcan visibly distorted as a localized, crushing gravitational field slammed into the beast. The Vulcan roared in agony as the sheer weight of the spell forced it onto its hands and knees, the icy floor cracking beneath it. Natsu, now! It can't move! Orion called out, maintaining the pressure. Natsu pushed himself out of the rubble, a fiery grin spreading across his face. He engulfed both of his hands and his head in roaring flames, launching himself off the cave wall like a missile. Fire Dragon's Sword Horn. Natsu slammed headfirst into the Vulcan's chest with explosive force. The combination of Orion's gravity holding the beast in place and Natsu's sheer destructive power was overwhelming. The Vulcan was sent flying, crashing through the back wall of the cavern. A glowing magic circle suddenly appeared beneath the defeated beast. The massive ape-like body dissolved, shrinking down until a severely bruised and battered human man lay unconscious in its place. Macau! Natsu shouted, rushing over. Lucy covered her mouth in shock. The Vulcan was Macau. Orion walked over, releasing his gravity spell. Take over magic. The Vulcan must have possessed him when he was exhausted. The guy's barely breathing. Natsu knelt beside the older wizard. Hey! Macau! Wake up! Macau groaned, his eyes fluttering open. He looked up at Natsu. Shame washing over his face. Natsu! I messed up. I defeated 19 of them, but the 20th, it got the jump on me. I'm a disgrace to fairy tale. Don't be stupid, Natsu scolded, though his voice was surprisingly gentle. You took out 19 of these monsters on your own. Romeo's waiting for you back home. Let's go back. Ding! System task completed, a father's pride. Rewards distributed, extreme cold resistance. Passive, and 1 daily sign-in token. Instantly, a warm, soothing energy pulsed through Orion's veins. The biting frost of the cave vanished entirely, replaced by a comfortable, ambient feeling. The extreme cold of Mount Hakobi would never bother him again. Would you like to use your daily sign-in token at Mount Hakobi? Yes, Orion thought. Ding! Sign-in successful. Reward, echolocation, basic. Allows the host to perceive their surroundings in complete darkness or blinding conditions through sound waves. Nice, Orion muttered softly. He turned to Natsu and Lucy. Let's get him back to Magnolia. I can teleport us part of the way down the mountain, but we'll have to walk the rest so the spatial pressure doesn't aggravate his injuries. A few hours later, the doors to the Fairy Tale Guildhall swung open. Romeo, who had been sitting anxiously by the bar, looked up. His eyes widened as Natsu and Orion walked in, supporting a bandaged and bruised Macau between them. "Dad!" Romeo cried, sprinting across the hall and throwing his arms around his father's waist. Macau winced but hugged his son back tightly, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry, Romeo. I'm so sorry I worried you. It's okay. You're back. You're the strongest wizard in the world." Romeo sobbed into his father's coat. The entire guild erupted into cheers, raising their mugs in celebration of Macau's safe return. Orion stood near the doorway, watching the heartwarming scene with a soft smile. Lucy walked up next to him, a warm, genuine smile on her own face as she watched Natsu laugh with happy. "You know," Lucy said softly, "fairy tale might be loud, crazy, and a little destructive. But I think I'm really going to like it here." "Yeah," Orion agreed, feeling the hum of his own magic responding to the joyful atmosphere. "It's the best guild in the world." Chapter 5, The 2 Million Jewel Job. A few days had passed since the rescue mission on Mount Hakobi. Magnolia had settled back into its usual, sun-drenched routine, and Orion was thoroughly enjoying his new life in Fairy Tale. He spent his mornings training his Void Dragon Slayer magic in the eastern woods and his afternoons lounging in the rowdy guild hall. Currently, he was standing outside a rather nice, two-story brick building near the town's waterways. He held a small box of fresh, fruit-filled pastries from a local bakery. "Let's see, 70,000 jewels a month. This must be the place," Orion muttered, checking the address Lucy had happily bragged about at the guild earlier that day. He walked up the stairs and knocked on the door to her room. "Coming!" Lucy's voice called out. The door swung open, revealing the blonde wizard in comfortable homeware. She beamed when she saw him. "Orion! You actually came to visit. Brought a housewarming gift," Orion said, holding up the bakery box. "Thought you might want to celebrate your new place." "You are an absolute angel," Lucy said, practically drooling at the smell of sweet strawberries and cream. She stepped aside to let him in. "Make yourself at home. It's not huge, but it's perfect for me. The rent is a bit high," but Lucy froze mid-sentence. Orion followed her gaze. Sitting comfortably on Lucy's couch, drinking her tea and munching on her crackers, were Natsu and Happy. "Hey, Orion! You brought food." Natsu grinned, waving a cracker. Happy cheered. "What are you two doing in my house?" Lucy shrieked, her face turning bright red with indignation. "How did you even get in?" "Through the window," Natsu said nonchalantly, pointing a thumb at the open sash. "We came to show you something. Look." He slammed a crumpled piece of paper onto Lucy's coffee table. Orion set the pastry box down and leaned over to look at the flyer. Alongside a still fuming Lucy. "Wanted, someone to destroy a book," Lucy read aloud, her anger momentarily replaced by curiosity. "Target, Duke Everlu's mansion in Shirotsum town. Reward: 2 million jewels." Lucy's eyes bulged out of her head. "2 million? Just for destroying a book?" "Yep. We're forming a team," Natsu declared, crossing his arms. "Me, Happy, and you. Lucy. And Orion can come too since he's here." "Why do you need me?" Lucy asked, suspicious but clearly tempted by the massive payout. "You and Orion could easily destroy a book on your own." "Because Duke Everlu is a huge pervert who only hires maids," Happy explained unhelpfully. "Natsu wants you to dress up as a maid and infiltrate the mansion." "I am not doing that!" Lucy yelled. Then, she looked back at the flyer. 2 million jewels, divided by 3, wait, 4, that's 500,000 jewels each. That's almost a whole year of rent. Orion chuckled at her internal struggle. Before he could comment, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! System task generated, The Secret of Daybreak. Description: accompany Natsu and Lucy to Shiratsum town. Infiltrate Duke Everlu's mansion, secure the book Daybreak, and ensure its true message is delivered. Reward: basic enchantment magic and 1 daily sign-in token. Orion smirked. Enchantment magic would be incredibly versatile. Count me in, he said smoothly. Sounds like an easy payday, and I've never been to Shiratsum town. Lucy let out a long sigh, her resolve crumbling under the weight of her rent obligations. Fine. But I'm only doing this for the money. The train ride to Shiratsum town was relatively peaceful, aside from Natsu suffering from his crippling motion sickness. Orion used a minor application of his gravity magic to keep Natsu pinned to the seat so he wouldn't thrash around and make himself sicker, which earned a grateful thumbs up from a green-faced Natsu. Once they arrived, they headed straight for the Everlu mansion. It was a massive, gaudy estate surrounded by high stone walls. Lucy had ducked into an alleyway to change, utilizing her magical starlight wardrobe. She emerged wearing a classic black and white maid outfit, complete with a frilly headband. How do I look? She asked, striking a confident pose. Like a maid, Natsu said bluntly. You look great, Lucy. Very convincing, Orion offered, earning a grateful smile. Lucy marched up to the front gates and rang the bell. Moments later, Duke Everlu appeared. He was a short, incredibly ugly man with a massive, blocky head and a terrible mustache. Who rings my bell? The Duke squawked. Hello. Lucy said, putting on her sweetest voice. I heard you were looking to hire a new maid, Duke Everlu. I'm strong, hard-working, and rejected, the Duke screamed, pointing a stubby finger at her. You are far too ugly. My maids must be the epitome of beauty. Get out of my sight. The gates slammed shut. Lucy stood frozen, her eye twitching violently. You ugly? He called me ugly. Suddenly, a group of the Duke's current maids walked past the gate. They were all massive, muscular, and arguably as hideous as the Duke himself. His taste in women is terrifying, Orion noted dryly. Change of plans, Natsu grumbled, cracking his knuckles. We're sneaking in. Later that night, the team stood outside the mansion's high walls. All right, how do we get over? Lucy whispered, looking at the smooth stone. Leave it to me, Orion said. He snapped his fingers. The space around the four of them warped instantly. Without making a single sound, they vanished from the outer wall and reappeared inside the mansion's opulent, dimly lit library. Would you like to use your daily sign-in token at Everlu Mansion Library? Yes, Orion thought. Ding! Sign-in successful. Reward: photographic memory. Host can perfectly recall any text, image, or event they have seen. Orion blinked as his mind sharpened dramatically. He looked at the massive towering shelves of the library. And instantly, the titles of hundreds of books etched themselves into his brain. Whoa, Orion! Your magic is so handy! Natsu whisper shouted, immediately rummaging through the shelves. All right, let's find this daybreak book. Wait, Natsu, don't just throw things. Lucy hissed, trying to catch the books he was tossing over his shoulder. Orion scanned the room. With his newly acquired photographic memory, he cross-referenced the titles on the shelves at blinding speed. Second shelf from the top, far right corner, Orion pointed. Happy flew up and pulled out a thick, leather-bound book. The word Daybreak was embossed on the cover in gold lettering. We got it! Happy cheered quietly. Great! Let's burn it and get our 2 million! Natsu said, his hands igniting. Wait! Lucy snatched the book from Happy's paws. This book, it was written by Kemusalian. He's a legendary author. You can't just burn a piece of history. Let me read it first. Before they could argue, the library doors slammed open. Duke Everlew stood in the doorway, accompanied by two massive, armored guards. Intruders, the Duke shrieked. How did you get past my security? Hand over that book and prepare to die. Natsu grinned, slamming his blazing fists together. Finally. Some action. Orion stepped forward, his midnight blue eyes glowing in the dim light. You guys handle the guards. I'll take care of the Duke. Chapter 6, The Secret of Daybreak. Get them, Vanish Brothers. Duke. Everlew screeched, pointing a stubby finger at the intruders. The two massive mercenaries cracked their knuckles, stepping forward with menacing grins. You heard the Duke. Let's crush him, brother. I've got these two. Natsu yelled, his fists erupting into roaring flames. Without waiting for a strategy, he launched himself at the Vanish brothers. The sheer force of his fiery punch blowing a hole straight through the library wall and sending the three of them tumbling into the courtyard outside. Natsu, you're wrecking the place! Lucy screamed, clutching the book Daybreak tightly to her chest. Never mind the collateral damage, Duke Everlew sneered. You aren't leaving with my book. Suddenly, the Duke dove headfirst into the solid stone floor. Instead of cracking his skull, he sank into the ground as if it were water, disappearing completely. Lucy gasped. Where did he go? Diver magic, Orion said calmly, his midnight blue eyes scanning the room. He swims through solid earth. But against spatial and gravity manipulation, it's a useless parlor trick. Orion sensed a disturbance beneath Lucy's feet. The stone began to ripple. Gravity magic, updraft, Orion murmured, sweeping his hand upward. Just as Everlew's hands breached the surface to grab Lucy's ankles, a massive, localized gravitational pull latched onto the Duke. With a comical shriek, Everlew was violently yanked out of the stone floor and suspended upside down in midair, flailing his short limbs. Put me down! Unhand me, you ruffian! Everlew yelled, his face turning purple. Realizing he was trapped, he reached for his belt. Gate of the Maiden, I open thee. Virgo. A golden magic seal materialized on the library floor. From it rose a massive, towering woman in a maid outfit, with an incredibly muscular build and a stern expression. You called, Master, the towering Virgo asked in a deep voice. Crush that boy and get me down. Everlew commanded. Virgo turned her sights on Orion. She leaped forward with astonishing speed for her size, reeling back a massive fist. Orion didn't flinch. He didn't want to hurt the celestial spirit, especially knowing she would soon become one of Lucy's most reliable allies. Instead of counterattacking, he tapped into his spatial magic. As Virgo's fist approached his face, Orion pinched the space in front of him. The air warped into a small, shimmering portal. Virgo's fist went right through the portal, and a second portal instantly opened above Everlew's suspended head. Smack! Virgo's punch connected squarely with her own master's face, knocking the Duke out cold instantly. Oh, Virgo blinked, looking at her hand and then at the unconscious Duke. I suppose that is one way to conclude a battle. Will I be punished? Lucy, who had watched the entire exchange in awe, shook her head rapidly. And no. You didn't mean to. Orion released the gravity spell, letting Everlew drop to the floor with a heavy thud. Outside, a massive pillar of fire erupted into the night sky, followed by Natsu strutting back through the broken wall, dusting off his hands. Man, those guys were a breeze. Is the ugly guy dealt with? Orion handled him in 2 seconds, Lucy sighed, relieved. She looked down at the heavy book in her hands. Now that the danger had passed, she opened it. As she quickly scanned the pages, her expression shifted from curiosity to profound shock, and finally, to a soft, emotional realization. "I knew it," Lucy whispered. "This isn't just a badly written novel. Chemuzalian cast a spell on this book. It's an anagram, a hidden message." Before Orion could respond, the familiar chime echoed in his mind. Ding! System task completed, the secret of daybreak. Rewards distributed, basic enchantment magic and 1 daily sign-in token. A rush of intricate knowledge flooded Orion's mind. Runes, enchanting formulas, and the ability to attach magical properties to items and people seamlessly integrated into his skill set. "Would you like to use your daily sign-in token at Everloo Mansion?" "Yes." Ding! Sign-in successful. Reward, Aura Concealment. Allows the host to completely mask their magical signature, presence, and intent from sensory magic. That will be incredibly useful for dealing with the Magic Council or stealth missions. Orion thought, satisfied. "Let's get out of here," Natsu said, grabbing Everloo's collar and dragging him out so they could hand him over to the local rune knights for his illegal corrupt activities. Time to get paid. A few hours later, the sun was just beginning to rise over Shirotsum town. The team stood in the modest, run-down home of KB Mellon, the client who had posted the massive 2 million jewel reward. KB sat in his armchair, looking down at the book on his table. You didn't destroy it." "We couldn't," Lucy said gently. "Mr. Mellon, your father, Chemuzalian, didn't write a terrible book to shame himself. He wrote this for you." Lucy stepped forward and placed her hand on the cover of Daybreak. The book was enchanted. Once the spell is broken, the letters rearrange themselves. She channeled a small amount of her magic into the cover. The title, Daybreak, shimmered and shifted. The golden letters danced across the leather, forming 2 new words. "Dear KB." KB gasped, tears instantly welling in his eyes. "It's a 300-page letter to you," Lucy smiled softly. "He spent his final years writing it, hoping you would one day find the courage to read it and understand how much he loved you." KB broke down into heavy sobs, clutching the book to his chest. The memory of his estranged father, a man he thought cared only about fame, was suddenly redeemed. Natsu, Lucy, Happy, and Orion quietly slipped out of the house, leaving the man to his long-overdue reunion with his father's words. As they walked back toward the train station, Natsu suddenly groaned, clutching his stomach. "Ah, man! We didn't destroy the book. Which means we don't get the 2 million jewels. I'm starving." "It's fine," Lucy smiled, a completely genuine and content expression on her face. "KB put up his entire life savings, everything he had left, to hire us. He needs that money more than we do. I'll just have to figure out my rent another way." "That's the fairy tale spirit," Orion chuckled, slinging an arm over Natsu's shoulder. "Come on. Breakfast is on me. I hear this town has a place that serves amazing grilled lemon herb chicken and rice bowls." "Chicken!" Natsu and Happy yelled in unison, their disappointment instantly vanishing. "You're the best, Orion." Lucy laughed, the early morning sun warming her face. They hadn't gotten rich, but as she walked alongside her crazy, powerful, and incredibly kind new friends, she realized she had gained something far more valuable. Chapter 7, The Fairy Queens Return. The atmosphere inside the fairy tale Guildhall was unusually tense. For the first time since Orion had joined, there were no flying tankards, no roaring fires, and no half-naked ice wizards trying to pick fights. Instead, everyone sat rigidly at their tables, speaking in hushed, nervous whispers. Even Natsu and Grey, who were usually at each other's throats the moment they locked eyes, were sitting together at a table, their arms slung around each other's shoulders, trembling slightly as they pretended to be the best of friends. "What's going on?" Lucy whispered to Orion, leaning across the table. "Why is everyone acting so weird? Did someone die?" Orion took a sip of his hot green tea, an amused smirk playing on his lips. "Not quite. But from what Macau told me, the person returning today is enough to make even Natsu and Grey behave." "He's right," Lok said, adjusting his glasses as he walked past their table, looking exceptionally pale. "Erza is coming back." Before Lucy could ask who Erza was, heavy footsteps echoed from outside. The massive guild doors swung open, and the entire hall seemed to hold its breath. Standing in the doorway was a striking young woman with long, scarlet hair, wearing custom-fitted silver armor. Over her shoulder, she casually carried a massive, monstrous horn that was easily 3 times her size, dropping it onto the floor with a floor-shaking thud. "I have returned," Erza Scarlet announced, her sharp brown eyes sweeping over the silent guild. "I hope you all have been behaving." Welcome back, Erza," the guild members chimed in unison, sweating profusely. Erza began to pace the room, pointing out minor infractions. "Kana, you're drinking. Posture is sloppy. Vegeta, take your dancing outside. Wakaba, get rid of that cigar." Finally, her gaze landed on the table where Natsu and Grey were sitting, sweating bullets and forcing wide, unnatural smiles. "Natsu. Grey," Erza said, her voice softening slightly. "I'm glad to see you two are getting along. Friendship is a beautiful thing." Natsu and Grey squeaked in unison, sounding remarkably like happy. Erza nodded in approval before turning her attention to Makarov, who was sitting on the bar counter. "Master, I have a request. On my way back from my mission, I overheard some troubling rumors regarding the Dark Guild, Eisenwald. They are planning something dangerous, and I need a team to stop them." She looked back at Natsu and Grey. "I want you two to come with me. Your combined strength will be necessary." The entire guild gasped. Natsu and Grey, working together with Erza? It was an unprecedented combination. The strongest team in fairy tale was forming right before their eyes. Erza then noticed Orion sitting calmly next to Lucy. Her eyes narrowed as she sensed the dense, controlled magic radiating from him. "Master, who is this?" "That's Orion," Makarov smiled, taking a sip of his ale. "He's a new recruit, but don't let that fool you. He's got a good head on his shoulders and magic that could rival the best of you." Erza stepped forward, extending a gauntlet hand. "I am Erza Scarlet. Any friend of the guild is a friend of mine. If the master speaks highly of you, then I would like to request your assistance as well, Orion. Eisenwald is up to no good, and extra firepower would be appreciated." Right on cue, the system chimed in Orion's mind. Ding! System task generated, the Dark Guilds. Melody. Description: the Dark Guild Eisenwald aims to use the mass murder magic, lullaby. Form a team with Erza, Natsu, Grey, and Lucy to dismantle Eisenwald and secure the cursed flute. Reward: advanced wind magic resistance, passive, and 1 daily sign-in token. Orion stood up and firmly shook Erza's hand. "I'm in. It sounds like an important job." "Excellent," Erza smiled, pleased with his immediate resolve. "Pack your things. We leave for Onibus Station at once." The train ride to Onibus was exactly as chaotic as Orion remembered from the series. Natsu lay practically green on the floor, groaning in agony from his motion sickness. Erza, meanwhile, sat straight-backed, explaining the situation to Grey, Lucy, and Orion. "Eisenwald's guild master is a man named Eriger, also known as the Shinigami," Erza explained, eating a slice of strawberry cake she had brought along. He wields powerful wind magic. The rumors I heard suggested they are searching for a sealed item called lullaby. Lullaby? Lucy echoed, shivering. That doesn't sound very friendly. It's a cursed flute, Orion chimed in, leaning back in his seat. He used his photographic memory to perfectly recall the lore. It's one of the demons from the Book of Zeref. It was transformed into a flute. Anyone who hears its melody has their life force instantly drained. It's mass murder magic. Erza looked at Orion with genuine surprise and respect. You are well informed. Exactly. If Erza plans to play that flute in a crowded area, thousands could die. We have to stop them before that happens. Suddenly, the train screeched to a halt at a station. We're here, Erza announced, standing up. Let's move out. Gray, Lucy, Orion, and Erza quickly stepped off the train onto the platform. Wait, Lucy blinked, looking around. Where's Natsu? They all turned around just in time to see the train's doors slide shut. Inside, Natsu was still lying on the floor, groaning. He weakly pressed a hand against the glass as the train began to slowly pull away from the station. Oh no! We left him behind. Lucy panicked. Erza immediately dropped her heavy luggage. Her eyes widening in horror. I forgot him. I am a failure of a comrade. I must be punished. Calm down, Erza, Orion sighed, shaking his head. He watched the train pick up speed, heading down the tracks. I'll go get him. Orion focused his midnight blue eyes on the retreating train. Tapping into his advanced spatial magic mastery, he calculated the speed and distance. In a flash of starlight, Orion vanished from the platform. Inside the moving train car, Natsu was trying to pull himself up to an open window. Suddenly, a man in a dark coat with spiky black hair walked into the car. It was Kageyama, a member of Eisenwald. Hey? A fairy tale wizard. Kageyama sneered, noticing Natsu's guild mark. He raised his hand, gathering dark shadow magic. You're not supposed to be here. Before Kageyama could launch his attack, the space beside Natsu violently warped. Orion appeared in a burst of ethereal blue light, stepping between Natsu and the Eisenwald wizard. Kageyama flinched, stepping back. Where did you come from? I'm just picking up my friend, Orion said casually. His eyes drifted to the wooden object strapped to Kageyama's back. It was a flute with 3 eyes shaped into a skull-like demon face. Lullaby. Would you like to use your daily sign-in token at Lullaby transport train? Yes, Orion thought. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward, sound nullification. Magic, creates a localized vacuum zone where no sound waves can travel. Orion smirked. Perfect counter for a cursed flute. Kageyama gritted his teeth, sensing the immense disparity in their magical pressure. Don't ignore me. Shadow gravity magic, heavy field, Orion interrupted, barely lifting a finger. A crushing wave of gravity instantly slammed Kageyama into the floorboards, completely immobilizing him. The Eisenwald wizard gasped for breath, unable to lift his head under the immense weight. Orion grabbed Natsu by the collar of his jacket. Hold your breath, Natsu. We're taking a shortcut. AI, Natsu groaned. With another flash of starlight, Orion and Natsu vanished from the train, leaving Kageyama pinned to the floor in complete bewilderment. A moment later, they reappeared on the station platform next to Erza, Gray, and Lucy. Orion let Natsu drop gently to the ground, where the Dragon Slayer immediately kissed the solid concrete. Solid ground. I love you. Natsu wept tears of joy. Erza sighed in relief. Excellent work, Orion. Your magic is incredibly convenient. I have some good news, too, Orion said, his eyes narrowing toward the tracks I saw. One of the Eisenwald guys on the train. And he had the lullaby flute with him. They're heading to the next station. Erza's expression hardened, her aura flaring with righteous intensity. Then we don't have a second to lose. We're going to Kunuji Station. Let's hunt them down. Chapter 8, The Shinigami's Trap. Erza. Slow down. We're going to crash. Lucy shrieked, gripping the edge of her seat until her knuckles turned white. We do not have time to be gentle. The lives of innocent people are at stake. Erza yelled back over the roaring engine. She had her hands firmly planted on the steering wheel of the magic four-wheeler they had borrowed from a local merchant. Her magical energy poured into the vehicle's SE plug, pushing the engine far past its intended limits. Beside Lucy, Gray was clinging to the door handle, sweating nervously as they drifted around a sharp mountain bend on two wheels. She's insane. She's going to kill us before Eisenwald even gets the chance. In the far back, Natsu hung out the window, his face a sickening shade of pale green, loudly emptying the contents of his stomach. Happy held onto Natsu's scarf to keep him from flying out. Orion sat comfortably in the middle, looking entirely unbothered. He had cast a localized gravity field over himself, ensuring that no matter how erratically Erza drove, he remained perfectly stable. In his seat. You have to admit, she's an efficient driver, Orion commented calmly, watching the scenery blur past them. You're just as crazy as she is. Lucy cried. Minutes later, the imposing structure of Ashibana Station loomed ahead. A massive crowd of panicking civilians and local rune knights were gathered outside the glass doors, unable to get in. Erza didn't even touch the brakes. Hold on, she commanded. Crash. The magic four-wheeler smashed straight through the front doors of the station, shattering the glass into a million pieces and sending the waiting Eisenwald guards flying like bowling pins. The vehicle screeched to a halt in the center of the main lobby. Erza leaped out of the driver's seat, drawing her sword in a fluid, deadly motion. Fairy Tail is here. Surrender immediately. It's Fairy Tail. Kill them, an Eisenwald wizard shouted from the second-floor balcony. Dozens of Dark Guild members poured out of the hallways, surrounding the team. Oh, thank goodness, solid ground, Natsu groaned, tumbling out of the car. The moment his feet touched the floor, his sickness vanished, replaced by a fiery grin. All right. Who wants to get roasted first? Ice make, Lance. Gray shouted, slamming his fists together. A barrage of sharp ice projectiles shot out, freezing a dozen wizards to the walls. Open, Gate of the Crab. Cancer. Lucy yelled, summoning her celestial spirit, who instantly began giving the dark wizards rapid, humiliating haircuts. That left them incapacitated in shock. Orion stepped out of the vehicle, dusting off his jacket. Several dark wizards charged at him with weapons drawn. Orion didn't bother using magic. He relied on the master hand-to-hand combat skill he had received from his Newbie Pack. He ducked beneath a swinging axe, delivering a precise, devastating palm strike to the attacker's solar plexus. The wizard folded instantly. Without pausing, Orion spun on his heel, catching another wizard's wrist, twisting it, and using the man's own momentum to throw him into three of his comrades. His movements were fluid, effortless, and impossibly fast. Impressive, Erza noted as she sliced through a line of guards. You have excellent form, Orion. Thanks, Orion smiled, roundhouse kicking a wizard across the room. But we have a bigger problem. A chilling, maniacal laugh echoed over the station's PA system. Welcome, Fairy Tail flies. I am Erza, the Shinigami. I see you've brought quite the welcoming party. Erza glared up at the speakers. Erza. Hand over the lullaby. Playing it in a crowded station is an unforgivable crime. A crowded station? Ha! You fools are so narrow-minded, Erza sneered. Ashibana station was never my target. It was just a pit stop. While you were busy fighting my pawns, I hijacked the broadcast system. But more importantly, do you know what event is taking place in Clover Town today, just a few miles down the train tracks? Erza's eyes widened in sheer horror. No, the regular guild masters meeting. Master Makarov is there. Exactly. A gathering of the most powerful and influential old fools in Fiore. With one song, I'll wipe them all out, and Eisenwald will rule the magical world. And to make sure you pests don't interfere, enjoy my parting gift. Suddenly, a massive, howling tornado erupted around the perimeter of the station lobby. The wind spun so fast it formed a visible, razor-sharp wall of slicing air, completely sealing the exits. A wind barrier! Gray shouted over the roaring gale. Natsu growled, coating his fist in fire. I'll just smash right through it. He charged at the wind wall, but the moment his fist made contact, the gale force winds shredded his flames and threw him violently backward, leaving dozens of small, stinging cuts on his arms. Natsu, stop! You'll be ripped to pieces. Lucy warned. He's trapped us inside while he flies to Clover Town, Erza realized, gripping her sword tightly. If we don't get out of here, the masters are doomed. Orion stepped forward, his midnight blue eyes glowing with calm authority. Don't panic. He only blocked the physical exits. He can't block space. He placed a hand on Natsu's shoulder and another on Happy. Natsu. You're the fastest out of all of us. I'm going to teleport you outside the barrier. You follow the tracks to Clover Town and beat that guy to a pulp. Got it? Natsu's slitted eyes widened with a fierce, competitive fire. You bet. I'll turn that scythe-wielding freak into ash. Leave it to us. Happy cheered. Orion channeled his spatial magic. Good luck. He pinched the space around them. In a flash of starlight, Natsu and Happy vanished from the station lobby, completely bypassing Erza's inescapable trap. Would you like to use your daily sign-in token at Ashibana Station? Yes, Orion thought. Ding! Sign-in successful. Reward, telekinesis. Advanced, allows the host to lift, throw, and manipulate objects or people with their mind, scaling with the host's magic power. Nice, Orion smirked. Feeling the new mental pathways open up in his brain. Incredible, Erza breathed, watching the space where Natsu had just been. She turned to Orion, her respect for him deepening. You saved us vital time, Orion. But we can't just wait here. Can you teleport the rest of us outside as well? I can, Orion nodded. But teleporting multiple people at once drains a lot of magical stamina. I can get us out, but we won't be able to catch up to Natsu immediately. We need a vehicle. I have an idea. Lucy suddenly perked up, pulling out one of her golden keys. Erza's wall blocks the sides and the top, but what about underneath? She raised the key. Open, Gate of the Maiden. Virgo. With a bright flash, the massive, muscular maid appeared. Exactly as she had at the Everloo mansion. You called, Princess? Virgo asked respectfully. Virgo, can you dig a tunnel under this wind barrier? Lucy asked eagerly. Of course, Princess. It will only take a moment, Virgo said. Without hesitation. She dove into the solid stone floor, swimming through the earth as easily as water, tunneling a massive path beneath the deadly winds. Erza grinned. Excellent work, Lucy. Let's go. We have to back up Natsu before Erza reaches the guild masters. Chapter 9, The Wind and the Flame. The dark, earthy tunnel carved by Virgo was surprisingly smooth, allowing the team to quickly sprint beneath the raging cyclone that Erza had left behind. "I have to admit, your celestial spirits are incredibly useful, Lucy," Erza said as they ran, her armor clanking lightly. "Thanks. Virgo is definitely full of surprises," Lucy panted, struggling to keep up with the seasoned wizards. Within minutes, they breached the surface, emerging a safe distance away from the Ashibana station. The violent howling of the wind barrier was now just a distant hum. Erza immediately looked around, a deep frown crossing her face. "We are out, but we have a new problem. The magic four-wheeler is still trapped inside the lobby. We cannot catch up to Erza or Natsu on foot before they reach Clover Town." Orion stepped out of the tunnel, dusting a few specks of dirt from his shoulders. "Stand back. I've got this." He raised his hand toward the station building. Tapping into his newly acquired telekinesis, he locked onto the heavy metallic frame of the magic four-wheeler trapped behind the wind barrier. His midnight blue eyes glowed faintly as he exerted his will. A loud crash echoed from the station. To the absolute shock of Lucy and Gray, the massive vehicle smashed straight through a second-story reinforced window, completely bypassing the wind barrier, and floated gently through the air before landing perfectly on the dirt road in front of them. You just lifted a 2-ton vehicle with your mind," Gray yelled, his jaw dropping. "Advanced telekinesis," Orion smiled smoothly. "Saves us a lot of walking." "Erza, you're driving." Erza didn't need to be told twice. She leaped into the driver's seat, her eyes blazing with determination. "Get in. We have a Shinigami to catch." Meanwhile, high up on the massive railway bridge leading to Clover Town, Natsu and Happy were locked in a fierce battle with Erza. The Shinigami floated high in the air, his scythe spinning as a torrent of slicing winds surrounded him. "You're persistent, fairy tale trash. But you can't touch me. My storm mail armor shreds anything that comes near it, including your pathetic flames." Natsu launched himself off the train tracks, his fists completely engulfed in roaring fire. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. He slammed his blazing punch into the swirling wind barrier surrounding Erza. Just as the dark wizard had boasted. The violent gale instantly blew out Natsu's flames and repelled him, sending the Dragon Slayer crashing painfully onto the wooden railway ties. "Natsu! Your fire can't get through!" Happy cried from the sidelines. "It's useless," Erza mocked, hovering safely above. "Wind naturally extinguishes fire. You are outmatched by the very laws of nature." Natsu pushed himself up, his slitted eyes burning with a ferocious, feral intensity. "Laws of nature? I don't care about that crap. If my fire isn't hot enough to burn through your wind, then I'll just have to make it hotter." A massive, suffocating wave of heat suddenly erupted from Natsu's body. The flames roaring to life around him weren't just red and orange anymore, they began to burn with a blinding, furious white-hot intensity at their core. Down the track, the magic four-wheeler screeched to a halt. Orion, Erza, Gray, and Lucy jumped out, arriving just in time to witness the climax of the battle. "Look at Natsu's flames," Gray shielded his eyes from the intense heat. "They're massive." Orion watched with a calculated gaze, his photographic memory instantly understanding the physics of the clash. He's using his emotions to fuel his magic. The sheer heat he's generating is expanding the air around him, creating a massive updraft. It's forcefully changing the air pressure and blowing Erza's wind armor away. He's destroying the wind with heat. Erza smiled proudly. "That's our Natsu." Up in the air, Erza's eyes widened in terror as his protective storm mail began to violently unravel, sucked away by the rising heat of Natsu's flames. "Impossible! My wind, it's being pushed away. This is for the old man!" Natsu roared, launching himself into the air like a blazing rocket. He spun his body rapidly, gathering a catastrophic amount of fire around both of his arms. Crimson Lotus, fire. Dragon's Fist. A rapid-fire barrage of explosive, blazing punches slammed directly into Erza's unprotected chest. The sheer concussive force and searing heat sent the Shinigami plummeting out of the sky, crashing onto the railway bridge with a bone-shattering thud. He didn't get back up. He did it. Lucy cheered, jumping into the air. Happy flew over, landing on Natsu's head. Natsu landed heavily on the tracks, panting and grinning from ear to ear. He looked back and saw the rest of the team running toward him. Hey! You guys finally made it! I saved you the trouble of fighting this windbag. Orion walked over, tossing Natsu a canteen of water from his spatial ring. Good job, Natsu. That was some serious heat. Before they could celebrate their victory properly, a battered and bruised figure suddenly crawled out from the shadows beneath a nearby train car. It was Kageyama. He had somehow managed to follow them from Ashibana Station, riding in the cargo hold of the stolen magic vehicle. With desperate speed, Kageyama snatched the three-eyed wooden flute that had fallen from Erza's coat during the battle. The lullaby! Erza shouted, reaching for her sword. You fools! Kageyama coughed, blood trickling down his chin, but his eyes were filled with fanatical devotion. Erza was strong, but he was just a distraction. The true mission is still mine. I will play this flute and send those arrogant guild masters to the grave. He instantly melted into the shadows on the ground using his shadow magic, speeding off toward the Clover Town meeting hall just a mile away. He's heading for the masters. Gray yelled, preparing to run. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Orion's mind, bringing with it an ominous warning. Ding! System task generated, the demon's awakening. Description: the Book of Zeref Demon, Lullaby, is about to break its seal. Allow the demon to manifest and destroy it completely to protect Clover Town. Reward: advanced magical barrier generation and 2 daily sign-in tokens. Orion's eyes narrowed. The flute wasn't just a magical tool, it was a living, breathing demon trapped inside the wood, and it was starving for souls. Everyone, back in the car! Orion commanded, his voice slicing through the panic with absolute authority. We're going to the guild masters meeting. And prepare yourselves, because that flute isn't just an instrument. It's alive. Chapter 10, The Demon's Lullaby. The magic four-wheeler tore through the cobblestone streets of Clover Town, coming to a screeching halt just outside the grand, multi-story building where the regular guild masters meeting was taking place. Orion, Erza, Natsu, Gray, and Lucy piled out of the vehicle, rushing toward the entrance. Standing in the courtyard, just a few dozen feet from the main doors, was Kageyama. He had the three-eyed wooden flute pressed against his lips, his hands trembling violently. Stop right there! Erza shouted, drawing her sword. But before anyone could make a move, the heavy wooden doors of the meeting hall pushed open. Standing there, looking as relaxed and unbothered as ever, was Makarov Driar, alongside several other prominent guild masters like Bob of Blue Pegasus and Goldmine of Quattro Cerberus. Makarov took one look at the battered, bleeding Eisenwald wizard and let out a soft sigh. You look terrible, boy. Are you the one who's been causing my brats so much trouble? Stay back! Kageyama yelled, his voice cracking. I'll play it. I'll kill you all. Then play it, Makarov said calmly, stepping forward with his hands behind his back. The absolute lack of fear in the old man's eyes made Kageyama freeze. But let me tell you something about the path you're walking. A weak wizard hides behind a dark guild because they fear the light. But true strength isn't about destroying those who are stronger than you. It's about having the courage to change your own heart. Kageyama's hands shook uncontrollably. He looked at the flute, then at the unwavering gaze of the fairy tale master, and finally at Natsu, who had spared his life on the bridge. The dark wizard fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as the flute slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the cobblestones. I can't do it. He surrendered. Lucy breathed a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It's over. Not quite, Orion said, his midnight blue eyes locked onto the fallen flute. He stepped in front of Lucy, a faint, ethereal aura beginning to radiate from his body. The pawn gave up, but the master is getting impatient. Suddenly, a sickening, guttural voice echoed not from Kageyama, but from the wooden flute itself. Pathetic. You sniveling, useless human. I give you the power to reap thousands of souls, and you throw it away. Dark, suffocating purple smoke violently erupted from the three eyes of the flute. The smoke billowed into the sky, blotting out the sun and blanketing the courtyard in a terrifying, oppressive magical pressure. The flute is talking. Gray yelled, taking a step back. From the dense cloud of dark magic, a massive, towering monstrosity pulled itself out. It was a gargantuan demon made of twisted, gnarled wood, with 3 glowing red eyes and a massive maw filled with sharp, jagged splinters. It was easily as tall as a small mountain, casting a terrifying shadow over all of Clover Town. I am Lullaby, a demon of the Great Zeref. If this coward won't feed me, then I'll just have to eat all of your souls myself, the massive demon roared, its voice shaking the very earth. The other guild masters watched in shock, but Makarov simply crossed his arms. Well, that's a nuisance. Master, please stand back, Erza commanded, stepping forward, her armor shifting into a lighter, more agile set. Equipped with twin swords. We will handle this. A giant wooden monster. Natsu grinned, slamming his blazing fists together. Now that's a fire hazard waiting to happen. Don't get cocky, Ashbrain, Grey scoffed, slamming his fists into his palms, freezing the air around him. We have to hit it hard. And fast. Orion stood alongside the 3 of them, the space around him beginning to distort and ripple. Let's take it apart. Lullaby roared, rearing its massive head back. I'll drain you dry. Listen to my deadly melody. The demon opened its jaws, preparing to emit the soul-stealing sound wave. I don't think so, Orion said coldly. He raised his hand, his eyes glowing intensely. Sound nullification magic, vacuum sphere. Orion instantly cast the spell he had acquired on the train, generating a massive, invisible dome of absolute vacuum directly around the demon's head. When Lullaby released its devastating, mass-murdering screech, absolute silence followed. The sound waves were completely trapped and neutralized within the vacuum. What? My voice. I can't project my voice, the demon panicked, realizing its ultimate weapon had been instantly disabled. Now's our chance. Let's go. Erza shouted. She leaped dozens of feet into the air. Heaven's wheel, Blumenblatt. She summoned dozens of magical swords, sending them raining down on the demon's massive legs, carving deep gouges into the enchanted wood. Ice make, saucer! Grey yelled, launching a massive, spinning disc of razor-sharp ice that sliced right through the demon's right arm, severing it completely. Take this! Natsu roared, launching himself off a nearby rooftop. He engulfed his entire body in furious, roaring flames. Fire Dragon's sword horn. He slammed head first into the demon's chest, the sheer concussive force and explosive heat blasting a massive, fiery hole straight through Lullaby's torso. The demon shrieked in agony, stumbling backward, its massive wooden body cracking and burning. See cursed fairy tale wizards! I will crush you! It raised its remaining massive arm, preparing to smash Natsu and Grey into the pavement. Orion stepped forward, deciding it was time to test the offensive capabilities of his lost magic. He took a deep breath, gathering the surrounding ether and spatial energies into his lungs. The air around him seemed to warp and bend toward his mouth, condensing into a terrifying, dense singularity of midnight blue magic. Void dragons! Orion murmured, his voice echoing with a slight, draconic reverberation. He unleashed the breath attack. Crushing roar! A massive, spiraling beam of pure spatial and gravitational energy erupted from Orion's mouth. Unlike Natsu's fiery roar, Orion's attack made no sound. It was a silent, terrifying force of nature that warped the very fabric of space as it shot forward. The beam struck Lullaby's raised arm and instantly obliterated it, not by burning or cutting, but by crushing the enchanted wood into absolute nothingness. The beam continued its path, striking the demon's main body. With a final, silent scream, the massive demon of Zeref was warped, crushed, and violently compressed until it exploded into a shower of harmless wooden splinters. The courtyard fell dead silent. The oppressive magical pressure vanished entirely, leaving only the crisp afternoon breeze. Ding! System task completed, the demon's awakening. Rewards distributed, advanced magical barrier generation and 2 daily sign-in tokens. Knowledge of highly complex, durable magical shields and absolute defensive perimeters. Flooded Orion's mind, cementing his position as both an unstoppable force and an immovable object. Would you like to use your daily sign-in tokens at Clover Town Meeting Hall? Use both, Orion commanded mentally. Ding! Sign-in successful. Reward 1, High Speed. Regeneration, passive. Host's body will rapidly heal from all injuries, cuts, broken bones, and poisons. Reward 2. Flight magic, allows the host to manipulate gravity and ether to fly freely through the sky. Orion smirked, feeling an immense surge of vitality rewrite his cellular structure. He was practically unkillable now. We did it! Lucy cheered from the sidelines, jumping up and down with happy. That was amazing, Orion. Natsu laughed, slapping him on the back. What kind of roar was that? It looked like it just deleted the monster. A secret, Orion winked. As the team celebrated, other guild masters slowly walked out of the courtyard, their jaws hanging open. Makarov. Master Bob stammered, pointing a trembling finger at the background. Your kids, they certainly are powerful. Makarov puffed out his chest proudly. Of course they are. That's fairy tale for you. Yes, but... Master Goldmine sighed, rubbing his temples. Did they have to destroy the meeting hall? Makarov blinked. He turned around. Behind the triumphant team, the massive, historic guild masters meeting building was completely and utterly annihilated. Between Erza's swords, Grey's ice, Natsu's explosive fire, and the sheer spatial shockwave of Orion's roar, the multi-story structure had been reduced to a smoking pile of rubble. Makarov's proud smile instantly vanished, his face draining of all color. The repair bills, the Magic Council's wrath, it flashed before his eyes. Run for your lives! Makarov shrieked, sprinting past his wizards at top speed. We're getting out of here! Wait for us, Master! Erza yelled, immediately realizing what they had done. Orion laughed out loud, grabbing Lucy by the hand and activating his flight magic. To hover just slightly off the ground, pulling her along as Natsu, Grey, and Happy sprinted down the street, a mob of angry guild masters shaking their fists in the distance. The lullaby was destroyed, but as always with fairy tale, the true disaster was the collateral damage left in their wake. Chapter 9, The Wind and the Flame. The dark, earthy tunnel carved by Virgo was surprisingly smooth, allowing the team to quickly sprint beneath the raging cyclone that Erza had left behind. I have to admit, your celestial spirits are incredibly useful, Lucy, Erza said as they ran, her armor clanking lightly. Thanks. Virgo is definitely full of surprises, Lucy panted, struggling to keep up with the seasoned wizards. Within minutes, they breached the surface, emerging a safe distance away from the Ashibana station. The violent howling of the wind barrier was now just a distant hum. Erza immediately looked around, a deep frown crossing her face. We are out, but we have a new problem. The magic four-wheeler is still trapped inside the lobby. We cannot catch up to Erza or Natsu on foot before they reach Clover Town. Orion stepped out of the tunnel, dusting a few specks of dirt from his shoulders. Stand back. I've got this. He raised his hand toward the station building. Tapping into his newly acquired telekinesis, he locked onto the heavy metallic frame of the magic four-wheeler trapped behind the wind barrier. His midnight blue eyes glowed faintly as he exerted his will. A loud crash echoed from the station. To the absolute shock of Lucy and Gray, the massive vehicle smashed straight through a second-story reinforced window, completely bypassing the wind barrier, and floated gently through the air before landing perfectly on the dirt road in front of them. You just lifted a 2-ton vehicle with your mind. Gray yelled, his jaw dropping. Advanced telekinesis, Orion smiled smoothly. Saves us a lot of walking. Erza, you're driving. Erza didn't need to be told twice. She leaped into the driver's seat, her eyes blazing with determination. Get in. We have a Shinigami to catch. Meanwhile, high up on the massive railway bridge leading to Clover Town, Natsu and Happy were locked in a fierce battle with Erza. The Shinigami floated high in the air, his scythe spinning as a torrent of slicing winds surrounded him. You're persistent, fairy tale trash. But you can't touch me. My storm mail armor shreds anything that comes near it, including your pathetic flames. Natsu launched himself off the train tracks, his fists completely engulfed in roaring fire. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. He slammed his blazing punch into the swirling wind barrier surrounding Erza. Just as the dark wizard had boasted. The violent gale instantly blew out Natsu's flames and repelled him, sending the Dragon Slayer crashing painfully onto the wooden railway ties. Natsu! Your fire can't get through! Happy cried from the sidelines. It's useless, Erza mocked, hovering safely above. Wind naturally extinguishes fire. You are outmatched by the very laws of nature. Natsu pushed himself up, his slitted eyes burning with a ferocious, feral intensity. Laws of nature? I don't care about that crap. If my fire isn't hot enough to burn through your wind, then I'll just have to make it hotter. A massive, suffocating wave of heat suddenly erupted from Natsu's body. The flames roaring to life around him weren't just red and orange anymore, they began to burn with a blinding, furious white-hot intensity at their core. Down the track, the magic four-wheeler screeched to a halt. Orion, Erza, Gray, and Lucy jumped out, arriving just in time to witness the climax of the battle. Look at Natsu's flames, Gray shielded his eyes from the intense heat. They're massive. Orion watched with a calculated gaze, his photographic memory instantly understanding the physics of the clash. He's using his emotions to fuel his magic. The sheer heat he's generating is expanding the air around him, creating a massive updraft. It's forcefully changing the air pressure and blowing Erza's wind armor away. He's destroying the wind with heat. Erza smiled proudly. That's our Natsu. Up in the air, Erza's eyes widened in terror as his protective storm mail began to violently unravel, sucked away by the rising heat of Natsu's flames. Impossible. My wind, it's being pushed away. This is for the old man. Natsu roared, launching himself into the air like a blazing rocket. He spun his body rapidly, gathering a catastrophic amount of fire around both of his arms. Crimson Lotus, fire. Dragon's Fist. A rapid-fire barrage of explosive, blazing punches slammed directly into Erza's unprotected chest. The sheer concussive force and searing heat sent the Shinigami plummeting out of the sky, crashing onto the railway bridge with a bone-shattering thud. He didn't get back up. He did it. Lucy cheered, jumping into the air. Happy flew over, landing on Natsu's head. Natsu landed heavily on the tracks, panting and grinning from ear to ear. He looked back and saw the rest of the team running toward him. Hey! You guys finally made it! I saved you the trouble of fighting this windbag. Orion walked over, tossing Natsu a canteen of water from his spatial ring. Good job, Natsu. That was some serious heat. Before they could celebrate their victory properly, a battered and bruised figure suddenly crawled out from the shadows beneath a nearby train car. It was Kageyama. He had somehow managed to follow them from Ashibana Station, riding in the cargo hold of the stolen magic vehicle. With desperate speed, Kageyama snatched the three-eyed wooden flute that had fallen from Erza's coat during the battle. The lullaby! Erza shouted, reaching for her sword. You fools! Kageyama coughed, blood trickling down his chin, but his eyes were filled with fanatical devotion. Erza was strong, but he was just a distraction. The true mission is still mine. I will play this flute and send those arrogant guild masters to the grave. He instantly melted into the shadows on the ground using his shadow magic, speeding off toward the Clover Town meeting hall just a mile away. He's heading for the masters. Gray yelled, preparing to run. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Orion's mind, bringing with it an ominous warning. Ding! System task generated, the Demon's Awakening. Description: the Book of Zeref Demon, Lullaby, is about to break its seal. Allow the demon to manifest and destroy it completely to protect Clover Town. Reward: advanced magical barrier generation and 2 daily sign-in tokens. Orion's eyes narrowed. The flute wasn't just a magical tool, it was a living, breathing demon trapped inside the wood, and it was starving for souls. Everyone, back in the car! Orion commanded, his voice slicing through the panic with absolute authority. We're going to the guild masters meeting. And prepare yourselves, because that flute isn't just an instrument. It's alive. Chapter 10, The Demon's Lullaby. The magic four-wheeler tore through the cobblestone streets of Clover Town, coming to a screeching halt just outside the grand, multi-story building where the regular guild masters meeting was taking place. Orion, Erza, Natsu, Gray, and Lucy piled out of the vehicle, rushing toward the entrance. Standing in the courtyard, just a few dozen feet from the main doors, was Kageyama. He had the three-eyed wooden flute pressed against his lips, his hands trembling violently. Stop right there! Erza shouted, drawing her sword. But before anyone could make a move, the heavy wooden doors of the meeting hall pushed open. Standing there, looking as relaxed and unbothered as ever, was Makarov Driar, alongside several other prominent guild masters like Bob of Blue Pegasus and Goldmine of Quattro Cerberus. Makarov took one look at the battered, bleeding Eisenwald wizard and let out a soft sigh. You look terrible, boy. Are you the one who's been causing my brats so much trouble? Stay back! Kageyama yelled, his voice cracking. I'll play it. I'll kill you all. Then play it, Makarov said calmly, stepping forward with his hands behind his back. The absolute lack of fear in the old man's eyes made Kageyama freeze. But let me tell you something about the path you're walking. A weak wizard hides behind a dark guild because they fear the light. But true strength isn't about destroying those who are stronger than you. It's about having the courage to change your own heart. Kageyama's hands shook uncontrollably. He looked at the flute, then at the unwavering gaze of the fairy tale master, and finally at Natsu, who had spared his life on the bridge. The dark wizard fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as the flute slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the cobblestones. I can't do it. He surrendered. Lucy breathed a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It's over. Not quite, Orion said, his midnight blue eyes locked onto the fallen flute. He stepped in front of Lucy, a faint, ethereal aura beginning to radiate from his body. The pawn gave up, but the master is getting impatient. Suddenly, a sickening, guttural voice echoed not from Kageyama, but from the wooden flute itself. Pathetic. You sniveling, useless human. I give you the power to reap thousands of souls, and you throw it away. Dark, suffocating purple smoke violently erupted from the three eyes of the flute. The smoke billowed into the sky, blotting out the sun and blanketing the courtyard in a terrifying, oppressive magical pressure. The flute is talking. Gray yelled, taking a step back. From the dense cloud of dark magic, a massive, towering monstrosity pulled itself out. It was a gargantuan demon made of twisted, gnarled wood, with three glowing red eyes and a massive maw filled with sharp, jagged splinters. It was easily as tall as a small mountain, casting a terrifying shadow over all of Clover Town. I am Lullaby, a demon of the Great Zeref. If this coward won't feed me, then I'll just have to eat all of your souls myself, the massive demon roared, its voice shaking the very earth. The other guild masters watched in shock, but Makarov simply crossed his arms. Well, that's a nuisance. Master, please stand back, Erza commanded, stepping forward, her armor shifting into a lighter, more agile set. Equipped with twin swords. We will handle this. A giant wooden monster. Natsu grinned, slamming his blazing fists together. Now that's a fire hazard waiting to happen. Don't get cocky, Ashbrain, Grey scoffed, slamming his fists into his palms, freezing the air around him. We have to hit it hard. And fast. Orion stood alongside the three of them, the space around him beginning to distort and ripple. Let's take it apart. Lullaby roared, rearing its massive head back. I'll drain you dry. Listen to my deadly melody. The demon opened its jaws, preparing to emit the soul-stealing sound wave. I don't think so, Orion said coldly. He raised his hand, his eyes glowing intensely. Sound nullification magic, vacuum sphere. Orion instantly cast the spell he had acquired on the train, generating a massive, invisible dome of absolute vacuum directly around the demon's head. When Lullaby released its devastating, mass-murdering screech, absolute silence followed. The sound waves were completely trapped and neutralized within the vacuum. What? My voice. I can't project my voice, the demon panicked, realizing its ultimate weapon had been instantly disabled. Now's our chance. Let's go. Erza shouted. She leaped dozens of feet into the air. Heaven's wheel, Blumenblatt. She summoned dozens of magical swords, sending them raining down on the demon's massive legs, carving deep gouges into the enchanted wood. Ice make, saucer. Grey yelled, launching a massive, spinning disc of razor-sharp ice that sliced right through the demon's right arm, severing it completely. Take this! Natsu roared, launching himself off a nearby rooftop. He engulfed his entire body in furious, roaring flames. Fire Dragon's sword horn. He slammed head first into the demon's chest, the sheer concussive force and explosive heat blasting a massive, fiery hole straight through Lullaby's torso. The demon shrieked in agony, stumbling backward, its massive wooden body cracking and burning. See cursed fairy tale wizards! I will crush you! It raised its remaining massive arm, preparing to smash Natsu and Grey into the pavement. Orion stepped forward, deciding it was time to test the offensive capabilities of his lost magic. He took a deep breath, gathering the surrounding ether and spatial energies into his lungs. The air around him seemed to warp and bend toward his mouth, condensing into a terrifying, dense singularity of midnight blue magic. Void dragons! Orion murmured, his voice echoing with a slight, draconic reverberation. He unleashed the breath attack. Crushing roar. A massive, spiraling beam of pure spatial and gravitational energy erupted from Orion's mouth. Unlike Natsu's fiery roar, Orion's attack made no sound. It was a silent, terrifying force of nature that warped the very fabric of space as it shot forward. The beam struck Lullaby's raised arm and instantly obliterated it, not by burning or cutting, but by crushing the enchanted wood into absolute nothingness. The beam continued its path, striking the demon's main body. With a final, silent scream, the massive demon of Zeref was warped, crushed, and violently compressed until it exploded into a shower of harmless wooden splinters. The courtyard fell dead silent. The oppressive magical pressure vanished entirely, leaving only the crisp afternoon breeze. Ding! System task completed, the demon's awakening. Rewards distributed, advanced magical barrier generation and 2 daily sign-in tokens. Knowledge of highly complex, durable magical shields and absolute defensive perimeters. Flooded Orion's mind, cementing his position as both an unstoppable force and an immovable object. Would you like to use your daily sign-in tokens at Clover Town Meeting Hall? Use both, Orion commanded mentally. Ding! Sign-in successful. Reward 1, High Speed. Regeneration, passive. Host's body will rapidly heal from all injuries, cuts, broken bones, and poisons. Reward 2. Flight magic, allows the host to manipulate gravity and ether to fly freely through the sky. Orion smirked, feeling an immense surge of vitality rewrite his cellular structure. He was practically unkillable now. We did it! Lucy cheered from the sidelines, jumping up and down with happy. That was amazing, Orion. Natsu laughed, slapping him on the back. What kind of roar was that? It looked like it just deleted the monster. A secret, Orion winked. As the team celebrated, other guild masters slowly walked out of the courtyard, their jaws hanging open. Makarov. Master Bob stammered, pointing a trembling finger at the background. Your kids, they certainly are powerful. Makarov puffed out his chest proudly. Of course they are. That's fairy tale for you. Yes, but... Master Goldmine sighed, rubbing his temples. Did they have to destroy the meeting hall? Makarov blinked. He turned around. Behind the triumphant team, the massive, historic guild masters meeting building was completely and utterly annihilated. Between Erza's swords, Grey's ice, Natsu's explosive fire, and the sheer spatial shockwave of Orion's roar, the multi-story structure had been reduced to a smoking pile of rubble. Makarov's proud smile instantly vanished, his face draining of all color. The repair bills, the Magic Council's wrath, it flashed before his eyes. Run for your lives! Makarov shrieked, sprinting past his wizards at top speed. We're getting out of here! Wait for us, Master! Erza yelled, immediately realizing what they had done. Orion laughed out loud, grabbing Lucy by the hand and activating his flight magic. To hover just slightly off the ground, pulling her along as Natsu, Grey, and Happy sprinted down the street, a mob of angry guild masters shaking their fists in the distance. The lullaby was destroyed, but as always with fairy tale, the true disaster was the collateral damage left in their wake. Chapter 11, The Forbidden S-Class Quest. A few days had passed since the Clover Town incident. The Magic Council was furious about the destroyed meeting hall, and Master Makarov had spent most of the week writing apology letters and drinking heavily to soothe his rising blood pressure. Despite the looming threat of massive repair bills, the atmosphere inside the Fairy Tale Guild Hall was as lively and chaotic as ever. Orion sat at the bar, casually eating a plate of grilled vegetable skewers and seasoned shrimp. He had spent the morning testing the limits of his newly acquired flight magic, enjoying the absolute freedom of soaring through the clouds above Magnolia. "I'm bored." Natsu groaned loudly, slamming his head against a nearby table. "I want a real fight. I want a tougher job." "You just fought Erza and a giant wooden demon," Lucy pointed out, sipping a strawberry smoothie. "Isn't that enough? Excitement for 1 week?" "No way. That was a warm-up," Natsu declared, jumping to his feet. He looked up toward the second floor of the guild hall. A mischievous, daring glint flashed in his dark eyes. The second floor was off-limits to everyone except Fairy Tail's S-class wizards, the absolute elite of the guild. That was where the most dangerous, highest-paying, and deadliest jobs were posted. "Happy?" Natsu whispered, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Sir." Happy giggled, unfurling his angelic wings. Before anyone could stop them, Happy flew up to the second floor, snatched a glowing piece of parchment from the S-class board, and flew right back down, landing on Natsu's head. "Got it. We're going on an S-class quest." Natsu cheered. Just as Natsu was celebrating, a massive, muscular blonde man with a lightning bolt scar over his eye appeared at the top of the stairs. It was Laxus Driar, the master's grandson. "Hey! That's an S-class request," Laxus said, his voice dripping with condescension. "You think you can handle that, Natsu? You'll just get yourself killed." "Shut up, Laxus. I'm going to prove I'm strong enough to be S-class." Natsu yelled back, gripping the flyer tightly. He grabbed Lucy's wrist and began dragging her toward the door. "Come on, Lucy. You're coming too." "Wait, what? Why me?" Lucy shrieked, digging her heels into the floorboards. "Because the reward is 7 million jewels and a golden celestial spirit key." Happy supplied unhelpfully. Lucy instantly stopped struggling, her eyes turning into bright, glowing jewel symbols. "7 million, and a golden key? Well, I suppose one little quest couldn't hurt." Orion watched the scene unfold with a faint smile. He knew exactly what was on that flyer. Galuna Island. The cursed island where the villagers supposedly turned into demons under the purple moon. Right on cue, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! System task generated, the moon's curse. Description: accompany Natsu and Lucy on the forbidden S-class quest to Galuna Island. Lift the curse of the purple moon and prevent the resurrection of the disaster demon, Delira. Reward: advanced illusion magic and 1 daily sign-in token. Orion finished his shrimp and wiped his mouth. He stood up, his midnight blue eyes locking onto the fleeing trio. An S-class quest was no joke, and while he knew Natsu had ridiculous potential, Orion wasn't about to let his new friends wander into a deadly trap alone. Plus, advanced illusion magic would make him incredibly versatile. "Hold up," Orion called out, using his flight magic to effortlessly glide over the chaotic brawl in the center of the hall, landing smoothly in front of the guild doors, blocking their path. "Orion! Are you gonna try and stop us?" Natsu challenged, his fists igniting with a faint flame. "Because I'll fight you right now." "Stop you?" "No," Orion smirked, casually opening the guild doors for them. "I'm coming with you. If you guys run off and get yourselves killed, who's going to buy me lunch? Besides, 7 million jewels is a lot of money." Lucy sighed in absolute relief. "Oh, thank goodness. With Orion here, we might actually survive this." "Awesome. Let's go." Natsu cheered, bolting out the door. A few hours later, the makeshift team arrived at the port city of Harjan. The sun was beginning to set, casting a golden hue over the ocean. "All right, we just need to find a boat to take us to Galuna Island," Natsu said, marching down the docks. However, the moment any sailor heard the name Galuna Island, they immediately slammed their doors. Ran away in terror, or flat out refused, no matter how much money was offered. "It's cursed, I tell you." "Cursed," an old sailor yelled, waving a lantern at them. "Anyone who goes near that island is cursed by the devil." "This is going great," Lucy grumbled, crossing her arms. "Natsu! Lucy! Orion!" a stern voice suddenly called out. The group turned to see Gray walking down the docks. Wearing nothing but his pants, an annoyed scowl on his face. "Master Makarov found out you stole the flyer. He sent me to bring you back. Do you have any idea how much trouble you're in? Returning a stolen S-class quest is grounds for expulsion." "I'm not going back," Natsu growled. "I'm completing this job." "You're an idiot!" Gray yelled, preparing to cast his ice magic. "I'm dragging you back by force if I have to." "Gray, listen," Orion stepped forward, his voice calm but layered with absolute authority. "We're already here. If you drag us back, the people on that island will still be suffering from whatever curse is on them. Fairy tale wizards don't turn their backs on people who need help, do they?" Gray hesitated, his magical stance faltering slightly. "That's not the point. It's against the rules." "Then come with us," Orion offered smoothly. "Keep an eye on Natsu. Make sure he doesn't do anything stupid. If we complete the job and save the island, the old man can't be too mad." Gray looked at Natsu's determined face, then at Orion's unwavering gaze. He let out a long, defeated sigh. "Fine. But I'm only coming to make sure you idiots don't die. And when we get back, you're explaining this to Erza. Deal?" Orion smiled. "Excuse me," a trembling voice spoke up. A small man with a thick mustache and a captain's hat was standing near a modest sailboat. "Did you say, you want to break the curse of Galuna Island?" "Yeah. Can you take us?" Natsu asked eagerly. The man, named Bobo, looked at them with desperate, tear-filled eyes. "I will. Please, you have to save my home." The journey started smoothly, but by midnight, the ocean turned violently hostile. Dark, churning clouds blotted out the stars, and massive waves crashed against Bobo's small boat. "This is the perimeter of Galuna Island," Bobo shouted over the roaring wind, clinging to the helm. "The ocean currents here are erratic." "I think I'm gonna die," Natsu groaned, hanging over the side of the boat, his motion sickness hitting him full force. Suddenly, a massive, unnatural tidal wave, easily 100 feet tall, rose from the dark waters, completely dwarfing their small vessel. "We're going to be crushed!" Lucy screamed, hugging Happy. "Hold on to something!" Gray yelled, bracing himself. Orion didn't panic. He activated his flight magic, levitating slightly off the deck. He tapped into his Void Dragon Slayer magic, specifically its gravitational manipulation. "Gravity magic, repulsion field," Orion stated calmly. He threw both hands forward. A massive, invisible dome of gravitational force expanded from the ship just as the colossal wave crashed down upon them. Instead of smashing the boat to splinters, the millions of gallons of seawater slammed against Orion's barrier, splitting perfectly down the middle and washing harmlessly past them. The sheer force of the repelled water propelled the boat forward at blinding speed, sending them rocketing out of the storm and straight toward the dark, imposing silhouette of an island. Crash! The boat ran aground on the sandy shores of Galuna Island, violently ejecting everyone onto the beach. Natsu rolled onto the sand and immediately kissed it. Land! Beautiful, unmoving land! Orion landed softly on his feet, dusting off his coat. He looked up into the night sky. The clouds had parted, revealing the source of the island's terrifying reputation. Hanging massive and ominous in the sky, casting an eerie, unnatural glow over the jungle, was a bright, glowing purple moon. "Well," Orion said, his midnight blue eyes reflecting the violet light. "We made it. Welcome to Kaluna Island." Chapter 12, The Village of Demons and the Frozen Nightmare. The eerie violet glow of the purple moon bathed the sandy shores of Kaluna Island, casting long, unnatural shadows across the beach. Natsu, Lucy, Gray, Happy, and Orion stood in silence for a moment, taking in the unsettling atmosphere. "The moon. It really is purple," Lucy whispered, shivering despite the mild tropical breeze. "It feels like it's looking right at us." "It's definitely radiating a strange magical energy," Orion noted, his midnight blue eyes narrowing as he analyzed the ambient ether in the air. "But a curse that can change the color of a celestial body? That requires an absurd amount of power. Who cares what color it is?" Natsu grinned, cracking his knuckles. "Let's go find whoever put up this S-class request, beat up the bad guys, and get our 7 million jewels." With Natsu leading the charge, the group ventured off the beach and into the dense, overgrown jungle. The vegetation here was twisted and bizarre, mutated by the island's strange magical environment. Giant, glowing mushrooms and thorny vines lined the dirt path. After about an hour of walking, a massive wooden gate reinforced with iron spikes blocked their path. Watchtowers flanked the entrance, though they appeared empty. "Hello? Is anyone home?" Natsu yelled, banging his fist against the heavy timber. "We're from Fairy Tale. We took your job request." The gate slowly creaked open. The group walked inside, only to find themselves standing in the center of a heavily fortified, run-down settlement. But the people living there weren't human. Surrounding them were grotesque, terrifying creatures. Some had massive horns and leathery bat wings, others had scales, extra eyes, and sharp, jagged fangs. They wielded pitchforks, spears, and crude swords, eyeing the wizards with absolute hostility. "Demons!" Lucy shrieked, hiding behind Orion. "The island is full of demons." "Wait! Stand down," a hoarse, authoritative voice commanded. The crowd of monsters parted, revealing an elderly demon with a long white beard, a massive horn protruding from his forehead, and a third eye. He leaned heavily on a wooden staff. "I am Mocha, the chief of this village," the old demon said, his voice carrying a deep sadness. "You are the wizards from Fairy Tale." "Yeah, that's us," Natsu said, crossing his arms. "But I thought the request was from humans. What's the deal with you guys?" Mocha sighed, a weary sound that rattled in his chest. "We are human. Or, at least, we used to be." Lucy gasped. "You're the villagers?" "Yes," Mocha nodded heavily. "Since the purple moon first appeared in the sky, a terrible curse has plagued our island. By day, we retain some semblance of our former selves, though we are still warped. But when the purple moon rises, we transform entirely into these monstrous forms. Our minds become clouded with rage and bloodlust. It's only a matter of time before we lose our humanity completely and turn into mindless beasts." Mocha bowed his head, tears welling in his remaining human eye. "Please, Fairy Tale wizards. I beg of you. You must save us. You must destroy the purple moon." "Destroy the moon?" Gray exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Are you out of your mind? That's impossible." "Nothing's impossible," Natsu countered, his fists igniting with flames. "If the moon is the problem, then I'll just smash it into pieces. Leave it to me, old man. You can't punch a moon, ash brain." Gray yelled, grabbing Natsu's scarf. "It's hundreds of thousands of miles away. All right, calm down, both of you, Orion intervened, stepping between them. He looked up at the purple orb in the sky. You can't physically destroy the moon. But we might not have to. A curse like this doesn't come from outer space. It comes from the island itself. Something here is projecting that light or casting a widespread spell to make the moon appear purple and trigger your transformations. Mocha looked up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. You believe the source is on the island? Orion nodded. We'll investigate first thing in the morning. If there's a magical source causing this, I'll find it, and I'll crush it. The villagers provided the wizards with a small, empty hut to rest in for the night. They were given a humble meal of fresh tropical fruits, mangoes, bananas, and a sweet, melon-like fruit unique to the island since the cursed villagers couldn't risk hunting in the dark. As soon as the sun rose the next morning, the purple hue vanished from the sky, replaced by the normal, bright daylight. The villagers' demonic features lessened slightly, though they still retained horns and patches of scales. The team ventured deep into the center of the island, cutting their way through the thick jungle. So, where do we even start looking? Lucy asked, swatting a massive, brightly colored bug away from her face. The center of the island, Orion replied smoothly, leading the way. If you want to cast an island-wide spell, you place the focal point in the geometric center for maximum coverage. Plus, I've been sensing a massive, cold magical signature coming from that direction since we landed. After miles of trekking, the jungle suddenly gave way to a massive clearing. In the center stood an ancient, towering ziggurat, a temple built from weathered stone, overgrown with vines and moss. Whoa, look at that place, Natsu whistled. Looks spooky. It's an ancient moon temple, Lucy noted, looking at the celestial carvings on the stone pillars. But it looks abandoned. Would you like to use your daily sign-in token at ancient moon temple ruins? Yes, Orion thought. Ding! Sign in. Successful. Reward, Aura reading. Allows the host to visually perceive the flow of magic, the true nature of illusions, and the emotional intent/power levels of living beings. Instantly, Orion's vision shifted. A subtle overlay appeared over the world. He could see the dense, vibrant ether nano floating in the air. When he looked at Natsu, he saw a roaring, chaotic aura of blazing red. Gray was a calm, structured aura of frosty blue. But when Orion looked down at the stone floor beneath their feet, his eyes narrowed. The magic isn't coming from the temple itself. It's coming from underneath it. Underneath? Gray asked. He walked forward, stepping onto a large section of stone flooring in the center of the ruins. Suddenly, the floor beneath Gray's feet cracked and gave way. Whoa! Gray yelled as he plummeted into the darkness. Gray! Natsu shouted, diving into the hole after him. Lucy and Happy screamed, falling in right behind Natsu. Orion simply activated his flight magic, gently floating down through the massive sinkhole. The cavern below was completely encased in solid, ancient ice. The temperature was freezing, a stark contrast to the tropical heat above ground. He landed softly next to Natsu and Lucy, who were rubbing their bruised heads. What is this place? Lucy shivered, her breath pluming in the freezing air. It's an ice cave. Gray was standing perfectly still a few feet away. He wasn't shivering from the cold, but his entire body was trembling violently. His eyes were wide, locked in an expression of absolute, paralyzing terror. Gray? What's wrong with you? Natsu asked, noticing the ice wizard's unusual silence. Orion followed Gray's gaze. Trapped within a massive, mountain-sized block of unbreakable ice at the end of the cavern was a towering, nightmarish demon. It had massive, muscular limbs, a demonic skull-like face, and dark, twisted horns. Even frozen, the sheer, malevolent aura radiating from the beast was suffocating. With his new aura reading ability, Orion could see the terrifying, black and purple magical energy seething within the ice. It was a disaster-level threat. No. Gray whispered, his voice cracking with pure trauma. He fell to his knees, clutching his head as buried nightmares rushed to the surface. It can't be. Why is it here? Why is it on this island? Gray, what is that thing? Lucy asked, her voice trembling. It's a demon from the Book of Zeref, Gray choked out, his eyes glued to the frozen monster. The demon of disaster that destroyed my hometown. The monster that killed my master, Ur. Gray looked up, his face pale with horror. Delira. Suddenly, the familiar chime of the system interrupted the heavy silence in Orion's mind. Ding! System task generated, the Cult of the Moon. Description: a dark cult led by the wizard Reincarnated Lion is using the moon drip ritual to melt the absolute ice holding Delira. Stop the ritual, defeat the cult members, and ensure the demon is vanquished. Reward: absolute ice nullification and 1 daily sign-in token. Orion's midnight blue eyes hardened as he looked at the frozen demon. The pieces of the puzzle had clicked into place. The purple moon wasn't a curse meant for the villagers, it was a side effect of a massive spell designed to melt unbreakable ice. We need to hide, right now, Orion whispered sharply, his aura reading detecting several hostile, powerful magical signatures approaching the cavern entrance. What? Why? Natsu asked loudly. Because whoever brought this demon here is coming back, Orion said, grabbing Natsu and Gray by their collars and dragging them behind a massive pillar of ice just as the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the frozen cave. The true battle for Galuna Island was about to begin. Chapter 13, The Cold Truth and the Reincarnated. The icy cavern was dead silent save for the heavy, ragged breathing of Gray Fullbuster. Orion immediately activated his aura concealment, expanding the invisible field to cover Natsu, Lucy, Happy, and Gray. To any magical sensor or physical ear, they had completely vanished from the cavern. Footsteps echoed against the frozen floor. From the dark tunnel leading deeper into the ruins, a group of 4 people emerged, bathed in the eerie, ambient light of the frozen demon. Leading the group was a young man with silver-white hair, wearing a white coat with blue trim. He had a sharp, arrogant expression and a magical signature that radiated a piercing, absolute cold. This was Reincarnated Lion. Behind him were his eccentric followers, a woman with pink hair and a gothic dress named Sherry, a man with thick eyebrows named Yuka, and a strange, dog-like man named Toby. Look at it, my loyal followers, Lion said, his voice echoing through the massive cavern. He gazed up at the frozen disaster demon with an obsession that bordered on madness. Delira. The invincible demon of destruction. And soon, it will be mine to defeat. Tonight is the night, Emperor Lion. Sherry swooned, clasping her hands together. The moon drip ritual will reach its climax. The absolute ice that Ur sacrificed her life to create will finally melt for the sake of love. Yet, we're gonna melt it. Melt it. Toby barked, pumping his fists. Behind the pillar of ice, Gray's eyes widened in absolute shock and fury. He violently shrugged off Orion's grip, stepping right through the invisible boundary of the aura concealment. Lion! Gray roared, his voice filled with raw, unadulterated rage. The cult members jumped in surprise, turning to face the intruder. Lion's eyes narrowed, a cold, mocking smirk spreading across his face. Well, well. If it isn't Gray, Lion chuckled, not looking the least bit threatened. I wondered if you would ever track me down. It's been a long time, my foolish junior disciple. Junior disciple. Lucy whispered, peeking out from behind the pillar with Natsu and Orion. Lion and I trained under the same master, Ur. Gray gritted his teeth, his hands hovering over his chest as he prepared to cast a spell. She gave her life to seal Deliura away using the iced shell. She turned her own body into this unbreakable ice to protect us. And you want to melt it? Protect us? Lion scoffed, his eyes flashing with bitterness. She died because you were weak, Grey. You rushed off to fight Deliura and forced her to sacrifice herself. But I have moved past that. I will melt this ice, and I will defeat Deliura with my own 2 hands. By destroying the monster that killed our master, I will prove that I have finally surpassed her. You're insane! Grey yelled, slamming his fists into his palms. A glowing blue magic circle appeared before him. Ice make, lance. A barrage of deadly ice spears shot out toward Lion. Lion didn't even flinch. He simply raised one hand. Ice make, eagle. Dozens of beautifully crafted, razor-sharp ice eagles burst from his palm, flying forward and shattering Grey's lances into a million pieces before continuing their assault toward Grey. Grey crossed his arms to defend himself, but before the eagles could hit him, a massive wall of fire erupted in front of him, melting the ice birds into harmless steam. Natsu stepped forward, his fists blazing with heat. I don't know who this Ura lady is, but if he's Grey's enemy, he's my enemy too. Fairy tale wizards, Yuka sneered, stepping forward and generating a vibrating, magical dome around his hands. Emperor Lion. Allow us to dispose of this trash. Do not interfere, Yuka, Lion commanded coldly. Grey is my prey. Orion stepped out from the shadows, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. With his aura reading active, he quickly assessed the power levels of the room. Lion was strong, definitely bordering on S-class, but the other 3 were easily manageable. More importantly, Orion could see the dense, violet magic gathering in the ceiling of the cavern. The purple moon, Orion spoke up, his calm voice cutting through the tension. You're using an ancient spell called Moon Drip. It gathers the corrupted light of the moon and focuses it into a concentrated beam to melt magical ice. That's what's cursing the villagers on the island. The ambient magic from your ritual is warping their bodies. Lion raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed. You're a perceptive one. Yes, the villagers are an unfortunate casualty of the moon drip's residual magic. But their suffering is a small price to pay for my ambition. Once Deliura is dead, the ritual will stop. And the curse will fade. You're not killing anything. Natsu yelled, charging forward. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu, wait! Grey shouted, but it was too late. As Natsu lunged at Lion, Yuka stepped into his path, thrusting his hands forward. Wave magic, repulse. A violent, vibrating shockwave erupted from Yuka's hands, designed to completely nullify magic and blast the user away. Natsu was caught off guard, the shockwave hitting him squarely in the chest and sending him tumbling backward across the ice. My wave magic cancels out all other magic, Yuka boasted proudly. Your fire can't touch us. Is that so? Orion murmured. Before Yuka could react, the space immediately above his head violently distorted. Orion didn't use a projectile, he simply applied his advanced telekinesis directly to the environment. A massive, multi-ton stalactite of ancient ice tore itself free from the cavern ceiling and plummeted downward at blinding speed. Yuka barely had time to look up before the massive block of ice smashed into the floor, violently pinning him by his coat and knocking the wind out of his lungs. Yuka! Sherry gasped. She pulled out a wooden marionette. Doll attack magic. Gravity magic, heavy field, Orion interrupted lazily. A localized, crushing gravitational force instantly slammed into Sherry and Toby, forcing them to their hands and knees against the freezing floor. They gritted their teeth, completely immobilized by the invisible weight. Lion's eyes widened in shock. He had never seen magic cast so effortlessly and without a single incantation or magic circle. What are you? I'm the guy who wants to go home and collect 7 million jewels, Orion said, his midnight blue eyes locking onto Lion. Turn off the ritual. Lion. You're outmatched. Lion gritted his teeth. He knew he couldn't fight this mysterious wizard and grey at the same time. Suddenly, a massive rumbling shook the entire cavern. The ceiling above Deliura began to glow with an intense, blinding violet light. The sun is setting. Lion shouted, a maniacal grin returning to his face. The purple moon is rising. The final moon drip is beginning. A colossal pillar of purple moonlight pierced through the ruins above, crashing down directly onto the peak of the mountain-sized ice block. Holding Deliura. The cavern instantly filled with a suffocating, evil miasma as the ice began to rapidly steam and hiss. Stop it! Grey roared, charging forward. Ice Make, Snow Dragon! Lion countered. Unleashing a massive, twisting dragon of solid ice that crashed into Grey, sweeping him away. I won't let you interfere! Lion yelled. He slammed both hands onto the cavern floor. Ice Make, Labyrinth! The entire cavern violently shook as massive, thick walls of solid ice erupted from the floor, rapidly expanding and shifting. The walls shot up toward the ceiling, violently separating the cavern into dozens of isolated corridors. Whoa! Natsu yelled as a wall of ice shot up between him and Lucy. Orion floated upward to avoid the rising walls, but the shifting ice labyrinth completely separated him from Natsu, Grey, and Lucy. Grey. Natsu. Lucy. Happy. Orion called out, his voice echoing off the frozen walls. I'm okay. Lucy's voice echoed back from somewhere in the maze. I'm gonna melt all this ice. Natsu roared from another direction. Lion's voice echoed through the labyrinth, magically amplified. Welcome to my maze, fairy tale. You will never reach the center before Deliura is completely thawed. And if you try to break through, my followers will hunt you down. Orion landed softly on the ice floor, sighing heavily. The aura reading allowed him to see through the icy walls, pinpointing the magical signatures of his friends and the enemies. Yuka, Toby, and Sherry had been freed by the labyrinths shifting walls and were already moving to intercept Natsu and Lucy. Grey and Lion were locked in a standoff near the center of the cavern, right beneath the descending violet light of the moon drip. System update: the moon drip ritual has accelerated. Host must defeat the cult members and prevent Deliura's rampage. Orion rolled his shoulders, feeling the hum of his Void Dragon Slayer magic coursing through his veins. All right, Orion muttered, stepping into the dark, icy corridor. Let's clear this maze. Chapter 14, The Labyrinth of Shadows. The icy maze was a suffocating, disorienting nightmare of frozen walls and echoing whispers. Orion moved through the corridors with ease, his aura reading constantly highlighting the heat signatures and magical flows of everyone in the cavern. Lucy, Orion murmured into the silence, his voice projecting through the walls using a subtle manipulation of air currents. Stay close to the western corridor. Yuka is flanking your left. Use your spirits to create a barrier, don't engage him head-on. Understood. Lucy's voice came back, clearly relieved to have guidance. Orion pivoted, his boots sliding silently across the ice. He could see Sherry and Toby closing in on Natsu's location. Sherry was currently setting up a complex web of puppet strings, while Toby was sniffing out the scent. Natsu, Orion called out. 2 hostiles, 3 o'clock. Sherry is using puppet magic, aim for the dolls, not the user. Got it, Orion. Natsu's roar of fire erupted in the distance, followed by the clatter of wood shattering. Orion didn't stop. He was heading for the center. He could see Grey and Lion standing on opposite sides of the massive, melting block of ice. The moon drip ritual was reaching its apex, the purple light was so intense it was making the very air vibrate. As Orion rounded a final corner, he found himself in a large, open chamber directly behind the central pillar. Standing there, however, was not Lion, but Sherry, who had managed to bypass Natsu and find the central node. She had her puppets positioned to guard the entrance to the ritual site. "You!" Sherry hissed, her gothic dress swirling as she directed her marionettes toward him. "You're the one who threw the stalactite at Yuka. I'll turn you into my personal doll." Orion didn't slow his pace. He didn't even draw a weapon. As the razor-sharp wooden dolls lunged at his throat, Orion flicked his wrist. Spatial disruption. The air in front of him folded like a piece of paper. The marionettes hit the warp space and were instantly teleported, their own momentum carrying them into the icy wall behind Orion with a sickening crunch. Sherry's eyes went wide. How did you move them without touching them?" "You focus too much on the dolls," Orion said, stepping into her personal space. He placed a hand on the wall behind her, and the ice instantly hummed with a high-frequency vibration. "Focus on the source." With a sudden, sharp gesture, Orion sent a telekinetic pulse through the wall. The entire section of the labyrinth wall shattered outward, the shockwave catching Sherry and tossing her harmlessly into a pile of loose snow. She was unconscious before she hit the ground. Orion stepped over her, emerging into the inner sanctum. The scene before him was dire. Grey was standing in the path of Lion, his face contorted in agony. The massive block of ice holding Deliura was now half melted. The demon's monstrous, clawed hand was visible, twitching slightly as the outer layer of ice dripped away. "You don't understand, Grey!" Lion shouted, his eyes wide and bloodshot. "Ur didn't die to protect the world. She died to protect you. She gave her life because she couldn't defeat this thing. By melting it and defeating it, I am finally proving that my strength exceeds hers. That wasn't her intention." Grey screamed. "She gave her life so we could live. She didn't want you to seek vengeance, she wanted you to find peace. Peace is for the weak." Lion countered. He raised his hands, and the entire room began to freeze. "Ice make, ice geyser." The floor beneath Grey erupted into massive, jagged pillars of ice. Grey barely managed to backflip out of the way, but he was trapped against the melting, demonic arm of Deliura. Orion stood at the edge of the platform, observing. He could see the residual magical energy of the moon drip ritual feeding into the ice. It was a parasitic spell. It wasn't just melting the ice, it was draining the life force of the entire island to sustain its output. Ding! System task update: the ritual cannot be stopped by physical force alone. The moon drip must be reversed. Orion's eyes glowed with a deep, starlit blue. He could see the ley lines of the ritual, thin threads of purple energy tethered to the moon above. He had to sever them. "Grey! Hold him off for 10 seconds!" Orion shouted, leaping into the air, his flight magic propelling him toward the ceiling of the cavern. 10 seconds! Are you crazy? Grey yelled, dodging another onslaught of ice eagles. Orion ignored the shout. He reached the ceiling, directly above the focal point of the violet light. He channeled every ounce of his spatial and void magic into his palms. Advanced enchantment, spatial reversal. He slammed his hands against the ice ceiling. A massive, complex runic circle expanded, glowing with the same midnight blue color as his own aura. He didn't try to destroy the light, he inverted the flow. The violet light, which had been pouring down to melt the ice, suddenly stuttered. For a heart-wrenching second, it pulsed, and then, with a sound like a thunderclap, the beam began to retreat upward. The effect on the cavern was instantaneous. The melting ice around Deliura began to refreeze. The liquid water hissed and turned into solid, jagged frost. The demon's hand, which had been nearly free, was instantly encased in a thick, new layer of permafrost. No! Lion shrieked, looking up in horror as his ritual was undone. My work! My masterpiece! The purple moon in the sky above began to dim, its color shifting back toward a natural white. It's over, Lion. Orion landed softly on the ice, his face pale from the massive magical exertion. He leaned against the wall, catching his breath. The ritual is broken. The moon is returning to normal. Deliura will never wake up. Lion fell to his knees, his hands trembling. The obsession that had driven him for years had been snuffed out in an instant. Gray walked slowly toward his former fellow student, his expression a mix of sorrow and pity. It's done, Lion. It's finally over. Suddenly, the cavern shook again. But this time, it wasn't the ritual. The ice beneath their feet began to fracture. A dark, black smoke started leaking out of the demon's frozen body, and a new, even more powerful magical signature began to manifest at the cavern's entrance. A man in a sleek, dark suit, with a cold, calculating smile, stepped out from the shadows of the maze. A commendable effort, fairy tale, the man said, his voice smooth and dangerous. But you've only delayed the inevitable. And I believe it's time I introduced myself. My name is Zalti, and I have a great interest in the contents of that block of ice. Orion's eyes narrowed. His aura reading didn't just show magic, it showed a terrifying, ancient, and hollow darkness. This man wasn't a cultist. He was something else entirely. Zalti, Orion muttered, his hand instinctively moving to his side. You're no cult member. Who are you? The man smiled, and for a fleeting second, the shadows in the room seemed to bow toward him. I am simply a collector of history. And the history of this demon is about to reach its final chapter. Chapter 15, The Arc of Time and the Fallen Demon, a collector of history. Orion repeated, his midnight blue eyes narrowing as he analyzed the strange man. Through his aura reading, Orion could see something startling. The magical signature radiating from the man named Zalti wasn't masculine, nor did it match his physical appearance. It was a projection, a complex transformation spell hiding a vastly more powerful, feminine presence beneath. You're not who you appear to be, Orion stated calmly. And you have no business with this ice. Zalti chuckled, tapping his chin. Perceptive. But my true identity is irrelevant. What matters is the specimen trapped within that block of ice. I cannot allow you to refreeze it. That demon belongs to my guild. Zalti raised his hands. A strange, clock-like magical circle materialized in front of him, glowing with a pale, golden light. Arc of time, fast forward. He pointed at the massive block of ice holding Deliura. Instantly, the permafrost that Orion had just forced to refreeze began to rapidly melt, vaporizing into steam at an impossible rate. What did he just do? Gray yelled, shielding his face from the intense blast of steam. He's melting the iced shell without the moon drip. It's not heat magic, Orion deduced instantly, his photographic memory and aura reading working in tandem. He's manipulating time. He's fast-forwarding the timeline of the ice to the exact moment it would have completely melted. Exactly, Zalti smiled mockingly. Against the absolute authority of time, your spatial tricks are useless. Is that so? Orion smirked. He raised his right hand, tapping into the core of his Void Dragon Slayer magic. Space and time were two sides of the same coin. If Zalti could accelerate time, Orion could warp the space it occupied. Spatial magic, Void Lock. Orion clenched his fist. Space immediately surrounding Zalti violently distorted, collapsing inward like a localized black hole. The sheer gravitational density froze the ambient ether nano in the air, forcefully severing Zalti's connection to the ice. Zalti gasped, his eyes widening in genuine shock as his time magic abruptly fizzled out. You isolated the space around me? You cut off my magic. Time needs space to exist in, Orion said coldly, stepping forward. If I crush the space around your spell, your time manipulation has nowhere to go. Before Orion could deliver a finishing blow, a deafening, earth-shattering roar echoed through the cavern. The brief window of accelerated time had been enough. The final layer of the iced shell cracked and shattered into a million glittering shards. The disaster demon, Deliura, was completely free. Its massive, skeletal frame broke through the remaining steam. Its eyes glowed with a sickening red light, and it raised its gargantuan arms, preparing to smash the tiny humans beneath it. Deliura! Lion screamed, his eyes wide with a manic mix of terror and excitement. He prepared to cast his ice magic. I will defeat you. No. Get out of the way, Lion! Grey yelled. He threw his arms across his chest in an X formation, a complex, self-sacrificing magic circle appearing before him. I won't let it destroy anything else. Iced shell. Stop it, Grey! Natsu's voice roared. Natsu came crashing down from the upper labyrinth, his fists entirely engulfed in white-hot flames. He slammed into Grey, tackling the ice wizard to the floor and breaking his stance before he could cast the suicidal spell. Get off me, Natsu! I have to seal it! Grey shouted, struggling against the dragon slayer. You're not throwing your life away! Natsu yelled back, pinning Grey down. We're fairy tale wizards. We fight together, and we live together. Deliura unleashed another terrifying roar, bringing its massive fists down toward the group. Orion braced himself, preparing to unleash a massive gravitational field to stop the attack. But as he looked up through his aura reading, he paused. The demon had no life force. As Deliura swung its arms down, the sheer force of its own movement caused its physical body to violently crack. The roar turned into a hollow, brittle sound. Before its fists could even reach the ground, the massive demon froze mid-strike. Then, right before their eyes, the gargantuan monster simply crumbled. Its arms shattered into dust. Its torso cracked and collapsed inward. Within seconds, the invincible demon of disaster collapsed into a massive pile of lifeless, grey ash. The cavern fell into absolute, stunning silence. It's dead. Natsu blinked, letting go of Grey. Grey stared at the pile of ash, his eyes wide with shock. Then, the realization washed over him. The iced shell hadn't just been a seal. For 10 long years, the ice created by Erza's life force had been slowly, steadily draining the demon's vitality. She hadn't just frozen it, she had killed it. Grey whispered, tears finally breaking through his hardened exterior. You really did protect us. Even after all this time. Lion fell to his knees in the ash, his hands shaking. It's gone, the monster is dead, and I couldn't even touch it. Was always stronger than me. I was a fool. Across the cavern, Zalti clicked his tongue in annoyance. Well, that is incredibly disappointing. The demon is dead, making my trip here entirely pointless. Grimoire. Heart will not be pleased. Zalti turned to Orion, his masked expression turning deadly serious. You have a terrifying grasp of magic, Orion Valen Thorne. A wizard who can manipulate space and gravity with such precision. I will remember this. With a swirl of golden time magic, Zalti's body distorted and faded away, teleporting out of the cavern. Ding! System task completed, the Cult of the Moon. Rewards distributed, absolute ice nullification and 1 daily. Sign-in token. A wave of warmth pulsed through Orion, granting him total immunity to all forms of ice and freezing magic. Would you like to use your daily sign-in token at Delira's chamber? Yes. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward, time-space. Resistance, host is now highly resistant to temporal alterations, time stops, and forced spatial displacement. Incredible, Orion thought. Altair's time magic will barely affect me next time we meet. Hey! Are you guys okay? Lucy's voice echoed as she and Happy finally managed to navigate down to the bottom of the ruined cavern, accompanied by a very dazed Sherry, Yuka, and Toby. We're fine, Lucy, Orion smiled, dusting off his coat. The demon is gone. Gray stood up, offering a hand to Lion. The silver-haired wizard looked at the hand for a long moment before finally taking it, a heavy, long overdue sense of peace settling between the two disciples of Or. Come on, Gray said softly. Let's get out of this cave. As the group walked back up to the surface, the sun had fully risen, bathing Galuna Island in natural light. Natsu stretched his arms, grinning widely. All right. The demon is dead, and the cult is stopped. That means the job is done, right? Not quite, Orion said, pointing toward the sky. Even though it was daytime, the faint, unnatural outline of the purple moon was still visible against the blue sky. The moon drip is destroyed, but the moon is still purple, Lucy observed, her heart sinking. The villagers are still cursed. Mocha said the purple moon is what causes their transformations, Orion noted, his aura reading scanning the atmosphere. Above the island, the moon drip ritual collected corrupted ether nano and gathered it in the sky above the island to draw power. It formed a massive, crystallized dome of evil magic high in the atmosphere. That dome is acting like a filter, making the moon look purple and driving the villagers mad. A dome of magic. Natsu cracked his knuckles. So if we smash the dome in the sky, the moon goes back to normal. Exactly, Orion nodded. Great. Natsu cheered. But, how do we smash something that high up in the sky? Before Orion could suggest using his flight and gravity magic, a chilling, terrifying magical pressure suddenly enveloped the entire jungle. The sheer weight of the Aurum made Natsu, Gray, and Lucy instantly freeze in their tracks, their faces draining of all color. Heavy, armored footsteps echoed from the jungle path. I can tell you how to smash it, a sharp, furious voice rang out. Stepping out from the trees, her scarlet hair catching the sunlight, and her brown eyes burning with unparalleled wrath, was Erza Scarlet. Erza! Natsu and Gray shrieked in unison, hugging each other in absolute terror. Erza drew her massive broadsword, pointing it directly at the trembling fairy tale. Wizards! You stole an S-class quest. You disobeyed the master. And you dragged Orion into your mess. Prepare yourselves for punishment. Orion chuckled nervously, raising his hands in surrender. Defeating dark guilds and ancient demons was one thing, but an angry Erza Scarlet was a true disaster-level threat. Chapter 16, The False Moon and the Iron Shadow. Punishment. Natsu stammered, his confident demeanor vanishing instantly as he backed away from Erza's leveled broadsword. See, come on, Erza. We just beat the bad guys and saved the island. You violated guild rules, Erza stated coldly, her eyes narrowing. S-class quests are forbidden for a reason. You could have been killed. Do you have any idea how worried Master Makarov was? He sent me to drag you back by force if necessary. Now, wait a minute, Erza. Orion stepped forward, placing a hand gently on the flat of her blade and lowering it. He remained perfectly calm, his midnight blue eyes meeting her fierce glare. They made a mistake stealing the flyer, yes. But if they hadn't come, the cult would have revived a disaster-level demon, and this entire island would have been wiped out. They did a good thing. Erza looked at Orion, her rigid posture softening just a fraction. She sighed, her sword vanishing into a magical light. I am aware of what you accomplished. I encountered Lion's followers on my way here. But rules are rules. She looked up at the sky, noticing the faint, lingering purple hue. You said there is still a massive dome of corrupted magic above the island. Yet, Natsu nodded rapidly, eager to change the subject. The moon isn't actually cursed. There's just a giant dome of crystallized magic gas. Floating up there, acting like a filter. We need to smash it. Erza's expression hardened with resolve. Very well. We will finish this job. Once the sky is cleared, you will all return to Magnolia with me and accept your punishment. Right. Natsu and Grey saluted simultaneously. How do we reach it, though? Lucy asked, looking up. It's miles above us. I have a weapon designed to shatter evil magic, Erza said. A brilliant golden magic circle appeared beneath her feet. Requip, giant's armor. In a flash of light, Erza was clad in a massive, heavy set of golden armor, with a single, abnormally large gauntlet on her right arm. In her hand, she held an enormous, intricately designed polearm. This is the evil crushing spear. Its range is incredible, but reaching the upper atmosphere will require more force than I can generate alone. I'll boost it. Natsu grinned, slamming his blazing fists together. I can help with that too, Orion said, stepping behind Erza. He tapped into his Void Dragon Slayer magic. I'll create a gravitational slipstream to guide the spear and remove all air resistance. Erza nodded. She pulled her right arm back, her massive gauntlet groaning under the strain as she channeled her magic into the spear. Ready, now! With a mighty shout, Erza hurled the massive spear toward the sky. The moment it left her hand, Orion thrust both of his hands forward. Gravity magic, railgun acceleration. A swirling tunnel of distorted space formed around the ascending spear, completely eliminating gravity and friction while exponentially multiplying its velocity. Fire Dragon's Sword Horn. Natsu roared, launching himself into the air and slamming his blazing body against the base of the spear, propelling it with a massive, explosive burst of thrust. The combined attack was breathtaking. The evil crushing spear rocketed into the sky like a shooting star of gold, blue, and roaring red. High above the island, a deafening crack echoed like thunder. The spear pierced the invisible dome of crystallized magic. For a second, nothing happened. Then, the sky seemed to shatter like glass. Massive, dissipating shards of purple magic rained down, dissolving into harmless light before they even reached the jungle. The unnatural violet tint vanished entirely, replaced by the clear, pure blue of the afternoon sky. We did it! Lucy cheered. Ding! System task completed, the moon's curse. Rewards distributed, advanced illusion magic and 1 daily sign-in token. As the sky cleared, the group rushed back to the demon village. When they arrived, the gates were wide open. The villagers were gathered in the center, looking up at the sky with wide eyes. But as Orion and the others approached, they noticed something strange. The villagers hadn't turned back into humans. They still had their horns, wings, and scales. The moon is fixed. Natsu shouted, confused. Why are you guys still monsters? Mocha, the village chief, stepped forward. He looked at his clawed hands, a sudden realization washing over his face. Tears began to stream from his eyes. The curse, it wasn't transforming us. It was altering our memories. What do you mean? Grey asked. We were never human, Mocha wept, a wide, joyful smile spreading across his demonic face. We are the demon tribe of Galuna Island. This is our true form. The corrupted light of the moon drip ritual messed with our minds, making us forget who we were. We thought we were humans cursed to become demons. But we were just demons who forgot their true nature. Suddenly, a small boat pulled up to the nearby shore. The man who had brought them to the island, Bobo, ran up the beach. Chief Mocha! Bobo! You're alive! Mocha cried. Bobo's human disguise melted away, revealing his true demonic form, complete with wings and a tail. We remember everything now, the villagers cheered, rejoicing and embracing one another. The fairy tale wizards stood there, stunned for a moment, before breaking into relieved laughter. They hadn't cured a physical curse, but they had saved the village all the same. To celebrate, the demons threw a massive, island-wide banquet. Large bonfires were lit on the beach. Orion happily joined Natsu in devouring massive platters of spit-roasted island fowls, glazed tropical fish, and massive bowls of fresh, sweet mangoes and coconuts. The food was incredible, and the demons were surprisingly excellent hosts. Before they left, Chief Mocha approached Lucy, handing her a beautiful golden key. We do not have 7 million jewels to offer you. But this key has been passed down in our village for generations. Please, accept it as our thanks. Lucy gasped, her eyes shining as she took the key. The Gate of the Archer. Sagittarius. Thank you so much. Would you like to use your daily sign-in token at Galuna Demon Village? Yes, Orion thought. Ding! Sign-in successful. Reward, Absolute Curse. Nullification, Passive, Host is completely immune to all forms of curses, hexes, and dark magic afflictions. Perfect, Orion smiled, taking another bite of roasted fish. Curses were notoriously tricky in this world, and now he never had to worry about them. The boat ride back to Harjan was peaceful, though Natsu spent the entire time hanging over the railing, sick to his stomach once again. Once they boarded the train back to Magnolia, the jovial atmosphere finally began to fade, replaced by a looming sense of dread. Master Makarov is going to be furious, Erza stated simply, her arms crossed as she sat in the train car. Be prepared for the worst. You may be suspended, or forced to clean the guild hall for a year. I don't care, Natsu grinned weakly from the floor. We did an S-class job, and we survived. Thanks to Orion, Grey pointed out. If he hadn't come along, Zalti or Lion might have actually killed us. We're a team, Orion smiled, looking out the window as the familiar cityscape of Magnolia came into view. We watch each other's backs. The train pulled into the station. The group stepped off, carrying their bags, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the streets. They walked through the bustling town, mentally preparing themselves for Makarov's wrath. However, as they turned the final corner to approach the fairy tale guild hall, the casual banter instantly died in their throats. What is this? Lucy dropped her luggage, her hands flying to her mouth in absolute horror. Erza's eyes widened, her entire body trembling as a terrifying, suffocating wave of killing intent erupted from her. Natsu and Grey stood frozen, their eyes locked on the building. The fairy tale guild hall, their home, was completely destroyed. The massive wooden structure had been violently impaled by dozens of colossal, solid iron pillars. The walls were caved in, the roof was shattered, and the proud emblem of the guild was torn to shreds. Who did this? Natsu whispered, his voice trembling with a terrifying, contained rage. His fists ignited with a dark, blazing fire. Orion's midnight blue eyes turned incredibly cold. His aura reading swept over the massive iron pillars, immediately recognizing the lingering, metallic magic signature. Iron Dragon Slayer magic, Orion said, his voice dropping to a dangerous, icy whisper. Phantom Lord. The gears of war had begun to turn. Someone had attacked their family. And Fairy Tale was about to show the world exactly why they were the most feared guild in Fiore. Chapter 17, the master's wrath and the declaration of war, the sight of the fairy tale guild hall, a place of warmth, laughter, and endless brawls, reduced to a shattered husk of wood and twisted metal, sent a shockwave of profound anger through the returning wizards. Massive, cold iron pillars, easily the size of ancient tree trunks, had been violently driven through the roof and walls, effectively crucifying the building. Who did this? Natsu roared, his voice cracking with fury. His fists ignited into massive, roaring flames that threatened to melt the cobblestones beneath his feet. Show yourself. I'll turn you to ash. Calm down, Natsu, Orion said, though his own midnight blue eyes were hardened into chips of ice. His aura reading swept the surrounding area, finding no active enemies, only the lingering, metallic scent of the attack. They're long gone. This was a calculated strike. Erza's hands were trembling, her knuckles white as she gripped the hilt of a sword she had instinctively requipped. Phantom Lord. Our rival guild. To think they would sink this low. Hey! You guys are back, a voice called out. The group turned to see Myra Jane peeking out from a hidden wooden trapdoor leading to the guild's underground storage cellar. Despite the devastation above, she offered them a strained, comforting smile. Everyone's down here. Come on in. Natsu, Gray, Erza, Lucy, and Orion climbed down the wooden ladder into the dimly lit basement. It was crowded, smelling of damp earth and spilled ale. The guild members were sitting on crates and barrels, drinking quietly. There was no fighting, no laughing, and no joy. The atmosphere was incredibly heavy. Master Makarov was sitting on a barrel near the center of the room, calmly drinking from a massive wooden tankard. He didn't look angry, he looked entirely indifferent. Old man! Natsu yelled, marching right up to Makarov. What are we doing sitting down here in the dark? Phantom Lord destroyed our guild. We have to go smash their guild hall right now. Makarov took a slow sip of his ale and set the tankard down. We are doing no such thing, Natsu. What? Why not? Natsu demanded, his teeth grinding together. Because it is just a building, Makarov said calmly, looking around it. His silent guild members. A tavern can be rebuilt. Wood and stone can be replaced. No one was hurt in the attack because it happened in the dead of night. They attacked an empty building to provoke us. Makarov looked up, his eyes meeting Natsu's. A guild is not the building, Natsu. It is the people. As long as my family is safe and unharmed, I have no reason to start a war that will only bring the Magic Council down on our heads. We will endure this. Natsu looked like he was about to explode with rage, but Orion placed a firm hand on his shoulder. He's right, Natsu, Orion said softly, though the restrained power in his voice made everyone in the cellar listen. Phantom Lord wants us to rush in blindly. They want us to look like the aggressors to the council. As long as everyone here is breathing, they haven't actually taken anything from us. Natsu gritted his teeth, looking away, but he didn't argue further. He knew Orion and the Master were speaking sense, even if his dragon instincts were screaming for retaliation. Lucy let out a long sigh of relief, though her eyes were filled with a strange, hidden guilt. I'm just glad everyone is okay. The night passed in tense, suffocating silence. Most of the guild members slept on the floor of the cellar, while others took turns keeping watch. Orion spent the night meditating, circulating his Void Dragon Slayer magic. He knew the lore. He knew Phantom Lord wasn't going to stop at just the building, and he knew who their actual target was. He stayed close to Lucy, ready to intervene if anyone tried to snatch her in the dark. But the attack didn't come for Lucy that night. The next morning, the sun rose over Magnolia, casting a deceptively peaceful light over the town. Orion, Natsu, and Gray had just stepped out of the cellar to get some fresh air when a frantic townsman ran up to them, his face pale with terror. Fairy tale. Come quick, the man gasped, pointing toward the town's central park. It's your wizards. In the park. A cold dread pooled in Orion's stomach. Team Shadow Gear. Without a word, Orion, Natsu, and Grey bolted toward the park, with Erza and Lucy quickly following close behind. When they burst through the trees into the central clearing, the horrific sight completely paralyzed them. Tied to the massive, ancient oak tree in the center of the park were 3 fairy tale wizards, Jet, Droy, and Levi McGarden. They were battered, bruised, and completely unconscious, their clothes torn and soaked in blood. The iron chains binding them to the tree were cruel and tightly wound. But the most sickening detail of all was the large, jagged Phantom Lord guild mark painted directly onto Levi's exposed stomach. Levi! Lucy gasped, tears instantly welling in her eyes as she covered her mouth in absolute horror. Jet! Droy! Grey yelled, running forward to try and break the iron chains, but the magical metal was incredibly dense. Natsu stood perfectly still, his eyes wide, his pupils shrinking into feral slits. The flames that erupted around his body weren't normal, they were a terrifying, dark crimson, burning with absolute, unchecked fury. Orion walked forward, his face completely devoid of emotion. But the space around him began to violently warp and distort, the air pressure dropping so drastically that the nearby grass flattened. He placed his hands on the iron chains binding Levi. Absolute iron nullification, Orion murmured, utilizing the resistance he had gained from the system. He channeled his magic, and the dense iron chains simply turned to dust beneath his fingertips, allowing the 3 injured wizards to fall gently into Grey and Natsu's waiting arms. They're barely breathing, Grey said, his voice trembling with rage. Heavy, slow footsteps crunched against the gravel pathway. Master Makarov walked into the clearing. His expression was completely hidden under the shadow of his hat. He stopped in front of the tree, looking down at his 3 young, bleeding wizards. For a long moment, the park was dead silent. Then, Makarov's walking stick snapped cleanly in half under his grip. A terrifying, catastrophic magical pressure erupted from the tiny old man. The sky above Magnolia darkened instantly. The sheer weight of Makarov's magical aura caused the ground to violently shake, cracking the cobblestones and making the very air vibrate with raw, golden power. I can tolerate my tavern being destroyed, Makarov's voice rumbled, no longer sounding like an old man, but like an ancient, wrathful god. I can look the other way when they strike our pride. But this is unforgivable. Makarov slowly raised his head. His eyes were glowing with a terrifying, blinding golden light, his physical body beginning to rapidly expand and grow as he tapped into his giant magic. No parent can stand by while their children are bleeding. Makarov roared, his voice echoing across the entire town like thunder. Phantom Lord has crossed the line. This is war. Yet! Natsu screamed, firing a massive pillar of flames into the sky. The mechanical voice of the system chimed perfectly in Orion's mind, matching the warlike atmosphere. Ding! System task generated, the drums of war. Description: the rival guild Phantom Lord has declared war on Fairy Tale. March to Oaktown, assault the Phantom Lord branch, and crush their forces. Reward: advanced iron magic resistance, passive, and 2 daily sign-in tokens. Orion's midnight blue eyes glowed with dangerous intensity. He looked at Lucy, who was openly weeping as poor Lyusika, the guild's medical advisor, arrived to take the injured Shadow Gear members away on stretchers. Lucy looked terrified, and Orion knew exactly why. She thought this was all her fault. She thought Phantom Lord was here because of her father's money. Orion walked over and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Stay here with Myra Jane, Lucy. Keep the injured safe. Orion. Lucy sniffled. Be careful. Don't worry, Orion said coldly, turning toward the path leading out of Magnolia. I'm not the one who needs to be careful. Within the hour, the entire fighting force of Fairy Tale Natsu, Grey, Erza, Elfman, Loke, Macau, Wakaba, Kana, and Orion stood at the edge of town, led by a massive, enraged Master Makarov. We march to Oak Town. Makarov commanded, pointing his massive finger toward the horizon. We will show them the true terror of Fairy Tale. The group set off at a dead sprint. There was no hesitation, no fear, and no mercy in their hearts. Phantom Lord had drawn first blood, and Fairy Tale was coming to collect the debt. The Phantom Lord Guildhall in Oaktown was a massive, gloomy, castle-like structure sitting at the edge of a cliff. As the Fairy Tale wizards approached the heavy wooden doors, they didn't bother knocking. Natsu leaped forward, engulfing his right leg in an inferno of blazing fire. Fire dragons! Talon! Boom! The massive iron-reinforced doors exploded inward, sending splinters and shrapnel flying into the dark, crowded guild hall. Hundreds of Phantom Lord wizards turned in shock, dropping their drinks and drawing their weapons. The smoke cleared, revealing Makarov standing at the front, flanked by Erza, Natsu, Grey, and Orion. Fairy Tale, a Phantom Lord wizard yelled in disbelief. They actually came here. Makarov stepped into the enemy guild hall, his eyes burning with absolute, uncompromising wrath. Smash everything, Makarov ordered, his voice dangerously low. Leave no one standing. Chapter 18, The Phantom Lord Assault and the Fallen Giant. The moment Makarov gave the order, the Fairy Tale wizards erupted into the Phantom Lord Guildhall like a devastating force of nature. Fire dragons roar! Natsu bellowed, unleashing a massive torrent of blinding flames that swept across the main hall, instantly incinerating the weapons and blasting dozens of Phantom Lord wizards off their feet. Ice make, hammer! Grey yelled, leaping into the air and bringing down a colossal block of solid ice that smashed a group of enemies into the floorboards. Erza was a blur of silver and scarlet. She had requipped into her Heaven's Wheel armor, sending waves of magical swords raining down upon the rival guild, slicing through their defenses with absolute precision. Do not hold back. Show them the consequences of harming our family. Orion walked calmly into the chaotic fray. His midnight blue eyes glowed as his aura reading tracked the chaotic movements of hundreds of hostiles. He didn't even bother taking his hands out of his pockets. A group of 5 Phantom Lord wizards charged him from the side, wielding enchanted axes and maces. Gravity magic, repulse, Orion murmured. A violent, invisible shockwave of gravitational force erupted from his body, slamming into the attackers like a solid wall of iron and launching them backward through the thick stone pillars of the guild hall. He doesn't even need to chant. Get him from the air, a sniper yelled from the second-floor balcony, preparing to fire a magical energy rifle. Before the sniper could pull the trigger, Orion pinched the space in front of him. Spatial displacement. The sniper suddenly found himself teleported from the safe balcony directly into the path of Natsu's blazing fist. Natsu didn't even pause, punching the disoriented sniper across the room with explosive force. Where is Jose? Makarov roared, his voice shaking the foundation of the building as he grew to the size of a giant, stomping his massive foot down and crushing a dozen Phantom Lord members beneath his heel. He looked up toward the darkened upper levels. Show yourself, you coward! Makarov shrank back down to his normal size and bounded up the spiraling stone staircase toward the guildmaster's quarters, his golden aura blazing with fury. Down on the main floor, the battle was heavily in Fairy Tale's favor. The sheer quality of their wizards completely outclassed Phantom Lord's numbers. But suddenly, the massive iron chandelier hanging above the center of the hall detached from the ceiling, plummeting directly toward Elfman. Elfman, look out! Grey shouted. Elfman braced himself, his arm glowing as he prepared to use his beast takeover magic. But before the chandelier could crush him, it violently halted in mid-air, suspended by an invisible force. Orion had his hand raised, his telekinesis locking the massive iron fixture in place. He effortlessly tossed it aside, sending it crashing into a far wall. However, from the shadows of the ceiling, a heavy, metallic object came dropping down, completely bypassing Orion's telekinetic grip. Crash! A tall, menacing man with long, wild black hair, multiple iron piercings across his face, and a cruel, jagged grin landed in the center of the fairy tale wizards. The floor cracked under his sheer weight. Gajeel Red Fox, the Iron Dragon Slayer, chuckled darkly, rolling his shoulders. I was getting bored waiting up there. So you're the fairy tale trash that came to my house. You! Natsu roared, instantly recognizing the metallic scent Orion had pointed out earlier. You're the one who destroyed our guild and hurt Levi. Yeah, that was me, Gajeel grinned, transforming his right arm into a massive, jagged iron club. And I'm gonna do the same to you. Iron Dragon's Club. Gajeel swung his heavy arm with terrifying speed. Natsu met the attack head-on. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The clash of blazing fire and solid iron sent a massive shockwave rippling through the guild hall, blowing out the remaining stained glass windows. Natsu gritted his teeth, struggling against the sheer density and weight of Gajeel's iron. Orion stepped forward, preparing to use his Void Dragon Slayer magic to crush Gajeel's iron scales. But as he activated his aura reading to gauge Gajeel's power, his eyes shot upward toward the top floor of the guild hall. His heart dropped. Master Makarov's massive, golden magical signature was rapidly flickering, violently shrinking as if a hole had been torn in his magical container. Upstairs, in the guild master's office, Makarov had kicked the doors open, only to find Jose Porla waiting with a wicked grin. But it was a trap. Before Makarov could strike, a towering, weeping man with a blindfold had slipped out of the shadows directly behind him. It was Arya of the Element 4. How sorrowful! Arya wept. Airspace, Metsu. Arya placed his massive hands directly over Makarov's chest. The terrible, draining magic instantly bypassed Makarov's defenses, forcibly ripping his magical power from his body and scattering it into the wind. Makarov's eyes went wide, his golden aura violently sputtering out. The old man gasped for air, his heart failing under the sudden, catastrophic loss of his magic. He collapsed heavily onto the stone floor. Completely defenseless. Master! Orion shouted from the bottom floor, his voice slicing through the noise of the battle. The master is down. His magic is completely gone. Erza froze, her eyes widening in absolute horror. She stretched her senses upward and felt the terrible truth. Makarov's overwhelming presence had vanished. No! Erza gasped. The invincible pillar of their guild had fallen. Jose Porla's magically amplified, mocking laughter echoed through the entire building. Fools! You walked right into my trap. Without your master, you are nothing but insects. Phantom Lord, crush them all. The morale of the Phantom Lord wizards instantly skyrocketed. They rallied, pushing back against the stunned fairy tale members. Natsu! Grey! We have to retreat! Erza yelled, making the hardest tactical decision of her life. Are you crazy? Natsu roared, pushing against Gajeel's iron club. I'm not leaving until I beat this guy to a pulp. The master needs medical attention immediately or he will die. Erza screamed, tears of frustration streaming down her face. Retreat? This is an order from an S-class wizard. Natsu froze, the word die piercing through his rage. He looked up at the ceiling, his slitted eyes trembling. I'll get the master, Orion said coldly. He didn't wait for permission. In a flash of starlight, he bypassed the floors entirely, teleporting directly into Jose's office. Jose looked surprised for a fraction of a second, but Orion didn't engage. He swept his hand, casting a localized gravity field over the unconscious Makarov, pulling the old man into his arms. "You're not going anywhere." Arya wept, raising his hands to cast another airspace spell. Orion glared at the weeping giant. Spatial magic, compression. The air around Arya violently compressed into a vacuum, suffocating his spell and throwing him forcefully into the back wall. Without waiting for Jose to attack, Orion teleported again, reappearing on the main floor next to Erza. "I have him," Orion said, carefully supporting Makarov's pale, frail body. "Let's move. Everyone, fall back," Erza commanded. Gajeel laughed, transforming his arm back to normal. "Running away with your tails between your legs, fairies. Don't worry, we'll finish you off soon enough." The fairy tale wizards fought their way back out the shattered front doors, carrying their injured and their fallen master. The retreat was silent and agonizing. The righteous fury that had fueled their march was completely gone, replaced by a suffocating, heavy despair. Ding! System task completed, the drums of war, Phase 1. Rewards distributed, advanced iron magic resistance, passive, and 2 daily sign-in tokens. A subtle layer of energy grafted itself onto Orion's skin, making him incredibly resilient against iron-based attacks, the perfect counter for Gajeel Red Fox. But as they marched back toward Magnolia, the rain began to fall in heavy, mournful sheets. Back in Magnolia, the mood was equally grim. The injured members of Shadow Gear were resting in the hidden cellar, closely guarded by Myra Jane and a few other members. Lucy had stepped out into the rain, holding an umbrella, needing a few minutes to clear her head. The guilt was eating her alive. She knew exactly why Phantom Lord was doing this. Her father, Jude Hartfilia, was an incredibly wealthy and ruthless man. He had hired Phantom Lord to bring his runaway daughter back home, no matter the cost. "This is all my fault," Lucy whispered to the empty, rain-slicked street. "Jet. Droy. Levy, the guilt, it's all because of me." "It truly is a tragedy, is it not?" a smooth, theatrical voice called out. Lucy gasped, dropping her umbrella. Standing in the alleyway was a strange man in a green suit, wearing a monocle and a top hat. Beside him stood a beautiful, gloomy woman with blue hair, twirling a parasol. They were Sol and Juvia of the Element 4. "Drip, drip, drop," Juvia murmured, staring at Lucy with hollow eyes. "Juvia has found the target. Stay back!" Lucy yelled, reaching for her golden keys. "Open, Gate of the Crab. Cancer." But before she could even summon her spirit, the ground beneath her feet softened into muddy quicksand. Sol chuckled, manipulating the earth. "Ah, ah, ah! No magic for you, Miss Hartfilia." Juvia raised her hand, sending a swirling, forceful sphere of water crashing into Lucy, trapping her inside a suffocating liquid bubble. Lucy struggled violently, her air running out, until the world finally went black. "The package is secured," Sol smiled, adjusting his monocle. "Let us return to the Master." By the time the defeated fairy tale assault force returned to Magnolia, night had fallen. They laid Master Makarov in a makeshift medical bed in the cellar. Poor Lyusika worked frantically, but her grim expression told them everything. The Master's magic was dangerously depleted, he was clinging to life by a thread. Orion stood near the back of the cellar, his arms crossed. He swept his aura reading over the room, checking on everyone's status. His eyes stopped scanning. He frowned, pushing past Wakaba and Macau. He looked around the cellar, then turned to Myra Jane, who was tending to Gray's bruises. "Myra," Orion said, his voice deadly quiet. "Where is Lucy?" Myra Jane blinked, looking around the crowded room. She was just here a little while ago. She said she needed some fresh air." Natsu's head snapped up. His dragon-enhanced hearing and sense of smell kicked in. He bolted for the cellar ladder, throwing the trap door open and running out into the rain. He dropped to his hands and knees, sniffing the wet cobblestones. He smelled her perfume, mixed with the distinct, metallic scent of Phantom Lord magic. "Natsu!" Erza called out, stepping out into the rain with Orion close behind. "They took her," Natsu whispered, his voice trembling with a mixture of horror and reigniting rage. He looked up, the rain washing down his face. "Phantom Lord took Lucy." The system chimed one more time. Ding! System task generated, they. Princess in the Tower. Description: Lucy Hartfilia has been captured and held at the Phantom Lord headquarters. Rescue her before Jose Porla hands her over to her father. Reward: Advanced Water Magic Resistance, Passive, and 1 daily sign-in token. Orion looked out toward the horizon. The first assault had failed. The master was down. The guild was broken. And now, their friend had been taken. Fairy Tale was pushed to the absolute brink. But as Orion clenched his fists, he knew that Phantom Lord had just made a fatal miscalculation. They hadn't broken Fairy Tale's spirit. They had only removed their restraints. Chapter 19, The Leap of Faith and the Walking Fortress. The pouring rain of Magnolia did nothing to extinguish the roaring, furious flames engulfing Natsu's body. The realization that Phantom Lord had infiltrated their town and kidnapped Lucy right out from under their noses was a massive blow to his pride and his heart. "I'm going back," Natsu growled, his voice feral. He turned toward the road leading to Oak Town. "I'm going to burn that entire castle to the ground and get her back." "You can't just run there, Natsu!" Erza shouted over the storm, grabbing his arm. "The master is critically injured. We are disorganized and exhausted. Rushing back in. Blind is exactly what Jose wants." "I don't care!" Natsu yelled, yanking his arm free. "She's our nakama. I'm not leaving her in that creep's hands for a single second." "Natsu is right about one thing," Orion said calmly, stepping forward into the rain. "We can't leave her there. But running all the way to Oak Town will take hours, and by then, Jose might have already moved her." Orion's midnight blue eyes glowed as he tapped into his Void Dragon Slayer magic. "Grab onto my shoulders, Natsu. Happy, you too. We're taking a shortcut." Natsu didn't hesitate. He grabbed Orion's shoulder, his fiery gaze locked onto the horizon. "Get us there, Orion." Erza watched them, her heart heavy with the responsibility of protecting the rest of the guild. "Bring her back safely." "Orion." "Natsu. That is an order." "Count on it," Orion smirked. With a blinding flash of starlight that briefly illuminated the rainy street, Orion, Natsu, and Happy vanished into the spatial fold. High up in the towering spire of the Phantom Lord Guildhall, Lucy slowly opened her eyes. Her head was pounding, her clothes were damp, and her keys were missing from her belt. She pushed herself off the cold stone floor, looking around a lavish, dimly lit office. Sitting behind a massive mahogany desk, swirling a glass of red wine, was Jose Porla. "Ah, the sleeping princess awakens," Jose smiled thinly, his dark, sunken eyes practically glowing with malice. "Welcome to my humble abode, Miss Hartfilia." Lucy backed away, her back hitting the heavy oak door. It was locked tight. "Jose! What do you want from me? Why did you attack my friends?" Jose chuckled, a dry, grating sound. You have it backward, my dear. I didn't attack Fairy Tail because I wanted to. I attacked them because they were in the way of my true prize. You. Lucy froze. Me. Your father, Jude Hartfilia, is an incredibly wealthy man, Jose explained, standing up and walking around his desk. He hired Phantom Lord to bring his runaway daughter back home. The reward he offered is astronomical. More than enough to fund my guild for a decade. Lucy's heart sank. Her father. The man who had ignored her, controlled her, and treated her like a business asset her entire life. He hadn't sent someone to find her because he missed her, he sent a dark, violent guild to drag her back by force because she was his property. You hurt my friends, you destroyed our guild, just for money. Lucy's voice trembled, but not from fear. A deep, righteous anger began to boil within her. Money makes the world go round, Miss Hartfilia, Jose sneered. And crushing my pathetic rival, Makarov, was just a delightful bonus. You should be happy. You get to return to your life of luxury, and Fairy Tail will be erased from history. Fairy Tail isn't pathetic. Lucy screamed, tears of absolute fury streaming down her face. They are loud and reckless and they destroy things, but they are warm. They treat me like family. They are my true home, and you will never break them. Jose's smile vanished, replaced by a dark, terrifying scowl. Silence, you spoiled brat. You will do as you are told. He reached out to grab her arm. Acting on pure instinct, Lucy dropped to the floor, sweeping her leg out and kicking Jose squarely in the shin. Gah! Jose stumbled backward, completely caught off guard by the physical retaliation. Lucy scrambled to her feet and ran toward the large, stained glass window at the edge of the office. She didn't have her keys. She didn't have any magic. But she had absolute faith in her friends. Without a second thought, Lucy shattered the latch and threw the heavy window open. The roaring wind and rain of Oaktown howled into the room. Are you insane? Jose shouted, reaching for her. We are hundreds of feet in the air. You'll die. Lucy looked back at him, her brown eyes blazing with a defiant, unbreakable spirit. I'd rather fall than go back to that house. Natsu. Orion. I know you're coming. Lucy closed her eyes and leaped out of the towering window, plummeting into the dark, stormy abyss. The wind rushed past her ears in a deafening roar. The ground was approaching at a terrifying speed. For a terrifying second, she wondered if she had made a mistake. Suddenly, the air directly beneath her violently distorted. A shimmering, starlight portal tore open in the middle of the sky. I gotcha, a familiar, fiery voice roared. Natsu blasted out of the portal, propelled by a burst of flames from his feet. He caught Lucy perfectly in mid-air, wrapping his arms securely around her waist. Happy, who had flown out right beside him, instantly hooked his paws into Natsu's jacket and activated his max speed, slowing their descent and gently lowering them to the rocky ground below the tower. Orion materialized next to them, casually stepping out of the spatial rift with his hands in his pockets. Natsu. Happy. Orion. Lucy wept, burying her face into Natsu's scarf. You actually caught me. Of course we did. Natsu grinned, his slitted eyes softening. You're our friend, Lucy. We'd never let you fall. Nice jump, Orion smirked, looking up at the shattered window of the tower where a furious Jose was glaring down at them. But we shouldn't linger. I doubt Jose is going to let his paycheck walk away that easily. Ding! System task completed, the princess in the tower. Rewards distributed, advanced water magic resistance, passive, and 1 daily sign-in token. Orion felt a cool, soothing energy wash over him, rendering him completely immune to Juvia's suffocating water attacks or any other liquid-based magic. Would you like to use your daily sign-in token at Phantom Lord headquarters? Use it, Orion commanded. Ding! Sign-in successful. Reward, structural analysis. Allows the host to instantly perceive the weak points, load-bearing pillars, and magical power sources of any building or construct. Orion's eyes flashed as he looked at the massive Phantom Lord Guildhall. Intricate blueprints and glowing stress points instantly mapped themselves into his brain. He noticed something incredibly strange. The building wasn't just a castle, it was hollowed out, filled with massive magical gears, pistons, and a colossal engine room. We need to go, now, Orion said, his tone turning serious. This building isn't just a guild hall. It's a vehicle. And it's preparing to move. Before Natsu could ask what he meant, Orion grabbed them both and initiated another spatial jump, teleporting them all the way back to the outskirts of Magnolia. Back in the hidden cellar beneath the ruined fairy tale guild hall, the atmosphere was a mix of immense relief and profound sorrow. Lucy had explained everything to the guild. She bowed her head, tears falling onto the wooden floorboards. I'm so sorry. Jet, Droy, Levy, the master, they were all hurt because of me. Phantom Lord is only doing this because my father hired them to bring me back. If I just leave. If I go back to my father, they'll leave you alone. Don't you dare, Erza said firmly, stepping forward and placing a hand on Lucy's head. A flower cannot blossom in an environment it hates. You ran away to find your true home, and you found it here. You are Lucy of fairy tale. We do not sell out our friends for peace. We fight for them. Erza's right. Macau yelled, raising his fist. We don't care about your old man's money. You're one of us. Yet. We'll beat those phantom creeps to a pulp. Wakaba agreed. Lucy looked around the room, seeing nothing but absolute acceptance and fierce loyalty in the eyes of her guild mates. She broke down into heavy, grateful sobs. Suddenly, a massive, terrifying earthquake violently shook the entire town of Magnolia. Dust and debris rained down from the ceiling of the cellar. What's happening? Lucy panicked, grabbing onto a nearby table. It's an earthquake. Happy yelled. Orion's eyes narrowed. No, it's not. Everyone, get outside. The fairy tale wizards scrambled up the ladder, emerging into the pouring rain. They ran toward the docks, looking out over the massive lake that bordered Magnolia. The sight before them was straight out of a nightmare. The Phantom Lord Guildhall, the massive, Gothic castle from Oaktown, was marching across the water. It had sprouted 6 colossal, mechanical spider legs that churned the lake into violent waves. The entire fortress was a walking magical weapon, and it was heading straight for them. It's walking! Gray yelled in disbelief. Jose brought his entire guildhall to us, Erza said, her eyes widening in horror as the front of the castle began to split open. A massive, incredibly complex magic cannon emerged from the center of the walking fortress. The barrel glowed with a terrifying, blinding purple energy, gathering the ambient ether nano from the storm into a highly condensed singularity. That's the magical convergent cannon. Jupiter, Orion stated, his structural analysis instantly identifying the weapon and its catastrophic payload. If that fires, it will wipe out the entire town of Magnolia, not just the guild. He's going to blow up the whole town. Natsu roared. Jose's magically amplified voice boomed across the lake. Hand over Lucy Heartfilia, fairy tale. You have exactly 1 minute to comply, or I will turn your beloved town into a crater. We'll never hand her over. Natsu screamed back. Then perish. Jose laughed maniacally. The Jupiter cannon hummed with devastating power, the purple light reaching critical mass. It's firing! Gray shouted, shielding his eyes. Erza stepped forward, marching to the very edge of the docks. She didn't hesitate. She didn't look back. She summoned the strongest defensive armor in her arsenal. Requip, adamantine armor. Erza was instantly encased in incredibly thick, heavy, turtle-like armor, wielding two massive, interlocking shields. She planted her feet firmly into the wooden docks, her magical aura flaring to its absolute limit. "Erza, what are you doing?" Natsu yelled. "You can't block that. I will not let them destroy our home." Erza shouted, slamming her shields together. Magical barrier, adamantine wall. A colossal, glowing magical shield expanded from her armor, forming a massive dome of absolute defense between the Jupiter cannon and the town. Orion stepped up right beside her. He knew Erza's resolve was unbreakable, but the sheer kinetic force of the Jupiter cannon would severely injure her, taking her out of the upcoming fight. He wasn't about to let that happen. "You don't have to carry the weight alone, Erza," Orion said smoothly. His midnight blue eyes glowed as he raised his right hand, overlapping his magic with hers. "Advanced magical barrier, void aegis," Orion commanded, utilizing the barrier generation skill he had acquired after defeating Lullaby. A secondary, swirling, starlit barrier materialized directly in front of Erza's shield. The Jupiter cannon fired. A catastrophic, blinding beam of purple annihilation tore across the lake, vaporizing the water beneath it, and slammed directly into their combined defenses. The impact was earth-shattering. The shockwave blew the fairy tale wizards off their feet, ripping the roofs off nearby houses and tearing trees out by their roots. But as the smoke and steam cleared, the town of Magnolia still stood. Erza and Orion stood side by side at the edge of the docks. Erza's adamantine shields were smoking, and she was panting heavily, but she was completely uninjured. Orion's void aegis had absorbed the brunt of the destructive energy, warping the excess force harmlessly into the spatial void. "Incredible!" Erza breathed, looking at Orion with profound awe and gratitude. Jose's furious voice echoed across the water. "You blocked Jupiter. No matter. The cannon will take 15 minutes to recharge. I will simply fire it again, and again, until you are all dust." Natsu smashed his blazing fists together, his eyes locked onto the walking fortress. "We have 15 minutes? That's more than enough time." "Right," Gray smirked, freezing the rain around him. "Let's board that piece of junk and smash it from the inside." Orion lowered his hand, his aura reading highlighting the internal structure of the Phantom Lord Guildhall perfectly. He knew exactly where the Jupiter cannon's power core was located. "Natsu, Gray, Elfman," Orion called out, his voice sharp and commanding. "We're going in. Phantom Lord brought the war to our doorstep. It's time we put an end to it." Chapter 20, Infiltrating the Iron Fortress and the Element 4. The massive, mechanical legs of the Phantom Lord Guildhall continued to churn the lake waters, maintaining its menacing position just offshore. The Jupiter cannon, still smoking from its recent discharge, was already humming with gathering ether nano, preparing for its next devastating shot. "We have exactly 14 minutes before that cannon fires again," Orion stated, his structural analysis of the fortress providing him with a perfect internal map. He turned to Natsu, Gray, and Elfman. "I know exactly where the power core is. We need to move fast. Then let's go." Natsu yelled, preparing to jump onto the docks. "Hold on," Orion said, stopping him. "If we just run across the water or swim, they'll pick us off before we even get close. I'll get us inside." He raised his hands, focusing his Void Dragon Slayer magic. He couldn't safely teleport all four of them directly into an unknown, heavily warded area without risking spatial displacement, but he could do the next best thing. "Gravity magic, linear catapult," Orion murmured. He created a concentrated, horizontal tunnel of 0. Gravity and frictionless space leading directly from the docks to a large, broken window on the side of the mechanical fortress. Jump in, Orion instructed. Natsu didn't hesitate. He leaped into the invisible tunnel and was instantly shot forward at blinding speed, completely bypassing the lake and crashing through the fortress window with a loud yell. Gray and Elfman followed immediately, rocketing across the water and landing inside the enemy stronghold. Orion was the last to go, smoothly gliding through the gravitational slipstream and landing softly inside a dark, metallic corridor. The interior of Phantom Lord's moving guildhall was a labyrinth of iron pipes, hissing steam vents, and grinding gears. It felt less like a building and more like the belly of a mechanical beast. "All right, where to?" Gray asked, shaking the water from his hair. "The Jupiter cannon's power core is directly below us, in the central engine room," Orion explained, pointing down a dimly lit hallway. "If we destroy the core, the cannon becomes useless. Natsu, you take point. Gray and Elfman, watch our flanks. We're going to face heavy resistance. Let them come." Elfman roared, his arm transforming into a massive, scaly beast claw. A real man smashes his enemies. The group sprinted down the corridor. Within seconds, alarms blared throughout the fortress. Dozens of Phantom Lord wizards poured out of the side rooms, wielding magical weapons and attempting to block their path. Fire dragons roar. Natsu unleashed a massive torrent of flames, instantly clearing the hallway and sending the enemy wizards flying. They tore through the defenses like a hot knife through butter. The sheer urgency of the 15-minute countdown pushed them to fight with absolute, ruthless efficiency. As they reached a massive set of reinforced iron doors, Orion didn't even bother slowing down. Absolute iron nullification. He placed his hand on the doors, and the thick metal simply rusted and crumbled into dust, allowing them to burst into the central engine room. The room was vast, dominated by a colossal, glowing purple lacrima, the power source of the Jupiter cannon. Standing in front of the lacrima, guarding it, was a familiar figure. It was the weeping giant, Arya of the Element 4. "Oh, the sorrow," Arya wept, wiping tears from beneath his blindfold. "To think you rats would scurry into our home. Your master has already fallen to my magic. Now, it is your turn to experience true despair. You're the one who attacked the old man." Natsu roared, his eyes narrowing with pure hatred. He lunged forward, his fists blazing. "I'll make you pay." "Natsu, wait. His magic drains your power," Orion warned, remembering how easily Arya had incapacitated Makarov. But Natsu was too fast and too furious. He swung a fiery punch directly at Arya's face. Arya simply raised a massive hand. Airspace, Zetsu. An invisible, concussive wave of highly pressurized air erupted from Arya's palm, slamming into Natsu with the force of a solid brick wall. Natsu was violently thrown backward, crashing into a pile of metal crates. "He manipulates the air pressure around him," Orion analyzed quickly, his aura reading highlighting the invisible currents of Arya's magic. "He can create vacuums, solid air walls, and drain magic by disrupting the ether nano in your body." "Ice make, Lance!" Gray shouted, launching a barrage of sharp ice spears at the giant. Arya didn't move. The ice spears hit an invisible barrier of compressed air inches from his body and shattered harmlessly. "How tragic! Your attacks cannot reach me. Then I'll just smash the barrier!" Elfman yelled, leaping into the air and bringing his beast arm down with massive force. Arya sighed. "Airspace, Metsu." He aimed his hand at Elfman. Orion's eyes widened as he saw the same magic draining spell that had taken down Makarov forming. "Not this time," Orion said coldly. In a fraction of a second, Orion utilized his advanced telekinesis to forcefully yank Elfman mid-air, pulling him safely out of the path of Arya's spell. The invisible blast of draining magic hit the far wall, crumbling the stone to dust. "You dodged it," Arya noted, a hint of surprise in his voice. He turned his blindfolded face toward Orion. "You are the one who interfered in the master's office. How sorrowful, your spatial tricks will not save you here." "I don't need tricks," Orion stated, his midnight blue eyes glowing intensely. "Your magic relies on manipulating the air, right?" Orion stepped forward, raising his right hand. He tapped into his Void Dragon Slayer magic. He wasn't just a spatial mage, he commanded gravity and the absolute void. "Let's see how well you control the air when there isn't any." Orion clenched his fist. Vacuum singularity. The space surrounding Arya violently collapsed inward. It wasn't just a manipulation of pressure, Orion completely eradicated the physical air molecules in a localized sphere around the giant. Arya gasped, his hands flying to his throat. His magic, which relied entirely on the presence of air to function, was instantly nullified. He couldn't breathe, he couldn't cast, and he couldn't speak. He stumbled backward, his massive frame trembling as he suffocated in the absolute vacuum. "Natsu! Now!" Orion shouted, maintaining the vacuum sphere just long enough. Natsu recovered, launching himself off the crates like a blazing missile. "Fire! Dragons! Sword horn!" Natsu slammed headfirst into Arya's chest with explosive, concussive force. The giant was sent flying across the room, crashing heavily into the steel wall and sliding to the floor, completely unconscious. "He's down!" Gray cheered. "The cannon!" Elfman pointed to the massive purple lacrima, which was pulsing rapidly, preparing to fire. "We only have 2 minutes left." "I've got it," Natsu grinned. He reeled his fist back, engulfing it in a massive, roaring inferno. "Take this!" Fire Dragon's iron fist. Natsu punched the massive lacrima with everything he had. The crystal shattered into a million pieces, the highly condensed magical energy dissipating harmlessly into the air. Throughout the fortress, the humming vibration of the Jupiter cannon died instantly. Ding! System task update, the Jupiter cannon has been destroyed. However, the Phantom Lord Fortress is still operational. Continue the assault and defeat the remaining Element 4 members. Orion let out a breath, the glow in his eyes fading. That's one problem solved. But Jose won't just give up. Suddenly, the entire fortress violently lurched. The grinding of gears echoed through the walls, and the mechanical structure began to shift and transform. "What the hell is going on now?" Gray yelled, struggling to keep his balance as the floor tilted. Orion's structural analysis updated instantly. "The building is changing shape. Jose is engaging a secondary system." The massive, walking guildhall stood up taller on its mechanical legs. The walls shifted, arms extended from the sides, and a massive, crude face formed near the top. The castle had transformed into a colossal, humanoid mechanical giant. And from the center of the giant's chest, a massive magical circle began to glow, glowing with a dark, ominous energy. "He's preparing to cast Abyss Break," Orion realized, his voice completely serious. "It's forbidden magic. It draws on the power of the 4 elements fire, water, earth, and wind. If that spell completes, it won't just destroy Magnolia, it will wipe out the entire region." 4 elements? Gray muttered, his eyes widening. "The element 4. They're acting as the power sources for the spell." "Exactly," Orion nodded. "Arya is down, which means the spell is unstable, but it can still fire if the other 3 provide enough power. We have to take out the rest of the element 4 to stop the cast." "Leave it to me!" Natsu yelled, punching his fists together. "I'll find M and roast M." "We need to split up," Orion instructed. Grey, Elfman, Natsu. Pick a direction and find the element 4. Stop them at all costs. What about you, Orion? Natsu asked. Orion's gaze drifted upward, toward the highest tower of the mechanical giant. I'm going straight to the top. I'm going to have a little chat with Jose Porla. Chapter 21, The Beast's Awakening and the Rain Woman. The interior of the massive, walking Phantom Lord Guildhall was a labyrinth of shaking metal and grinding gears. With every colossal step the mechanical giant took, the entire building violently shuddered. For most, it was a minor inconvenience. But for Natsu Dragneel, it was absolute torture. Ugh! I think I'm gonna die. Natsu groaned, collapsing onto the iron floor grate. His face was a sickly shade of green, his motion sickness hitting him with full, crippling force now that Orion wasn't there to stabilize the gravity around him. Pathetic, a smug voice echoed through the dimly lit corridor. Stepping out from the shadows was a man wearing a samurai-style outfit, his hair split perfectly down the middle, half black, half white. He carried a katana at his hip and sneered down at the incapacitated dragon slayer. I am Todomaru of the Element 4, the man declared, unsheathing his blade, which immediately ignited with a strange, blue flame. I control the element of fire. I was hoping for a grand duel with the famous salamander, but it seems you can't even stand up. How disappointing! Todomaru raised his blazing sword, preparing to strike. I'll put you out of your misery. Blue fire. Before the flames could reach Natsu, a massive wall of solid ice erupted from the floor, completely blocking the attack. Ice make, shield! Grey yelled, sliding into the corridor with Elfman right behind him. You guys! Natsu cheered weakly from the floor. Todomaru scoffed, jumping back. Ice magic? Fools! You cannot freeze my fire. I control all flames. Todomaru thrust his hand out, attempting to seize control of Natsu's residual heat. Not if I smash you first! Elfman roared, leaping over Grey's ice shield. His right arm violently expanded, covered in dark, heavy scales and razor-sharp claws. Beast arm, black reptile. Elfman brought his massive, scaled fist down with shattering force. Todomaru tried to block with his katana, but the sheer physical power of Elfman's takeover magic snapped the blade in two, and sent the fire wizard crashing headfirst into the iron wall, knocking him completely unconscious. That's 2 down. Grey smirked. He looked down at Natsu. You stay here and try not to throw up. Elfman and I will handle the rest. Don't tell me what to do, Ice Princess. Natsu mumbled, trying and failing to stand up as the fortress took another step. Grey and Elfman split up, running down separate corridors to cover more ground. The clock was ticking. If Abyss Break fired, Magnolia would be wiped off the map. Elfman sprinted down a descending staircase, bursting into a large, cavernous room filled with loose dirt and rubble, a strange sight inside an iron fortress. Ah, the middle child of the Strauss family, a theatrical, mocking voice echoed from the walls. The dirt on the floor swirled and gathered, forming into the shape of Soul, the green-suited, monocle-wearing Earth Wizard of the Element 4. You're the one who kidnapped Lucy. Elfman growled, raising his fists. I'll crush you. Such violence, Soul tutted, wagging a finger. But physical strength is so crude. Let us test your mental fortitude instead. Tell me, Elfman, how is your dear sister, Lysina? Elfman froze. His entire body went rigid, his pupils shrinking as a suffocating wave of trauma washed over him. Shut up! Oh, did I strike a nerve? Soul smirked cruelly, sinking into the earth and popping up behind Elfman. The tragic tale of the fairy tale siblings. You tried to perform a full-body beast takeover to protect your sisters, but your mind was too weak. You lost control. You became a mindless monster, and you struck down your own sister. You are a murderer, Elfman. Shut up! Elfman roared, swinging his beast arm blindly. But Soul easily melted back into the dirt, dodging the attack. Rock magic, plaster! Soul commanded. Massive slabs of solid rock erupted from the floor, slamming into Elfman and pinning his arms and legs against the wall. Elfman struggled, but the rocks were too heavy. The guilt and grief that had haunted him for years paralyzed his mind. He remembered Marajana's tears. He remembered the blood on his hands. He was terrified of his own magic. He was terrified of losing control again. You are weak, Soul sneered, raising a massive boulder above Elfman's head. You couldn't protect your sister then, and you cannot protect your guild now. Die with your regrets. As the boulder descended, a flash of Orion's calm, unwavering face crossed Elfman's mind, followed by Natsu's reckless bravery, and Erza's unyielding shield. Fairy tale doesn't turn its back on its family. I won't let anyone else get hurt. Elfman screamed, tears of absolute resolve streaming down his face. The magical ether nano in the room began to violently vibrate. I am a man of fairy tale. And a real man protects his family. A blinding, terrifying pillar of magical energy erupted from Elfman's body, shattering the rocks holding him. Soul stepped back, his monocle cracking from the sheer magical pressure. What is this? Beast Soul, full body takeover! Elfman roared. His human form vanished, replaced by a towering, muscular behemoth with dark, armored scales, massive curved horns, and claws that could shred steel. But unlike the fateful day in the past, Elfman's eyes weren't blank with feral rage. They were clear and focused. He had conquered his inner demon. Impossible! Soul shrieked, launching dozens of boulders at the beast. Elfman didn't even flinch. He shattered the boulders with a single swipe of his massive claws. In one blindingly fast motion, he crossed the room, grabbed Soul by his green suit, and slammed him into the ceiling with earth-shattering force, before violently throwing him into the floor. Soul lay motionless in a crater of his own making. Elfman panted heavily, slowly reverting back to his human form. He looked at his trembling hands, a tear of pure relief falling from his eye. Myra! I did it! I controlled it! Meanwhile, on the upper external balconies of the walking fortress, the rain was pouring in heavy, relentless sheets. Gray ran out onto the slick metal walkway, looking for a way up to the command center. As he stopped to catch his breath, he noticed a woman standing at the edge of the balcony, holding a pink parasol. It was Juvia of the Element 4. Drip, drip, drop, Juvia murmured, slowly turning around. The rain follows Juvia everywhere. It is a curse of sorrow. You are Grey Fullbuster of Fairy Tale. Juvia has been tasked with your elimination. You're the water user, Grey said, falling into his martial arts stance, his hands glowing with icy blue magic. Make it quick. I don't have time to play in the rain. Juvia raised her hand, her eyes dead and hollow. Water Slicer. A barrage of highly pressurized, razor-sharp blades of water shot toward Grey. Ice make, shield. Grey countered, creating a thick barrier of ice that effortlessly caught and froze the water blades. Grey pushed forward, leaping into the air. Ice make, lance. He hurled a volley of ice spears directly at her. Juvia didn't dodge. The ice spears pierced her body, but instead of drawing blood, her physical form simply turned into liquid water, reforming a second later completely unharmed. Physical attacks and magic cannot harm Juvia's body, she said in a monotone voice. Juvia is made of water. But as Juvia looked up to prepare her next attack, her eyes locked onto Grey. Her hollow, gloomy expression suddenly vanished. Gray stood in the rain, his dark hair plastered to his forehead, his sharp, handsome features set in a look of determined bravery. Without a shirt on, his toned physique was fully displayed. Juvia's heart did a violent, unexpected backflip. A bright red blush spread across her pale cheeks. The gloomy, depressive aura surrounding her completely shattered, replaced by floating, imaginary pink hearts. Oh my, Juvia thought, her hands flying to her hot cheeks. He is so handsome. What is this feeling? Is this love at first sight? Hey! What's wrong with you? Gray asked, confused by her sudden stillness. Are we fighting or not? Juvia. Juvia cannot fight you, she stammered, covering her face with her parasol and turning away in extreme embarrassment. Juvia surrenders. Wait, what? Gray shouted, completely bewildered. You're just giving up. Suddenly, Juvia remembered her mission. She was a Phantom Lord wizard. If she surrendered, Jose would kill her. But if she defeated Gray, she could take him prisoner and keep him all to herself. No. Juvia must fight. She yelled, spinning back around with renewed, obsessive determination. Water lock. A massive sphere of dense, suffocating water materialized around Gray, trapping him inside. Gray struggled, his air supply instantly cut off. Juvia is sorry, my darling. Juvia swooned, watching him float in the bubble. But once you are unconscious, Juvia will take very good care of you. Gray gritted his teeth. He wasn't about to be defeated by a crazy water lady. He placed his hands together inside the sphere. His magic wasn't just about creating ice, it was about absolute cold. The water inside the sphere began to rapidly freeze. In seconds, the entire water lock turned into a solid block of ice, which Gray then shattered from the inside out, dropping to the floor and gasping for air. You froze Juvia's unbreakable water. Juvia gasped in shock, but her blush only deepened. He is so strong. Juvia loves him even more. I told you, Gray smirked, wiping the water from his chin. I don't have time to play. He slammed his hands onto the metal deck. Ice magic. Freeze. A massive, sweeping wave of absolute zero temperature erupted from Gray's hands, freezing the entire balcony, the falling rain, and Juvia's water body. Solid. Juvia was trapped in a block of ice, her eyes wide with a mixture of defeat and absolute adoration before she passed out. With Juvia defeated, the massive magical circle glowing on the chest of the mechanical giant violently flickered and died. The abyss break spell had been completely cancelled. High above the chaos, in the luxurious, dimly lit guild master's office at the very peak of the fortress, the heavy oak doors were gently pushed open. Orion Valen Thorne stepped into the room, his boots making no sound on the plush carpet. Jose Porla was standing by the shattered window, staring out at the failing abyss break circle with an expression of absolute, unhinged fury. Your little giant has lost its spark, Jose, Orion said smoothly, slipping his hands into his pockets. The element 4 is down. The cannon is destroyed. It's over. Jose turned around slowly, his dark eyes burning with a terrifying, malevolent darkness. The ambient magic in the room felt like a suffocating weight. He wasn't just a guild master, he was one of the 10 wizard saints, the strongest mages on the entire continent. Over. Jose whispered, his voice vibrating with raw, terrifying power. Dark, ghostly phantoms began to materialize in the air around him, shrieking in agony. You arrogant little pest! You think defeating my pawns means you have won? I am a wizard. Saint. I will tear your soul from your body and personally grind fairy tale into dust. Orion didn't flinch. His midnight blue eyes began to glow with starlit intensity, and the space around him hummed with gravitational force. A wizard saint? Orion smirked, a dangerous, draconic aura flaring to life. Good. I was looking for a decent warm-up. Chapter 22, The Wizard Saint and the Clash of Dragons. The atmosphere inside the guild master's office was suffocating. The sheer density of José Porla's magical power was enough to make the air feel like thick, toxic syrup. You dare mock the title of Wizard Saint? José's voice dropped to a terrifying, echoing baritone. The shadows in the corners of the room stretched and twisted, rising from the floor as thousands of screaming, ghostly apparitions. I am one of the 10 strongest wizards on this entire continent. I will drown you in an ocean of despair. Shade magic, Orion observed calmly, his aura reading analyzing the thousands of dark, ethereal constructs swarming the room. Impressive quantity. But quantity means nothing if the quality is lacking. Die! José shrieked, pointing a long, pale finger at Orion. The swarm of screeching phantoms lunged forward like a tidal wave of darkness, their claws outstretched, hungry to tear Orion's soul from his body. Orion didn't move from his spot. He simply raised his left hand, his midnight blue eyes flaring with starlit power. Spatial magic, event horizon. Orion pinched his fingers together. The space directly in front of him collapsed into a singularity, a miniature, localized black hole about the size of a marble. The gravitational pull it generated was absolute. The tidal wave of shades shrieked as their ethereal forms were violently sucked into the singularity, compressed and crushed into absolute nothingness in a matter of seconds. José's eyes widened in genuine shock. His army of ghosts had been eradicated without the boy even breaking a sweat. You! José gritted his teeth, his hands glowing with concentrated, destructive dark purple energy. Dead wave! He unleashed a massive, point-blank beam of dark magic directly at Orion. The beam was so powerful it tore the mahogany floorboards to splinters as it traveled. Void Dragon's crushing roar. Orion inhaled deeply and fired his own breath attack. The two massive beams of energy collided in the center of the office. The clash created a blinding shockwave that blew the heavy oak doors off their hinges and completely shattered the remaining walls of the upper tower, exposing them to the raging storm outside. José poured more power into his dead wave, his face twisting with exertion. But to his absolute horror, his dark magic wasn't pushing Orion's attack back, it was being consumed by it. The Void Dragon's roar was crushing the very space José's magic occupied. With a deafening explosion, Orion's roar broke through, blasting José backward. The Phantom Lord Master crashed through his own desk and slammed violently into the back wall of the tower. Gah! José coughed up a splatter of blood, his luxurious coat torn and singed. He looked up, his dark eyes wide with disbelief. A dragon's roar. You're a dragon slayer too. I'm a lot of things, Orion said smoothly, stepping through the smoke, completely unscathed. Would you like to use your daily sign-in token at Phantom Lord Master's quarters? Yes. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward, Advanced Dark Magic Resistance, Passive, Host is highly resistant to curses, Dark Ether Nano, and shadow-based attacks. Orion smirked as a cool sensation washed over his skin. José's magic was now virtually useless against him. Down in the lower levels of the walking fortress, the mechanical giant had finally stopped moving. The destruction of the Jupiter cannon's core and the defeat of the Element 4 had completely shut down the building's engine. For Natsu Dragneel, it was the greatest feeling in the world. Haha! The floor stopped moving. Natsu cheered, jumping up and down, his motion sickness vanishing entirely. His energy skyrocketed, and his slitted eyes locked onto the massive iron doors leading to the main hall. Now I can fight at full strength. He kicked the iron doors open, stepping into the massive, cavernous training hall of the Phantom Lord Guild. Sitting atop a massive pile of scrap metal in the center of the room, chewing on a heavy iron bolt, was Gajeel. Red Fox. Took you long enough, Salamander, Gajeel sneered, swallowing the iron and cracking his neck. I was starting to think. You got squashed by the element 4. I told you I was going to beat you to a pulp, Natsu growled, his fists igniting with blinding, roaring flames. You destroyed our guild. You hurt Levi. I'm going to make you pay for every single thing you did. Gee. Big words for a guy who couldn't even dent me earlier, Gajeel laughed, standing up. His skin began to shimmer, transforming into dark, heavy metallic scales. Iron Dragon's scales. Come and get it, fairy. Trash. Natsu launched himself forward like a rocket. Fire Dragon's iron fist. He slammed his blazing fist directly into Gajeel's face. The impact echoed like a sledgehammer hitting an anvil. But Gajeel didn't even flinch. My scales increase my defense and attack power exponentially, Gajeel smirked through the flames, grabbing Natsu's wrist. You can't burn through iron. Gajeel swung his other arm, forming an iron club. Iron Dragon's club. He slammed the heavy metal directly into Natsu's ribs, sending the Fire Dragon Slayer crashing through a stone pillar. Natsu bounced off the rubble, coughing, but his feral grin never left his face. Is that all you got, metalhead? Natsu inhaled deeply, his chest expanding as he gathered an immense amount of fire into his lungs. Fire. Dragons. Roar. A massive, sweeping inferno blasted across the room, completely engulfing Gajeel in a sea of white-hot flames. The heat was so intense it began to melt the scrap metal scattered around the hall. But as the flames died down, Gajeel stood there, completely unbothered, inhaling the last wisps of smoke. Not bad. But my iron is tougher than that. Iron Dragon's roar. Gajeel fired a terrifying vortex of silver wind packed with millions of razor-sharp iron shards. Natsu crossed his arms, but the iron shrapnel tore through his jacket and sliced his skin, pushing him backward across the hall. You're strong, I'll give you that, Gajeel chuckled, wiping his mouth. But my element is solid. Yours is just hot air. I'm the superior dragon slayer. Natsu wiped a streak of blood from his cheek, his eyes burning with absolute, uncompromising fury. He remembered the sight of the destroyed Guild Hall. He remembered Makarov's wrath, Erza's tears, and Lucy's desperation. You think you're better because you're made of iron? Natsu roared, the flames around his body suddenly compressing, turning a deeper, darker shade of crimson. Fairy tale doesn't fight with metal. We fight with our hearts. Natsu charged forward again, this time with blinding speed. He ducked under Gajeel's iron club and delivered a devastating, fiery uppercut to Gajeel's jaw. Crimson Lotus, Fire Dragon's Fist. Natsu didn't stop. He unleashed a rapid-fire barrage of explosive punches, each one hitting harder and hotter than the last. The sheer, compounding heat began to superheat Gajeel's iron scales, turning them a glowing, searing red. Gah! Hot! Gajeel gritted his teeth, forced to step back as his own iron began to burn him from the outside in. Natsu was literally melting his defenses. The two dragon slayers clashed again, their fists colliding in the center of the hall. Fire and iron exploded outward, shaking the very foundation of the mechanical fortress. It was a battle of pure, primal beasts, and neither was willing to back down. Back at the top of the fortress, José Porla was panting heavily, his face twisted in a mixture of rage and panic. He had thrown everything he had at Orion: dead waves, dark bursts, and swarms of shades, but the boy had effortlessly deflected, absorbed, or nullified every single attack. This is impossible! José screamed, his pristine image completely shattered. I am a wizard saint. I cannot be defeated by a nameless brat from Makarov's pathetic guild. Fairy tale isn't pathetic, Orion said, his voice cold and commanding. He slowly levitated off the ground, his flight magic suspending him in the air. You let greed and jealousy blind you, Jose. You forgot what true strength looks like. Orion raised both of his hands, preparing to end the fight. The ambient ether nano in the room violently rushed toward him, swirling into a massive, concentrated sphere of spatial and gravitational energy. Void dragons. Orion began, the terrifying pressure of his secret art causing the iron beams of the tower to groan and buckle. But suddenly, Orion stopped. He blinked, turning his head toward the shattered window. The dark, stormy clouds that had blanketed Oaktown were suddenly parting. A warm, blinding, golden light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the rain. A familiar, overwhelming, and utterly terrifying magical presence washed over the entire battlefield. It was a presence so profound and absolute that even Gajeel and Natsu stopped their brawl in the lower levels, looking up in awe. Ding! System task generated, the Light of Judgment. Description: Master Makarov has returned to the battlefield. Stand down and allow the Guild Master to deliver the final judgment upon Phantom Lord. Reward: Fairy Law, Knowledge, and 1 daily sign-in token. Orion lowered his hands, a genuine smile spreading across his face as he let his magic dissipate. What are you doing? Jose demanded, trembling violently as he too felt the golden presence approaching. Why did you stop? Because, Orion said, stepping back and gesturing toward the window. This isn't my fight to finish. The boss is here. Floating outside the shattered window, bathed in absolute, divine golden light, was Master Makarov. He wasn't pale or frail anymore. Thanks to Orion rescuing him from Arya's draining spell before it could permanently damage his magical container, and poor Lyusika's emergency healing. The third master of Fairy Tale had fully recovered. And he was furious. Jose, Makarov's voice echoed with the weight of a god. It wasn't loud, but it resonated in the very souls of everyone who heard it. Jose stumbled backward, falling to his knees in absolute terror. Makarov. You were drained. You should be dead. Makarov floated into the ruined office, his glowing eyes locked onto his rival. You harmed my children, Jose. You brought war to my home. And for that, there is no forgiveness. Makarov placed his hands together, his fingers forming a complex, ancient sigil. The golden light surrounding him intensified to a blinding degree, completely illuminating the entire town and the lake below. I will show you the true power of Fairy Tale, Makarov declared. The sacred light that purges all darkness and judges the wicked. Orion shielded his eyes, awestruck as he witnessed one of the 3 great fairy magics being cast in person. Fairy Law! Makarov roared. A catastrophic, silent shockwave of pure, golden light erupted from Makarov's hands. It washed over the entire Phantom Lord fortress, passing through the walls and the iron. The spell was absolute. It automatically identified friend from foe, seeking out those the caster deemed as enemies in their heart. To the Fairy Tale wizards Natsu, Grey, Elfman, and Orion the light felt like a warm, comforting embrace. But to the Phantom Lord wizards, to Gajeel, and to Jose Porla, the light was absolute, unforgiving judgment. The golden light stripped Jose of his dark magic, his strength, and his consciousness in a single, devastating instant. The Phantom Lord Master collapsed to the floor, his reign of terror completely extinguished by the brilliant, unbroken spirit of Fairy Tale. The war was over. Fairy Tale had won. Chapter 23, The Heartfilia Estate and the ties that bind. The blinding, sacred golden light of Fairy Law slowly faded from the sky, leaving the ruined upper office of the Phantom Lord Guildhall in absolute silence. Jose Porla lay unconscious on the splintered floorboards, his dark magical aura completely eradicated. The terrifying, oppressive atmosphere he had generated was gone, replaced by the warm, triumphant presence of Fairy Tale's guild master. Makarov floated down, his feet touching the floor. He exhaled a long, weary breath, his glowing eyes returning to their normal state. Casting Fairy Law took a massive toll, but his posture remained unbroken. "It's over," Makarov said softly, looking at his defeated rival. Orion stood near the shattered window, his midnight blue eyes wide with genuine respect. He had seen incredibly destructive magic in this world, but Fairy Law was something entirely different. It wasn't just raw power, it was pure, conceptual judgment. Ding! System task completed, the light of judgment. Rewards distributed, Fairy Law, knowledge, and 1 daily sign-in token. Instantly, a flood of ancient, impossibly complex runic equations and magical theory poured into Orion's mind. He grasped his head as the knowledge of one of the 3 great fairy magics etched itself into his brain. He understood how it worked. It targeted anyone the caster truly perceived as an enemy in their heart. However, the system also provided a stark warning. Utilizing Fairy Law consumed a massive amount of magical power, and if cast recklessly on a large number of targets, it could drain the user's very lifespan. It was a true ultimate trump card. "Orion," Makarov called out, breaking Orion from his thoughts. The old man smiled warmly. "Thank you for holding him off. You did well, my boy." "I just kept him busy, Master," Orion smiled back. "You delivered the finishing blow." Down in the lower levels, the battle had also come to an abrupt halt. Natsu stood in the center of the training hall, his fists still coated in fading flames. Across from him, Gajeel Red Fox lay flat on his back, knocked completely unconscious by the sweeping wave of Fairy Law. "Hey! Wake up, metalhead!" Natsu yelled, poking Gajeel's cheek with his boot. "I wasn't done beating you up yet." "No fair." Grey and Elfman walked into the room, both looking exhausted but victorious. "Give it a rest, Natsu," Grey sighed, wiping a speck of blood from his forehead. "The master finished it. We won. Let's just go home." The aftermath of the Phantom Lord War was chaotic, to say the least. The Magic Council dispatched dozens of Rune Knights to Oak Town to arrest Jose Porla and officially disband the Phantom Lord Guild. Master Makarov had to stay behind to fill out an endless mountain of paperwork and endure a stern lecture from the council members. By the time Orion, Natsu, Erza, Grey, and Elfman returned to Magnolia, the sun was beginning to set. Despite the total destruction of their guild hall, the atmosphere in town was surprisingly joyous. The citizens of Magnolia lined the streets, cheering and clapping for the fairy tale wizards as they walked by. They were battered, bruised, and covered in dirt, but they walked with their heads held high. "Welcome back, everyone." Myra Jane waved from the ruins of the guild, passing out bandages and cold water. Natsu immediately collapsed onto a pile of unbroken wooden planks. "I'm starving." "Myra, tell me we still have some food left." "I managed to save the kitchen supplies," Myra Jane smiled. "I can make roasted chicken, grilled fish, and plenty of vegetable stew." "Chicken!" Natsu and Happy cheered in unison, their energy instantly returning. Orion grabbed a bottle of water and looked around the crowded ruins. His aura reading swept over the group, checking for injuries, but his eyes narrowed when he noticed someone was missing. "Myra," Orion said, walking over to the barmaid. "Where is Lucy?" Mirajana's smile faltered slightly. She reached into the pocket of her apron and pulled out a neatly folded piece of paper. "I found this on her bed at her apartment. She left a few hours ago." Erza and Natsu walked over, their expressions turning serious. Natsu snatched the letter and read it. She She went home? To her dad's place. She wrote that she can't let her father keep hurting the guild, Myra Jane explained sadly. She thinks that as long as she's a fairy tale wizard, Jude Heartfilia will keep sending people after us. She went back to sever ties properly, or to surrender. Surrender! Natsu yelled, crushing the letter in his fist. No way! After everything we just fought for, she's going back to that jerk. She's doing it to protect us, Erza said softly, though her fists were clenched tight. It's a noble sacrifice. It's a stupid sacrifice, Natsu growled. He turned toward the train station. I'm going after her. Hold on, Orion commanded, stepping in front of Natsu. We're all going. Lucy is our nakama. We don't let our friends fight their battles alone, especially against their own family. Orion tapped into his Void Dragon Slayer magic. He had memorized the spatial coordinates of the Heartfilia estate from his photographic memory of the map earlier. Everyone grab on. We're crashing a family reunion. The Heartfilia estate was a sprawling, opulent mansion surrounded by manicured gardens, towering fountains, and high iron gates. It was a place of immense wealth, but to Lucy, it felt like a gilded cage. She stood in her father's grand, silent office, wearing a beautiful, restrictive Victorian dress she had been forced to put on upon arriving. Sitting behind the massive desk was Jude Heartfilia. He was a stern, cold man who looked at his daughter not with love, but with calculated annoyance. I heard Jose Porla failed, Jude said coldly, not even looking up from his paperwork. A pity. I paid him a small fortune to drag you back. But I suppose it doesn't matter now. You have returned on your own. You will marry the Duke of Lorden next month to secure our new trade routes. Lucy's hands trembled. Her entire life, this man had dictated her every move, ignored her tears, and treated her like a chess piece. But as she stood there, she didn't feel the suffocating fear she used to. She remembered Natsu's blazing smile. She remembered Erza's unwavering shield. She remembered Orion's calm, protective presence. She had found a real family. I'm not marrying anyone, Lucy said, her voice steady and clear. Jude stopped writing and looked up, his eyes narrowing. Excuse me. I didn't come back to surrender, Lucy said, taking a step forward. She reached up and violently tore the frilly, restrictive collar of her expensive dress, an act of sheer defiance. I came back to tell you to your face. I am Lucy Heartfilia. But more importantly, I am a wizard of fairy tale. Jude stood up, his face turning red with anger. You ungrateful brat! I give you everything, and you choose to roll in the mud with those chaotic thugs. Those thugs shed blood for me. Lucy yelled back, tears springing to her eyes, but they were tears of pride. They protected me when you sent a dark guild to kidnap me. If you ever lay a finger on fairy tale again, the entire guild will come for you. And trust me, father. You do not want to make an enemy out of my family. Jude stared at his daughter, completely stunned. The timid, obedient girl was gone. Standing before him was a fierce, independent woman. Lucy turned her back on him and walked toward the massive oak doors. Goodbye, father. I won't be coming back. She pushed the doors open and walked down the grand staircase, her heart pounding in her chest. She had done it. She was finally free. As she walked out of the front doors of the mansion and into the vast gardens, she wiped a tear from her eye. Now, how am I going to afford the train ticket back to Magnolia? We've got you covered, a familiar, cheerful voice called out. Lucy gasped, her eyes widening. Standing in the center of the garden, leaning casually against a marble fountain, were Natsu, Grey, Erza, Happy, and Orion. You guys! Lucy cried, running toward them. What are you doing here? How did you even get here so fast? Orion teleported us, Natsu grinned, crossing his arms. We came to drag you back if your old man tried to lock you up. You really told him off, didn't you? Gray smirked. We heard the whole thing through the window. You were eavesdropping. Lucy blushed furiously, but the massive, brilliant smile on her face couldn't be contained. Erza stepped forward and pulled Lucy into a tight, armored hug. Welcome back, Lucy. Thank you, Lucy wept, burying her face into Erza's shoulder. Thank you all for coming for me. Orion stood near the back, watching the heartwarming reunion with a soft smile. Would you like to use your daily sign-in token at Heartfilia Estate? Yes, Orion thought. Ding. Sign in. Successful. Reward, spatial waypoint. Creation, allows the host to place invisible, permanent spatial anchors anywhere in the world, allowing for instant, unlimited teleportation to those specific locations regardless of distance. Orion's smile widened. That is incredibly useful. No more wasting magic trying to calculate distant coordinates from scratch. He casually tapped his boot against the marble fountain, secretly establishing his first spatial waypoint right in the Heartfilia Gardens, just in case Jude ever tried anything stupid again. He placed a second one on Natsu's scarf and a third on Erza's armor while they were distracted, ensuring he could always jump to his friends no matter where they were. All right, let's head home, Orion said, stepping forward. Myra is cooking up a massive feast, and if we don't get back soon, Natsu is going to eat his own shoes. Hey! I wouldn't eat my shoes. Probably. Natsu argued, making everyone laugh. Orion gathered his magic, the space around them rippling with starlight. In a flash, the fairy tale wizards vanished from the opulent, lonely estate, returning to the loud, chaotic, and loving home they had fought so hard to protect. A new chapter was beginning for Fairy Tale, and with the Phantom Lord War behind them, their bonds were stronger than iron. Chapter 24, The Fading Star and the Lion's Guilt. The morning sun shone brightly over Magnolia, casting a warm glow over the massive construction site where the Fairy Tale Guild Hall used to be. The guild members hadn't let the destruction dampen their spirits for long. While carpenters and earth mages worked on raising a new, much larger building, the guild had set up a massive outdoor tavern under a series of colorful tents. Laughter, shouting, and the clinking of tankards filled the air. Orion sat at a wooden picnic table, enjoying a plate of savory grilled chicken skewers and a bowl of seasoned rice. He watched comfortably as Natsu and Gray immediately got into a fist fight over who was going to carry the heavier wooden beams for the construction workers. They never learn, do they? Lucy sighed, taking a seat next to Orion and resting her chin in her hands. If they stopped fighting, I'd assume they were replaced by imposters, Orion chuckled, taking a bite of his chicken. As they watched the brawl, a familiar figure walked up to their table. It was Loke, the guild's resident playboy, easily recognized by his spiky orange hair and tinted glasses. But today, he wasn't flanked by giggling girls, and his usual confident swagger was completely gone. He looked incredibly pale, dark bags hanging under his eyes. Hey, Lucy, Loke said, his voice quiet and strained. He reached into his pocket and placed 4 tickets on the table. These are for the Akane Resort. It's a luxury hotel by the ocean. I thought you and your team might want to take a vacation after everything that happened with Phantom Lord. Lucy blinked in surprise. Oh! Thank you, Loke. That's incredibly generous of you. But are you okay? You look sick. Loke forced a smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. I'm fine. Just tired. I just wanted to say. I'm glad you joined Fairy Tale. Lucy. You're a great celestial wizard. But my time is up. Before Lucy could ask what he meant, Loke turned and walked away, disappearing into the bustling crowd of Magnolia's streets. Lucy frowned, a knot of worry forming in her stomach. His time is up? What is he talking about? Orion set his skewer down, his midnight blue eyes narrowing. He hadn't just been listening to the conversation, he had passively activated his aura reading the moment Loke approached them. He's dying, Lucy, Orion stated, his voice devoid of its usual casual tone. What? Lucy gasped, standing up so fast her chair scraped loudly against the dirt. Dying. Is he sick? We have to tell poor Lyusika. Poor Lyusika can't help him, Orion said, standing up alongside her. Because Loke isn't human. Lucy froze, staring at Orion in utter confusion. Not human? But he's been in the guild for years. What is he? He's a celestial spirit, Orion explained. My eyes can see the flow of magic. Human ether nano flows from a physical container. But Loke's magic doesn't have a container. He's made entirely of condensed magical energy. And right now, that energy is rapidly leaking out of him. He's a spirit who has stayed in the human world for far too long, and his life force is finally giving out. Lucy's eyes widened as the pieces clicked together in her head. A celestial spirit with orange hair, a sharp suit, and magic centered around light and rings. A spirit who was terrified of her celestial keys when she first joined. Leo. Lucy whispered, her hands flying to her mouth. He's Leo the lion. But why is he in the human world? Why hasn't he gone back to the spirit world to heal? There's only one reason a spirit stays here until they die, Orion said grimly. They were banished. Lucy immediately pulled out one of her silver keys. Open, Gate of the Southern Cross. Crux. With a chime of bells, a floating, elderly spirit with a cross-shaped mustache appeared, sleeping soundly. Lucy violently shook him awake. Crux. I need to know about Leo the lion and his previous summoner. Right now. Crux rubbed his head, tapping into the vast database of the celestial spirit world. Ah! Leo the lion. His previous master was a renowned wizard named Karen Lilica. She was a member of Blue Pegasus. Was. Orion caught the past tense. Yes. She died 3 years ago, Crux explained sorrowfully. Karen was known to be incredibly cruel to her spirits, specifically Ares. To protect Ares from further abuse, Leo forcibly opened his own gate and refused to return to the spirit world, anchoring himself in the human realm. A wizard cannot summon a new spirit if one is already summoned. He demanded Karen release their contracts. Lucy covered her mouth. He was trying to protect his friend. But his actions had dire consequences, Crux continued. Because Leo was tying up her magical power, Karen couldn't summon her other spirits to protect herself during a dangerous mission. She was killed by a dark wizard. Because his stubbornness indirectly caused the death of his summoner, the Celestial Spirit King banished Leo from the spirit world forever. He has been slowly fading in the human world ever since. Tears welled in Lucy's eyes. He blames himself. He's been living in our guild for 3 years, smiling and laughing, while carrying the guilt of murder and slowly dying. Crux nodded, fading back into the spirit world. I'm sorry, Lucy. But the king's decree is absolute. Ding. System task generated, the lion's redemption. Description: intervene in the judgment of Leo the lion. Assist Lucy Heartfilia in forcing the celestial gate open and convince the Spirit King to alter his decree. Reward: advanced celestial/stellar magic and 1 daily sign-in token. Orion's eyes glowed with a fierce, starlit determination. Nothing is absolute. We have to find him, Lucy cried, wiping her tears and breaking into a sprint. If He's ready to die, he'll go to the place where it happened. Karen Lilika's grave, Orion deduced instantly, using his photographic memory to recall the public records of fallen wizards. It's near the twin waterfalls on the outskirts of town. Grab onto me, Lucy. Lucy didn't hesitate. She grabbed Orion's arm. In a flash of midnight blue light, they bypassed the miles of forest and teleported directly to the misty, secluded clearing near the waterfalls. There, kneeling before a weathered tombstone, was Loke. His body was literally falling apart, dissolving into glowing motes of golden light that drifted up into the sky. He looked up, unsurprised to see them. You figured it out, Loke smiled weakly, his physical form turning translucent. I'm sorry you had to see me like this, Lucy. But it's finally over. The pain is fading. Stop it! Lucy yelled, running forward. You didn't mean to kill her. You were just trying to protect Ares. You don't deserve to die for that. The rules of the spirit world are clear, Loke said, lowering his head. A spirit who kills their master is a threat. I accept my punishment. I don't accept it. Lucy screamed. She pulled out all of her golden keys at once. If the spirit world won't let you back in, then I'll force the gate. Open myself. Lucy, no. Loke panicked, his eyes widening. You can't open a banished gate. It will drain your magical container completely. It will kill you. I don't care. I am your friend, and I'm not letting you die. Lucy roared, her body glowing with an intense, blinding golden aura. She pushed her magic to the absolute breaking point. Open! Gate of the Lion. A massive magical shockwave erupted from Lucy, tearing at her physical body. The sheer strain of trying to force open an exiled gate was tearing her magical container apart. She fell to her knees, screaming in pain. But she refused to let go of her magic. Orion stepped right behind her. He placed both of his hands firmly on her shoulders. You're not doing this alone, Orion said smoothly. He activated his ether nano affinity and tapped into his vast, draconic reserves. Advanced enchantment, mana transfer. A torrent of pure, unadulterated magical energy flowed from Orion's body into Lucy's. He acted as an external battery, completely absorbing the terrifying strain of the spell and flooding her container with enough power to rival a wizard saint. With Orion's massive magic fueling her, Lucy's golden aura exploded outward, parting the mist of the waterfalls and shaking the very earth. I said open. Lucy commanded, her voice echoing with the authority of the stars. Suddenly, the space above the waterfall violently cracked. The water stopped flowing. The wind died completely. The sky darkened as a massive, towering portal materialized in the air. From the portal, a colossal figure emerged. He wore a traditional samurai hakama, had a massive, flowing mustache that looked like a starry nebula, and carried a giant broadsword. It was the celestial spirit king. Who dares attempt to break the absolute laws of the spirit world? The king's voice boomed, shaking the ground. Loke fell flat on the ground, completely paralyzed by the king's presence. Your Majesty, please forgive her. She doesn't know what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing, Orion spoke up, stepping out from behind Lucy, completely unaffected by the king's crushing magical pressure. He looked the towering deity directly in the eye. She's doing what a true friend does. She's fighting for her nakama. The Spirit King's glowing eyes shifted to Orion, a hint of surprise crossing his massive face. A human who can manipulate the void, and a celestial wizard with the heart of a lion. The king looked down at Lucy, who was panting heavily but standing her ground. Old friend of the stars. The law is the law. Leo indirectly killed his summoner. If I forgive him, the balance of the spirit world will collapse. Then your law is flawed. Lucy yelled back, pointing a trembling finger at the king. He was protecting a fellow spirit from abuse. Since when is it a crime to protect your friends? If saving a life makes you a criminal, then your laws are wrong. The celestial spirit king fell silent, his massive gaze locked onto the crying, defiant girl. If he must die, Lucy wept, holding out her golden keys. Then take my magic instead. I will pay his debt. No, Lucy. Loke sobbed, his heart shattering at her devotion. Orion stepped forward, his midnight blue aura flaring. You're a king. You rule over the stars. But stars aren't bound by rigid, unbending rules. They burn with passion. Leo acted out of compassion. Punishing him for having a heart makes your entire realm lifeless. Let him live. Let him serve Lucy, and let him prove his loyalty. The Spirit King looked between Lucy, Orion, and the fading Loke. He stroked his nebula mustache, the stern expression on his face suddenly softening. Perhaps, the stars have grown too cold, the king rumbled softly. He raised his massive broadsword and pointed it at Loke. Leo the Lion. You have found a summoner who would gladly trade her life for yours. And a powerful ally who speaks the truth of the void. For their sake, and for the sake of the beautiful bond you share. The king swung his sword. Not to strike Loke, but to sever the invisible chains binding him to his punishment. I hereby lift your banishment. Return to the spirit world, heal your wounds, and devote your second life to Lucy. Heart Philia. Loke gasped as a warm, brilliant light enveloped his fading body. The transparency vanished, replaced by solid, vibrant life. Force. He was healed. Your Majesty. Loke wept, bowing his head to the ground. Thank you. The Spirit King smiled, his form beginning to fade back into the portal. Grow strong, old friend of the stars. And you, boy of the void, we shall watch your journey with great interest. With a flash of light, the king vanished, and the waterfall resumed its natural flow. Ding! System task completed, the Lion's Redemption. Rewards distributed, Advanced Celestial/Stellar Magic and 1. Daily Sign-In Token. Orion felt a massive surge of cosmic knowledge flood his mind. The power of the stars. The ability to summon meteors, and the manipulation of stellar light became second nature to him. Loke, fully restored to his peak strength, stood up. He walked over to Lucy, falling to one knee and taking her hand like a true knight. Lucy, you saved my life, Loke said, his voice thick with emotion. A golden key materialized in a flash of light, resting gently in her palm. I am yours. From this day until the end of time, I will fight for you. Lucy clutched the key to her chest, a massive, tearful smile breaking across her face. Welcome to the team, Leo. Loke stood up and turned to Orion, extending his hand. And you supplied the magic to force the gate. You stood up to the king. I owe you a debt I can never repay. Don't worry about it, Orion smirked, shaking Loke's hand firmly. Just don't hit on Lucy too much, or I'll drop a stalactite on you. Loke laughed, a genuine, joyful sound that hadn't left his lips in 3 years. Deal. Now, Orion said, stretching his arms. I believe you gave us some tickets to a luxury resort. I think we've earned a vacation, don't you? Lucy's face lit up instantly. The Akane Resort. Real beds. Room service. Hot springs. Let's go home and pack, Orion smiled. The lion was saved, his powers had grown, and a beach vacation was on the horizon. Things were finally looking up. Chapter 25, The Akane Resort and Shadows of the Past. The Akane Resort was everything Loke had promised and more. Located on a stunning, sun-drenched coastline, the 5-star luxury hotel boasted massive swimming pools, a high-end casino, an underground amusement park, and a private, pristine white sand beach. This is paradise! Lucy cheered, spinning around in her swimsuit as the ocean breeze caught her hair. A real, actual vacation. No fighting, no dark guilds, just pure relaxation. I'm gonna eat everything! Natsu yelled, having finally recovered from the grueling train ride. He sprinted toward a massive outdoor buffet, piling his plate high with grilled lobsters, garlic butter scallops, massive roasted turkey legs, and sweet tropical fruits. Save some for the rest of us, Flame Brain, Grey sighed, casually lounging on a beach chair, naturally having already discarded his shirt and most of his pants. Erza walked out onto the sand, wearing a modest but elegant swimsuit, looking completely at peace. It is good to step away from the battlefield. We have all worked hard. We should enjoy this. Orion leaned against a palm tree, wearing comfortable swimming trunks and an open tropical shirt. He took a sip of a cold coconut drink, his midnight blue eyes scanning the horizon. The ambient ether nano here was calm and soothing, a stark contrast to the chaotic battlefields they had recently left behind. Would you like to use your daily sign-in token at Akane Resort? Yes, Orion thought, enjoying the shade. Ding! Sign-in successful. Reward, amphibious. Adaptation, passive, host can breathe underwater indefinitely, withstand absolute oceanic pressure, and swim at torpedo-like speeds. Very fitting for a beach trip, Orion smirked, feeling his lungs subtly adapt to the new passive ability. The day passed in a blur of idyllic fun. Natsu and Grey had a surfing competition that inevitably devolved into a watery brawl. Lucy completely wiped out the local shopping boutiques, and Erza spent hours happily sampling every single flavor of cake the resort's massive bakery had to offer. As evening approached, the group dressed up and headed to the resort's extravagant underground casino. Erza wore a stunning, backless crimson gown that turned heads the moment she walked into the room. Lucy looked beautiful in a sparkling silver dress, while Natsu, Grey, and Orion wore sharp, tailored suits. I feel so fancy. Lucy giggled, holding a glass of sparkling cider. Orion stood near the roulette table, his photographic memory and enhanced perception making the casino games almost too easy. He had already won enough jewels to pay for Lucy's rent for another 6 months, simply by perfectly calculating the trajectory of the ball. But as Orion turned to hand Lucy a stack of casino chips, his aura reading suddenly spiked. 4 distinct, hostile magical signatures had just entered the casino. But what caught Orion's attention wasn't their power level, it was the bizarre mix of emotions radiating from them. Anger, sorrow, twisted nostalgia, and a deeply ingrained, suffocating fear. Orion scanned the crowd. He spotted them approaching Erza, who was standing alone near the bar. There was a tall, blocky man in a suit, a woman with cat ears and a tail, a young man holding a deck of cards, and a massive, hulking man wearing a jaw guard and an eye patch. Erza, the young man with the cards, called out, his voice a mix of joy and bitter resentment. Erza froze. The glass of sparkling water slipped from her hand, shattering on the casino floor. Her eyes widened in absolute horror, her face draining of all color. Her confident, unyielding posture completely crumbled. Show! Erza whispered, her voice trembling violently. Wally! Miliana! Simon! It's been a long time, sister, Sho smiled, though his eyes were completely dead. Natsu, hearing the glass shatter, immediately pushed through the crowd. Hey! Erza! What's wrong? Do you know these guys? Stay back, Natsu! Erza screamed, a tone of absolute panic in her voice that Natsu had never heard before. Before Natsu could react, Wally, the blocky man, pulled out a magical revolver and pointed it directly at Natsu. Sleep, you loud pest! He pulled the trigger. A bullet made of condensed sleeping magic shot toward Natsu. Gravity magic, deflect, Orion murmured, stepping between them with blinding speed. The space in front of him warped, and the bullet harmlessly ricocheted into the ceiling. What? Wally gasped, his blocky face twisting in shock. Who are you? Orion's midnight blue eyes narrowed, his void dragon slayer magic humming in his veins. He prepared to crush all four of them in an instant. But as he looked at Erza, he hesitated. Erza wasn't summoning her swords. She wasn't fighting back. She was trembling, staring at the floor, absolutely paralyzed by an overwhelming, crushing guilt. She's letting them take her, Orion realized, his aura reading picking up the deep, agonizing sorrow in Erza's heart. These are ghosts from her past. Miliana, get the cat. Sho ordered. The Catwoman squealed with delight, launching magical binding ropes that instantly wrapped around a confused Happy. Kitty. I love kitties. Happy. Natsu yelled, his fists igniting. Let him go. We're taking Erza back, Simon, the hulking man with the eye patch, said in a deep, sorrowful voice. He raised his hands, his magic flaring. To the Tower of Heaven. Absolute darkness. A terrifying, impenetrable wave of pure black magic erupted from Simon, instantly swallowing the entire casino in a blinding, suffocating darkness. It wasn't just an absence of light, it was a sensory deprivation spell. Natsu, Gray, and Lucy were completely blinded. Show. Now. Simon commanded. In the darkness, Sho threw a magical card. It struck Erza, who still refused to raise her defenses. In a flash of light, Erza's physical body was sucked into the two-dimensional card, trapping her inside. We have her. Let's move. Wally shouted. Orion stood perfectly still in the darkness. Simon's spell didn't affect him. His aura reading allowed him to see the flow of magic perfectly clearly. He watched as the four kidnappers grabbed the card containing Erza and the bound Happy, sprinting out of the casino through a side exit. Orion could have stopped them. A simple telekinetic pull or spatial lock would have ended the kidnapping instantly. But as the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, Orion understood the gravity of the situation. Ding! System task generated, the Tower of Heaven. Description: Erza Scarlet has been taken by her former friends from the Tower of Heaven, an illegal cult constructing a massive magical weapon to resurrect Zeref. Rescue Erza, free the slaves, and defeat Jalal Fernandez. Reward: Advanced Heavenly Body Magic Resistance and 2 daily sign-in tokens. If Orion simply took Erza back now, the Tower of Heaven would still exist. The thousands of slaves trapped there would still suffer, and Erza would never confront the demons of her past. Jalal would continue his twisted crusade. The only way to truly free Erza was to tear that tower down to its foundations. Simon's absolute darkness finally lifted. The casino patrons were screaming and panicking, fleeing toward the exits. Natsu blinked his eyes rapidly, looking around the empty space where Erza had just been standing. Erza. Happy. They're gone, Gray gritted his teeth, slamming his fist into a gambling table. They took them. While we were standing. Right here. Lucy fell to her knees, trembling. Who were they? Erza looked so terrified. I've never seen her look like that. They called her sister, Orion said calmly, adjusting his suit jacket. They share a past. A very dark one, judging by the magic I sensed off them. I don't care about their past. Natsu roared, flames violently erupting around his entire body, singing the carpet. They took Happy. They took Erza. I'm going to burn them to ash. Natsu sprinted toward the casino exit, sniffing the air desperately. I can't track them. The salty air from the ocean is messing up my nose. Calm down, Natsu, Orion said, walking past him toward the doors leading to the private beach. You don't need your nose. I know exactly where they are. Natsu, Gray, and Lucy stared at him in shock. You do? I placed a spatial waypoint on Erza's armor back at the Heartfilia estate, Orion explained smoothly. It acts as a permanent, invisible tether. I can track her exact coordinates anywhere in the world. Orion looked out toward the dark, churning ocean. His eyes narrowed as he focused on the tether. It was moving rapidly, miles off the coast, heading toward a massive, hidden magical anomaly in the middle of the sea. They're on a boat, heading deep into international waters, Orion said, his draconic aura beginning to flare, warping the space around him. They're heading toward a massive structure. The Tower of Heaven. Then what are we waiting for? Natsu yelled, punching his fists together. Teleport us there, Orion. I can't teleport us directly onto the tower without knowing the internal layout. The spatial interference from that structure is massive, we could end up trapped in solid stone, Orion explained, pulling off his suit jacket and tossing it aside. But I can get us close. From there, we assault the tower from the outside. I'll summon Aquarius, Lucy said determinedly, pulling out a golden key. She can speed up whatever boat we find to get us there faster. Good, Gray cracked his knuckles, ice forming on his breath despite the warm night air. Nobody kidnaps our friends and gets away with it. Orion raised his hands, channeling his Void Dragon Slayer magic. The air rippled with starlight, forming a massive, swirling portal of midnight blue energy. Erza didn't fight back because she felt guilty, Orion said, his voice cold and resolute. Whatever happened in her past broke her spirit. But we're fairy tale. We don't let the past dictate our future. Let's go get our family back. Natsu gave a feral, fiery grin and leaped into the portal. Gray and Lucy followed immediately. Orion stepped through the spatial rift, the portal snapping shut behind him. The relaxing vacation was officially over. The true nightmare of the Tower of Heaven awaited. Chapter 26, The R System and the Death Game. The spatial portal snapped shut, leaving Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Orion standing on a jagged, isolated rock formation in the middle of the pitch-black ocean. The wind howled, whipping salty spray against their faces. Looming in the distance, piercing the stormy night sky, was a colossal, jagged structure that looked like it was made entirely of dark, crystalline spikes. It radiated an oppressive, suffocating magical pressure that made the very air feel heavy. What is that? Lucy whispered, shivering as she looked at the monstrous building. The Tower of Heaven, Orion stated, his midnight blue eyes narrowing as his aura reading analyzed the structure. It's a massive, illegal magical construct. And the sheer amount of dark ether nano gathered inside it is staggering. Natsu growled, his slitted eyes locked onto the tower. Erza and Happy are in there. Let's go. We need a way across, Gray said, looking at the treacherous, churning waters separating them from the tower's base. Lucy pulled out her golden key. Leave it to me. Open, gate of the water bearer. Aquarius. With a splash of light, the beautiful, mermaid-like celestial spirit appeared in the dark water, holding her signature urn. For once, she didn't look completely furious, she sensed the absolute seriousness of the situation. Aquarius, Lucy said firmly. We need to reach that tower as fast as possible. But keep it quiet. We can't let them know we're coming. Aquarius clicked her tongue but nodded. Hold on tight, girl. She swung her urn, manipulating the ocean currents to create a rapid, completely silent underwater slipstream that carried their small rocky platform forward like a torpedo. Within minutes, they reached the base of the tower. A massive, hidden iron gate served as the loading bay. Orion didn't bother breaking it. He placed his hands on the metal. Absolute iron nullification. The thick iron simply turned to rust and washed away in the tide, allowing the team to slip inside the damp, dimly lit lower caverns. Would you like to use your daily sign-in token at Tower of Heaven lower levels? Yes. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward, Dark Ether Nano. Purification, passive, host's body automatically neutralizes and purifies malevolent or corrupted magical energy in the surrounding environment. Orion immediately felt the oppressive, suffocating atmosphere of the tower lift from his shoulders. The dark magic practically dissolved before it could even touch his skin. Let's split up to cover more ground, Gray suggested, forming ice blades in his hands. No, Orion countered instantly. The magic in this place is designed to isolate and disorient. We stick together. Erza's spatial waypoint is several floors up. Natsu didn't wait for a strategy. He caught a familiar scent. I smell happy. And fish. Natsu bolted down the corridor, blasting a pair of masked cultist guards out of the way. With a casual swing of his fiery fist. The stealth approach was officially over, but Orion hadn't really expected it to last anyway. They rushed up a spiraling stone staircase, following Natsu. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the floor above them. A heavy wooden door was violently blown off its hinges, shattering against the opposite wall. Stepping out of the smoke, wielding a sword she had taken from a guard, was Erza. She wasn't wearing her usual armor, just a simple white dress she had been changed into. Her expression was fiercely determined, but her eyes were red from crying. She had just knocked out Sho, the card wizard who had trapped her. Erza! Natsu yelled, grinning from ear to ear. Erza froze, her eyes widening in utter shock. Natsu? Gray? Lucy? Orion? What are you doing here? We came to get you, obviously. Gray smirked. And I brought Happy. Lucy added, holding the blue cat, whom they had found tied up in a nearby supply closet just moments before. Happy cheered, munching on a fish he had stolen from Miliana's room. Erza didn't smile. Instead, a look of absolute panic washed over her face. You shouldn't have come. You have to leave, right now. This place is too dangerous. The man who runs this tower. Jalal, he's a monster. We're not leaving without you, Natsu said stubbornly, crossing his arms. You don't understand. Erza screamed, dropping her sword. She fell to her knees, trembling violently. I was a slave here. When I was a child. This tower was built by a dark cult trying to resurrect the Black Wizard, Ziref. The hallway fell dead silent. Even Natsu stopped arguing. Erza looked at the floor, the horrific memories bleeding into her voice. We were beaten, starved, and forced to build this monstrosity. Jalal, Sho, Wally, Simon, Miliana, they were my friends. We tried to escape. I led a rebellion. But Jalal. He was possessed by Ziref's dark spirit. He turned on us. He kept my friends here as slaves, manipulated them into thinking I betrayed them, and exiled me. He's been building this tower for 8 years to perform the R system, a resurrection spell that requires a massive human sacrifice. Erza looked up, tears streaming down her face. He brought me back because I am the sacrifice. If you stay here, he will kill you all. Please, just go. Natsu stared at her for a long moment. Then, he walked forward, his face completely hidden by his bangs. He picked up the discarded sword from the floor and tossed it back into Erza's hands. I don't care about Ziref, Natsu said, his voice deadly quiet. And I don't care about this Jalal guy. But I do care that he made you cry. Natsu looked up, his slitted eyes burning with absolute fury. We're fairy tale. We destroy anyone who makes our family cry. Erza gasped, clutching the sword to her chest. Orion walked over, his midnight blue eyes glowing with a calm, reassuring light. You carried this burden alone for a long time, Erza. But you have a new family now. You don't have to be the invincible Titania today. Let us fight for you. Erza looked at the faces of her friends. Natsu's fierce loyalty, Gray's steadfast determination, Lucy's gentle smile, and Orion's unshakable confidence. The paralyzing fear that had gripped her heart finally shattered. She wiped her tears and stood up, her brown eyes blazing with a familiar, warrior's resolve. Thank you. All of you. Suddenly, the magical speakers lining the stone corridors crackled to life. A smooth, incredibly arrogant voice echoed through the entire tower. Welcome, fairy tale wizards. I am Jalal. Erza flinched at the sound of his voice. It seems you've ruined my dramatic reunion with Erza, Jalal chuckled darkly over the intercom. But no matter. It only makes the game more interesting. I have activated the final stage of the R system. The Magic Council is already aware of this tower, and they are preparing to fire the Etherean blast to destroy us. Etherean? Gray gasped. That's the Council's ultimate weapon. It will vaporize this entire island. Exactly, Jalal's voice smirked. But the R system needs massive amounts of magical energy to function. The Etherean blast won't destroy the tower, it will charge it. And to keep you all entertained until the blast arrives, I have hired a special mercenary guild to play with you. The stone walls around them began to shift, revealing dozens of mechanical traps and hidden passageways. I call this the Heaven's Game, Jalal announced. To reach me at the top of the tower, you must defeat my personal guards and the assassins of the Trinity Raven. If you fail, you die. If you succeed, you get to watch Erza become the sacrifice to resurrect the Dark God, Zeref. Let the game begin. The intercom cut off. He's insane, Lucy whispered, horrified. He wants the Magic Council to shoot us. He's using the Council's own weapon to power his resurrection spell, Orion analyzed. His brilliant mind instantly understanding the terrifying scope of Jalal's plan. The tower is made of lacrima crystal. It will absorb the Etherean blast instead of breaking. It's a brilliant, suicidal gambit. Then we just have to beat his face in before the blast hits. Natsu roared, his fists igniting. We need to move, Erza commanded, her voice steady once again. She activated her magic, requipping into her heart cruise armor. Jalal is at the top. We will push through whatever he throws at us. As they ran down the shifting corridor, the floor suddenly gave way, and a massive, enchanted iron cage dropped from the ceiling. Look out! Gray yelled, pushing Lucy out of the way. Orion didn't dodge. He stood right in the path of the cage. Absolute iron nullification. The cage dissolved into harmless dust before it even touched him. Keep moving. Don't let his traps slow you down. They burst into a massive, cavernous room that looked like a bizarre, indoor forest made of crystal. Standing in the center of the room, blocking their path, was a tall man with wild, spiky hair, wearing a rock and roll outfit and carrying an electric guitar that doubled as a weapon. Yeah! The man screamed, striking a power chord that sent a destructive soundwave rippling through the crystal trees. Welcome to my stage. I am Vidaldus Taka of the Trinity Raven. And I'm gonna rock you to death. Sound magic, Orion narrowed his eyes. He remembered Lullaby. Annoying, but easy to counter. Before Orion could cast his sound nullification, a torrent of water violently erupted from the ground, completely blasting Vidaldus off his feet and soaking his electric guitar. What the? Natsu blinked. Stepping out from behind a crystal pillar, holding her pink parasol, was Juvia. She looked at Gray, her cheeks flushing bright red. Juvia followed her darling Grey all the way here. Juvia swooned, forming a watery heart with her hands. Juvia will help you fight these bad men. Juvia! Grey yelled, completely bewildered. How did you even get here? No time for questions. Erza shouted, drawing her sword. Grey, Juvia, Lucy. Handle the guitar player. Natsu, Orion, with me. We're going straight to Jalal. Natsu grinned fiercely, and Orion nodded. They sprinted past the drenched, furious rock star, leaving Grey and his new, aggressively affectionate ally to handle. The first boss of the death game. The path to the top of the tower had officially been breached. Chapter 27, The Owl, the Sword and the Clear Heart. The crystal corridors of the Tower of Heaven seemed to stretch on forever, twisting and turning like a massive, glowing labyrinth. Erza, Orion, and Natsu sprinted up the spiraling staircases, the oppressive magical energy of the R system pressing down on them with every step. We have to hurry, Erza urged, her boots clicking rapidly against the crystal floor. If the Magic Council fires the Etherean blast before we stop Jalal, this entire tower will absorb the energy, and the resurrection will be complete. Then let's just smash the whole place right now. Natsu suggested, his fists smoking. Before Orion could point out that destroying the tower while they were inside it was a terrible idea, a bizarre, loud hooting sound echoed from the ceiling. Hoo hoo! Intruders detected. Justice must be served. Dropping from the shadows of the high ceiling was a massive, incredibly round man wearing a green owl costume, complete with a jetpack strapped to his back. It was Fukuro, the self-proclaimed champion of justice and a member of the Trinity Raven Assassins. What the heck is that? Natsu yelled, ducking as Fukuro swooped down, his jetpack flaring. I am Fukuro. The Owl of Justice, the strange assassin hooted, landing heavily in front of them. He opened his mouth, revealing a terrifyingly large, dark void. I will swallow you whole and use your magic for the sake of heaven. Fukuro lunged at Natsu, his mouth expanding to an impossible size. Natsu barely managed to roll out of the way, retaliating with a blazing kick to the owl's stomach. You guys go on ahead. Natsu shouted, grinning as he clashed with the bizarre assassin. I've been wanting to roast a giant bird all day. I'll catch up after I pluck his feathers. Don't let him swallow you, Natsu. Erza warned. His magic allows him to steal the abilities of anyone he consumes. He's not eating me. Natsu roared, unleashing a fire dragon's roar directly at Fukuro's face. Orion placed a hand on Erza's shoulder, guiding her past the brawl. Natsu can handle the oversized pigeon. We need to reach Jalal. Erza nodded firmly, and the two of them continued their sprint up the tower, leaving the fiery clash behind them. As they ascended higher, the architecture of the tower suddenly changed. The jagged, dark crystals gave way to smooth, polished wooden floors, sliding paper doors, and the soft, pink petals of cherry blossoms falling from an unseen source above. They stepped into a massive, traditional Japanese-style room. The peaceful, serene atmosphere was a jarring contrast to the mechanical nightmare of the rest of the tower. Sitting in the center of the room, gracefully playing a traditional biwa lute, was a woman dressed in a beautiful, elaborate kimono. Her long pink hair was tied up, and a long, curved katana rested by her side. Welcome, Titania, the woman said softly, the last note of her lute fading into the air. I am Akariga, the leader of the Trinity Raven. It is an honor to cross swords with the strongest woman in fairy tale. Erza's expression hardened. She summoned her swords, stepping forward. I do not have time to play your games. Step aside. I am afraid I cannot do that, Akariga smiled, standing up and drawing her blade. My blade, the Mujitsuryu, cuts through all things. Even the space between us. Akarika didn't dash forward. She simply drew her sword from a distance and swung it at the empty air. Orion's aura reading immediately flared. He saw a razor-sharp wave of spatial distortion completely invisible to the naked eye shooting toward Erza. It wasn't a wind blade, it was a literal tear in the fabric of space. Erza, block! Orion warned sharply. Erza reacted instantly. Requip, heavens! Wheel armor! She summoned dozens of swords, crossing them in front of her to form a massive shield of steel. But as Akarika's invisible strike hit, the steel swords were effortlessly sliced clean through, falling to the floor in pieces. The invisible blade continued, carving a deep gash right through the incredibly durable armor on Erza's chest. Erza gasped, stumbling backward as blood dripped from her shoulder. She cut through the heavens wheel without even touching it. My Mujitsuryu can cut through the very dimensions, Akarika stated calmly, adjusting her kimono. No armor can protect you. Orion's midnight blue eyes narrowed. He could easily step in. His Void Dragon Slayer magic was the absolute master of space. He could nullify Akarika's dimensional slashes with a single thought or crush her sword with a gravity field. But as he looked at Erza, he saw something crucial. Erza was gritting her teeth, looking at her broken armor with a mixture of frustration and fear. Her armor wasn't just magic, it was her psychological shield. Ever since she was a slave in this very tower, she had worn armor to hide her heart, to make herself feel safe from the trauma of her past. If Orion fought this battle for her, she would never break free from that fear. She needed to win this on her own. I won't interfere, Erza, Orion said, taking a step back and leaning against the wooden doorway, though his hands remained in his pockets, ready to instantly intervene if a lethal blow was struck. This is your fight. But remember, armor is just metal. Your true strength doesn't come from what you wear. Erza looked back at him, her brown eyes widening slightly at his words. Akarika chuckled. The boy is wise to stay out of my range. But his advice will not save you. No matter what armor you equip, I will cut it down. We'll see about that, Erza declared. Requip, Flame Empress armor. Erza charged forward, wielding a massive, fiery greatsword. But Akarika was blindingly fast. She sidestepped the heavy swing and delivered 3 rapid, invisible spatial slashes. The Flame Empress armor shattered like glass. Requip, Purgatory armor. Erza shouted, refusing to yield, summoning her heaviest, most destructive set of black armor. Useless, Akarika sighed, swinging her katana once more. The impenetrable Purgatory armor was sliced cleanly in two, falling from Erza's body in heavy, useless chunks. Erza fell to her knees, panting heavily, her body covered in superficial cuts. She looked down at the shattered pieces of her strongest armors. Nothing was working. Akarika's spatial slashes bypassed physical durability entirely. Orion watched closely, his magical aura coiled like a spring. Come on, Erza. Let it go. You don't need the armor to be strong. Erza closed her eyes. Orion's words echoed in her mind. She thought about her time in the tower as a helpless child. She had always believed that if she just wore enough armor, nothing could ever hurt her again. But the armor had become a cage, closing off her heart. Fairy tale had accepted her. Natsu, Grey, Lucy, Orion. They didn't care about the armor. They cared about the woman underneath it. Erza opened her eyes. They weren't filled with fear anymore. They burned with absolute, unyielding clarity. You are right, Akarika, Erza said softly, standing up. My armors are useless against you. Because I was using them to hide my own weakness. A brilliant, blinding light enveloped Erza. But she didn't summon a massive shield or a heavy breastplate. When the light faded, Erza stood in the center of the room wearing nothing but a simple white sarashi, wrapped tightly around her chest, and loose red hakama pants. She held a single, unadorned katana in both hands. The clear heart clothing. She had discarded all of her defenses, funneling every single ounce of her magical power directly into her sword and her offensive speed. Akaraga's eyes widened in genuine shock. You threw away your defense? Are you trying to die? I am no longer afraid, Erza stated, her voice echoing with the calm authority of a true sword master. She lowered her stance, her magical aura flaring to its absolute peak. Akaraga gritted her teeth. Foolishness. Mujitsuryu, Yasha Senku. Akaraga unleashed a flurry of devastating spatial slashes, aiming to cut Erza into ribbons. But Erza didn't try to block. With blinding, imperceptible speed, she dashed forward. Because she wasn't weighed down by heavy armor, and because all of her magic was concentrated into her physical speed and her blade, she moved faster than the very fabric of space could tear. She slipped perfectly between the invisible slashes. What? Akaraga gasped, raising her katana to defend herself. The two swordswomen crossed paths in the center of the cherry blossom room. A single, sharp metallic clang echoed through the air. For a moment, both women stood perfectly still, their backs to one another. Then, Akaraga's unbreakable katana, the blade that could slice through dimensions, cleanly snapped in half. A moment later, Akaraga's kimono tore open, and she collapsed to the wooden floor, completely defeated by a single, perfect strike. Erza stood victorious, slowly sheathing her sword. Orion smiled, his midnight blue eyes glowing with profound respect. Brilliant! You focused your magic into pure, cutting velocity, bypassing the spatial distortion before it could even fully form. Ding! System task update, Akaraga defeated. Erza Scarlet has overcome her mental barrier. Rewards distributed, spatial severing, sword skill, and 1 daily sign-in token. Knowledge of how to infuse his own void magic into any bladed weapon to replicate. Akaraga's dimension-cutting attacks flooded Orion's mind, making him incredibly dangerous even in close-quarters armed combat. Erza turned back to Orion, offering a small, genuine smile. Thank you, Orion. If you had stepped in to protect me, I would have never realized my own strength. You're Titania, Orion said, pushing off the doorframe. You didn't need my help. Suddenly, the entire tower violently shook. The magical speakers crackled to life, but this time, it wasn't Jalal's voice. It was an automated, cold magic council announcement. Warning! The Etherean blast has been authorized. Impact in exactly 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Erza gasped, looking up toward the ceiling. We're out of time. Jalal is just 1 floor above us. Then let's not keep him waiting, Orion said, his draconic aura flaring to life. They sprinted out of the cherry blossom room, running up the final, massive staircase that led to the absolute peak of the Tower of Heaven. They burst through the heavy double doors into a massive, open-air chamber. The walls were entirely made of glowing, pulsating lacrima crystals. The stormy sky raged directly above them, providing a terrifying view of the Magic Council's gathering weapon in the atmosphere. Standing in the center of the room, looking out at the storm with his hands behind his back, was Jalal Fernandez. He wore a dark blue coat with golden trim, his blue hair wildly blowing in the wind, and a strange, red tattoo over his right eye. The dark, malevolent magic radiating from his body was suffocating. You made it, Jalal smiled, turning around slowly. His eyes locked onto Erza with a twisted, obsessive affection. I knew you would, Erza. You are the perfect sacrifice. Your body will serve as the vessel to bring Zeref back to this world. Zeref is dead, Jalal. Erza shouted, stepping forward with her katana drawn. This tower is a grave, and I won't let you drag anyone else into it. Zeref is the true god of magic, Jalal countered, his voice dripping with fanaticism. Once the Etherean blast strikes, this entire tower will absorb its power, crystallizing the 2.7 billion ether nano needed for the R system. Then, you will fuse with the central lacrima, and the god of darkness will rise again. I don't think so, Orion interrupted, stepping in front of Erza. His hands were tucked into his pockets, but his midnight blue eyes glowed with absolute, cold authority. Jalal blinked, noticing Orion for the first time. And who are you? Another one of fairy tales flies? Orion smirked, the space around him beginning to violently distort, crushing the ambient dark magic in the room into nothingness. I'm the guy who's going to tear your tower down, Orion said smoothly. Gravity magic, heavy field. Without any chanting or warning, Orion unleashed a massive, crushing wave of localized gravity directly onto Jalal. The sheer force of the spell cracked the lacrima floor beneath the dark wizard's feet. Jalal's eyes widened in shock as he was forced to drop to one knee, the immense pressure locking his movements. Impressive magic, Jalal gritted his teeth, his body glowing with a bright, golden stellar energy. But I command the power of the cosmos. Heavenly body magic, meteor. Jalal's body was instantly coated in a blinding, golden aura, granting him impossible, superhuman speed. He broke through the gravitational field, launching himself at Orion like a shooting star. The final battle for the Tower of Heaven had begun. Chapter 28, The Cosmos and the Void. The sheer speed of Jalal's meteor spell was breathtaking. Bathed in a blinding, golden aura, he bounced off the crystalline walls of the massive chamber, moving so fast he appeared as nothing more than a chaotic web of yellow light. The sonic booms from his movements shattered the smaller lacrima pillars around the room. You cannot track me. Jalal's voice echoed from every direction at once, overlapping and distorted by his impossible velocity. I am light itself. Orion, watch out! Erza yelled, gripping her katana, unable to follow Jalal's movements with her bare eyes. Orion simply stood in the center of the room, his hands returning to his pockets. To a normal wizard, Jalal was an invisible, omnipresent threat. But to Orion, with his aura reading active, the golden streak was leaving a massive, glowing trail of ether nano. Furthermore, Jalal's movements were bound by the physical laws of space laws that Orion dictated. Jalal launched himself from the ceiling, diving straight toward Orion's back with a magically enhanced, lethal kick aimed squarely at his spine. Die! Jalal roared. Spatial disruption. Orion murmured casually, not even turning around. The air 2 feet behind Orion's back suddenly folded, snapping at a 90-degree angle. Jalal, moving too fast to alter his own trajectory, slammed face first into the warped pocket of space. His momentum was instantly redirected, sending him violently crashing into the far wall instead of Orion. The impact shook the room. Jalal grunted, pulling himself out of the cratered crystal, a trickle of blood running down his chin. His golden aura flickered. What did you do? Jalal demanded, his arrogant composure beginning to crack. You didn't even look at me. I don't need to look at you, Orion said, turning slowly. His midnight blue eyes glowed with a terrifying, calm authority. You're fast, Jalal. But speed requires distance. And distance is just space. Against someone who controls the void, you're just a fly bouncing around inside a jar. Jalal's face twisted with pure rage. The red tattoo over his right eye seemed to pulse with dark, malevolent energy. You arrogant fool! I am the chosen emissary of Zeref. I command the power of the heavens. Jalal raised both of his hands toward the stormy sky above the open-air chamber. The dark clouds parted, revealing 7 massive, glowing magical circles aligned in the shape of the Big Dipper constellation. Magical pressure descending from the sky was apocalyptic, crushing the breath out of Erza's lungs. This spell holds the destructive power of a falling meteor. Jalal screamed, his eyes wide with fanaticism. Let's see your spatial tricks stop the wrath of the stars. True heavenly body magic, grand chariot. 7 colossal pillars of blinding, destructive starlight rained down from the heavens, converging directly on Orion. The sheer heat and kinetic force of the attack were designed to vaporize anything they touched. Orion! Erza cried out, stepping forward to shield him. Stay back, Erza, Orion commanded, his voice slicing through the roar of the descending magic. Orion didn't dodge. He didn't even raise a barrier. A confident smirk crossed his face as he remembered the reward he had received from the Celestial Spirit King just days prior. He possessed advanced stellar magic himself. He understood the cosmos just as well as Jalal did. Orion raised his right hand toward the 7 falling pillars of starlight. You claim to rule the cosmos, Jalal. But you don't even understand the void that holds it all together. Orion tapped into his Void Dragon Slayer magic, merging it seamlessly with his newly acquired stellar knowledge. Void Dragons. Celestial consumption. The space above Orion violently spiraled into a massive, midnight blue vortex. As the 7 pillars of the Grand Chariot struck the vortex, they didn't explode. Instead, the blinding starlight was violently stretched, warped, and sucked directly into the void. Jalal watched in absolute, mind-shattering horror as his ultimate spell was effortlessly swallowed whole. Orion lowered his hand, his draconic aura flaring to a blinding intensity as he literally digested the stellar magic, instantly restoring any minor magical stamina he had spent. He exhaled a small puff of starlit mist. Not bad, Orion smirked. A little spicy, but it lacked depth. Impossible. Jalal whispered, taking a step back, his hands trembling. You ate it. You ate the stars. I'm a dragon slayer, Orion said, stepping forward. And the void consumes everything. Before Jalal could launch another desperate attack, the automated Magic Council warning system crackled over the intercoms one final time, the mechanical voice completely devoid of emotion. Warning. Etherian sequence complete. Firing in 3, 2, 1. The entire world went completely white. There was no sound at first. Just an absolute, blinding pillar of pure, concentrated ether nano descending from the satellite in the upper atmosphere. The blast struck the Tower of Heaven with the force of a localized sun. The shockwave alone vaporized the ocean around the island for miles, creating a massive, temporary crater in the sea. The jagged, dark crystal exterior of the tower violently shattered, blown away by the catastrophic energy of the Magic Council's ultimate weapon. Erza screamed, covering her eyes as the deafening roar of the blast finally hit them. Orion quickly projected a void aegis barrier around the two of them, anchoring them to the floor as the world fell apart. For a terrifying, agonizing minute, the Etherian blast completely engulfed the island. Then, the light began to fade. The roaring energy subsided, leaving behind a thick cloud of superheated steam. Erza slowly opened her eyes, expecting to see nothing but a smoking crater. Instead, she gasped. They were still standing. The chamber was still intact. But the dark, jagged walls of the tower were gone. The Etherian blast had burned away the entire outer shell of the structure, revealing its true form. The Tower of Heaven wasn't made of stone or dark crystal. It was a single, colossal, perfectly cut lacrima crystal, glowing with a terrifying, vibrant purple energy. It hadn't been destroyed by the Etherian blast. It had absorbed every single drop of it. Ha, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Jalal's manic, unhinged laughter echoed through the glowing crystal chamber. He stood near the edge, his arms spread wide, bathing in the residual energy. It worked. Jalal screamed, his eyes completely wild. The Magic Council fools actually did it. They provided the 2.7 billion ether nano required. The R system is fully charged. Jalal turned toward Erza, his red tattoo pulsing aggressively. The stage is set, Erza. The energy is ready. All that is missing is the human vessel to fuse with the central lacrima. Jalal raised his hand. The crystal floor beneath Erza suddenly liquefied, turning into magical restraints that snapped around her ankles, binding her in place. You won't lay a finger on her, Orion said coldly, preparing to sever the crystal bindings with a spatial slash. But before Orion could move, the heavy crystal double doors leading into the chamber were violently kicked off. Their hinges, flying across the room and shattering against a pillar. Stepping through the smoke, his clothes torn, his skin bruised, but his eyes burning with an unquenchable, ferocious fire, was Natsu Dragneel. I plucked the overgrown pigeon. Natsu roared, cracking his knuckles as roaring flames erupted around his entire body. He locked his slitted eyes. Onto Jalal. Are you the creep who made Erza cry? Jalal's manic smile faltered for a second, annoyed by the intrusion. Another insect. I'm going to roast you alive. Natsu yelled, charging forward. Natsu, wait! Erza cried out, struggling against her bindings. He's too dangerous. The tower is fully charged. Perfect timing, Natsu, Orion smirked, stepping back and allowing the Dragon Slayer to take the front line. He effortlessly waved a hand, using absolute iron/crystal nullification to turn Erza's bindings into dust, freeing her instantly. Orion, what are you doing? Erza asked frantically. We have to stop him together. Jalal needs a serious reality check, and nobody delivers a beatdown quite like a fired-up Natsu, Orion said calmly, watching Natsu clash with Jalal in a burst of fire and golden light. Besides, Natsu needs to let out some steam. If he gets in over his head, I'll step in. But trust him, Erza. He's stronger than you think. Erza watched as Natsu, fueled entirely by his rage over her tears, pushed the chosen emissary of Zeref back with a blistering barrage of fiery punches. For the first time in her life, looking at her chaotic, destructive, deeply loyal friends, Erza finally believed that the nightmare of her past was about to end. Chapter 29, The Dragon Force and the Shattered Heavens. The top of the Tower of Heaven shook violently as Natsu and Jalal collided in a chaotic blur of roaring fire and blinding starlight. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu bellowed, driving a blazing punch toward Jalal's face. Jalal effortlessly caught Natsu's fist in the palm of his hand, though the sheer kinetic force pushed him back a few inches. The dark wizard sneered, his red tattoo pulsing. You fight like a wild beast. But physical brute strength means nothing against the power of the cosmos. Jalal's eyes glowed fiercely. Heavenly body magic, Pleiades. 7 rapid, homing beams of piercing starlight shot from Jalal's fingers, striking Natsu in the chest and sending the Dragon Slayer tumbling across the hard crystal floor. Natsu! Erza cried out, her hands instinctively gripping the hilt of her katana. Orion stood beside her, his arms crossed over his chest. His midnight blue eyes tracked every movement perfectly. Hold your ground, Erza. He's not done. Natsu groaned, pushing himself up off the glowing purple lacrima floor. His vest was torn, and he was bleeding from his forehead, but the feral, slitted grin on his face was wider than ever. Is that all you got? Natsu spat out a mouthful of blood. Your magic hits hard, but it's cold. It doesn't have any soul in it. Jalal's arrogant smirk vanished, replaced by a cold, murderous glare. You ignorant pest! I will show you the true depth of the Dark God's power. Jalal levitated high into the air, crossing his arms over his chest. The ambient ether nano in the room charged by the catastrophic Etherian blast began to violently swirl around him. The air pressure dropped drastically, and a terrifying, suffocating shadow fell over the chamber. "This is the spell that judges the stars themselves," Jalal declared, his voice echoing with manic fanaticism. A massive, pitch-black sphere of concentrated darkness and crushing gravity began to form between his hands. It looked like a miniature black hole, absorbing the very light in the room. True heavenly body magic, Alta Iris. The sheer gravitational pull of the spell began to rip chunks of crystal from the floor. Erza felt the breath leave her lungs. If that sphere hit the ground, it wouldn't just kill Natsu, it would obliterate everything in the room. "Orion!" Erza yelled in panic. Orion's eyes narrowed. He could easily step in and crush Alta Iris with his void magic, but his aura reading detected something incredible happening across the room. Natsu wasn't running away. Natsu was looking down at the crystal floor beneath his feet, his slitted eyes widening with a crazy, desperate idea. "This whole tower is made of magic now, right?" Natsu muttered to himself. "If it's magic, I can eat it." Without a second of hesitation, Natsu dropped to his hands and knees and violently bit a massive chunk out of the glowing, Etherian-charged lacrima floor. "What is he doing?" Jalal shouted in absolute disbelief. "That is pure, concentrated Etherian. It contains all elemental magic. A fire wizard cannot consume it. Your body will explode." Natsu swallowed the crystal. Instantly, his entire body seized. He screamed in pure, unadulterated agony as the volatile, multi-elemental energy violently rejected his physiology. His veins bulged, glowing with a chaotic mix of purple, blue, and red light. Erza covered her mouth, tears springing to her eyes. "Natsu, stop! Spit it out! It's going to kill you!" "He's overriding his own magical container," Orion watched, genuinely impressed. "He's forcing the raw ether nano to conform to his draconic nature. The sheer willpower, it's incredible." Natsu's agonizing scream suddenly shifted. The chaotic, painful purple glow beneath his skin unified into a blinding, searing gold and crimson. Golden, reptilian scales violently manifested across his cheeks and arms. The heat radiating from his body was no longer just fire, it was the ancient, primordial presence of a true dragon. "I've got it," Natsu growled, his voice deepened and layered with a draconic reverberation. He had successfully entered dragon force. Jalal stared down in absolute terror. The pressure radiating from Natsu was completely overriding the magical atmosphere of the room. Impossible! A mere human achieving the power of a dragon. Perish! Alta Iris! Jalal threw the massive, black sphere of crushing gravity down toward Natsu. Natsu didn't dodge. He planted his feet, looked up at the descending black hole, and unleashed a massive, golden-red roar. Fire Dragon's roar. The blast of dragon force. Flames was catastrophic. It struck the Alta Iris sphere and completely overpowered it in a fraction of a second, shattering Jalal's ultimate spell like fragile glass. The flames continued upward, striking Jalal and blowing him out of the air. Jalal crashed heavily onto the crystal floor, his clothes burning, his mind reeling in shock. Before he could even push himself up, Natsu was standing over him. "This is for Erza!" Natsu roared, grabbing Jalal by his coat and delivering a devastating, blazing headbutt that shattered the dark wizard's magical barrier. Natsu followed up with a blistering, relentless barrage of punches. Each strike carried the concussive force of a falling meteor, completely decimating Jalal's defenses and breaking the dark possession that had gripped his mind for 8 long years. Crimson Lotus, exploding flame blade. Natsu swung both arms, creating a massive swirling vortex of explosive fire that slammed directly into Jalal. The impact created a massive explosion that shook the entire island. Jalal was sent flying across the room, crashing into the central lacrima pillar and falling to the floor, completely unconscious and defeated. Natsu stood there for a moment, panting heavily, the golden scales slowly receding from his skin as the dragon force faded. He looked back at Erza and flashed a tired, goofy grin. "See? Told you I'd beat him." Natsu took one step forward and immediately collapsed face first onto the floor, completely exhausted. "Natsu!" Erza yelled, running over and dropping to her knees beside him. She gently pulled his head into her lap, tears of profound relief streaming down her face. "You reckless idiot, thank you." Ding! System task completed, the Tower of Heaven. Rewards distributed, advanced heavenly body magic. Resistance and 2 daily sign-in tokens. Orion walked over, feeling a cool, starlit energy wash over his skin, rendering him virtually immune to celestial and cosmic attacks. But the victory celebration was cut incredibly short. A loud, terrifying cracking sound echoed through the chamber. The massive, central lacrima pillar that Jalal had crashed into began to violently fracture. The glowing purple energy inside it turned a volatile, blinding white. "What's happening?" Erza gasped, looking around in panic as the entire tower began to violently quake. Orion's aura reading flared with a massive warning. Jalal's defeat destabilized the R system. The tower just absorbed 2.7 billion ether nano from the Magic Council's blast. Without Jalal controlling it, that energy has nowhere to go. It's going critical. Critical. Erza's eyes widened in horror. If 2.7 billion ether nano detonates, the explosion will wipe out everything in a 100-mile radius. We have to stop it. There's no stopping a chain reaction of this magnitude, Orion said calmly, his mind calculating the variables at lightning speed. Then we have to evacuate. Erza cried, trying to lift Natsu onto her shoulder. Gray, Lucy, Happy, and the others are still down below. We have to get them out. Evacuating won't save us from the blast radius, Orion stated. He stepped forward, walking directly toward the fracturing, blinding central lacrima pillar. Orion! What are you doing? Erza yelled, reaching out for him. Get away from there! It's going to explode. System warning, catastrophic magical detonation imminent. Host is advised to utilize spatial waypoint creation to immediately evacuate the continent. Shut up, system, Orion thought, a confident, daring smile spreading across his face. I'm not running away. I'm a dragon slayer. And I'm hungry. Orion stood directly in front of the blinding pillar of critical ether nano. He closed his eyes and tapped into the absolute deepest reserves of his void. Dragon Slayer magic, pushing his ether nano affinity to its absolute maximum limit. Erza, Orion said, his voice echoing with absolute authority over the deafening roar of the breaking crystal. Hold on to Natsu. And close your eyes. Erza shielded her face as the light became unbearable. Void Dragon's secret art. Orion murmured, raising both of his hands toward the towering, exploding crystal. The space around Orion didn't just distort, it completely shattered. A terrifying, massive black hole materialized directly from Orion's palms. It wasn't a destructive attack aimed at an enemy. It was absolute, localized spatial consumption. Event horizon, absolute devour. The massive tower exploded. 2.7 billion ether nano violently expanded to vaporize the ocean. But it never reached the outside world. Orion's massive void instantly enveloped the expanding energy, creating a localized vacuum that swallowed the catastrophic explosion whole. The blinding light, the heat, the destructive force, every single drop of the Etherian blast was violently sucked into Orion's body. The sheer influx of pure, concentrated magical energy was mind-shattering. Orion's midnight blue aura flared into a blinding, starlit column of absolute power that shot into the night sky, parting the storm clouds for miles. His magical container didn't just expand, it evolved, adapting to the colossal amount of power he had just consumed. In a matter of seconds, the blinding light vanished. The deafening roar of the explosion was replaced by the gentle sound of the ocean waves. Erza slowly opened her eyes. The massive crystal walls of the upper chamber were completely gone, reduced to harmless dust that drifted away in the ocean breeze. The night sky was perfectly clear, millions of stars shining down upon them. Orion stood in the center of the ruined platform, completely unharmed. He exhaled a long, heavy breath of starlit mist, rolling his shoulders as the terrifying aura around him slowly faded back to normal. He looked back at a stunned Erza and a sleeping Natsu, flashing a casual smirk. "Well," Orion said, dusting off his hands. "That was a pretty good meal. Though it lacked seasoning." Erza stared at him, her jaw hanging slightly open. He had just eaten the equivalent of a continental-level explosion. He had just consumed the Magic Council's ultimate weapon like it was a light snack. Before Erza could even process what had just happened, a glowing magical circle appeared on the floor, and Grey, Lucy, Happy, Juvia, and the other freed slaves from the tower appeared. Teleported up by the remaining magical mechanisms of the structure. Erza. Natsu. Orion. Lucy cried, running over with Happy. "We felt a massive earthquake. What happened to the tower?" "It's gone," Erza said softly, looking up at the stars. A tear of pure, unadulterated joy and relief rolled down her cheek. The nightmare was finally over. "It's completely gone." Orion smiled, looking out over the dark ocean. The Tower of Heaven was destroyed, Jalal was defeated, and Erza was finally free from the chains of her past. "Would you like to use your daily sign-in tokens at ruins of the Tower of Heaven?" "Use both," Orion thought, feeling absolutely fantastic. Ding! Sign-in successful. Reward 1, Grand Chariot. True Heavenly Body Magic, host has acquired the cosmic spell utilized by Jalal Fernandez. Reward 2. Ether Nano Container Expansion, Legendary, host's magical reserves have been permanently increased by 500%. Elevating the host to the realm of the wizard saints. Orion stretched his arms, feeling the boundless, thrumming power coursing through his veins. Fairy Tale had survived another disaster. And Orion Valen Thorne was rapidly becoming one of the most terrifyingly powerful wizards on the entire continent. Chapter 30, The New Guildhall and the Thunder's Roar. The morning sun reflected brilliantly off the calm ocean waters, a stark contrast to the apocalyptic storm that had raged just hours before. The Tower of Heaven was gone, replaced by a peaceful horizon. Standing on the sandy shores near the Akane resort, Erza Scarlet wore a gentle, unburdened smile. Before her stood Sho, Wally, and Miliana, carrying small travel packs. With Jalal defeated and the tower destroyed, they were finally free to explore the vast world they had been denied for so long. "You're sure you won't come to Fairy Tale with me?" Erza asked softly. "We love you, sister," Sho smiled, adjusting his hat. "But we need to find our own path first. We need to see the world with our own eyes." "We'll miss you, Erza," Miliana cried, hugging her tightly. As the three of them boarded a small ferry to begin their new journey, Erza waved, a single tear of happiness rolling down her cheek. "Let's give them a proper send-off," Orion smiled, stepping up beside Erza. He raised his hand toward the sky, tapping into the stellar magic he had acquired. "Grand Chariot, festival form," Orion murmured. Instead of destructive pillars of force, 7 massive, brilliant bursts of golden starlight erupted high in the daytime sky, cascading down like a breathtaking meteor shower of harmless, glowing confetti. The stunning display reflected in the ocean, a beautiful, magical farewell that made Sho, Wally and Miliana cheer from the deck of their departing ship. "Thank you, Orion," Erza said, her heart completely at peace. "Anytime," Orion smirked. "Now, let's go home. I have a feeling the old man has a surprise waiting for us." A few days later, the team finally returned to the bustling town of Magnolia. As they walked down the familiar cobblestone streets, Natsu sprinted ahead, eager to see the progress on their ruined guild hall. "I bet it's gonna be awesome," Natsu cheered, turning the final corner. He stopped dead in his tracks, his jaw dropping to the floor. Lucy, Gray, Erza, and Orion caught up to him, their eyes widening in equal shock. The fairy tale guild hall wasn't just rebuilt. It was a sprawling, multi-story castle. It featured a massive outdoor cafe, a merchandise shop selling fairy tale souvenirs, a towering spired roof, and a courtyard that was easily 3 times the size of their old property. "Whoa!" Lucy breathed. "It's like a palace." "Welcome back, everyone." Marajana's cheerful voice called out. She was standing at the front doors, wearing a lovely new dress. "Do you like it?" Master Makarov spared no expense. The interior was even more spectacular. The main hall was massive, filled with long, sturdy oak tables, a colossal job board, and a beautifully polished bar. At the back of the hall was a large stage for performances. Natsu immediately dove into the nearest booth, where Myra Jane had prepared a massive welcome-back feast. Natsu stuffed his face with roasted turkey legs, grilled salmon, baked potatoes, and a massive plate of fried pork chops, completely ignoring the table manners Lucy was trying to teach him. "It is truly magnificent," Erza nodded approvingly, inspecting the sturdy wooden pillars. "Juvia is so happy to be here with you, Gray-sama." Gray nearly choked on his drink as Juvia suddenly appeared beside him, clinging to his arm. She had cut her hair short and was wearing a brand new, stylish blue fairy tale dress, her gloomy demeanor completely replaced by beaming, obsessive affection. "Juvia!" Gray yelled, trying to pry her off his arm. "When did you get a fairy tale mark?" Master Makarov approved Juvia's application yesterday, she swooned, a pink guild mark stamped proudly on her thigh. Orion chuckled, taking a seat at the bar. He had expected Juvia's inclusion. But his aura reading caught a distinctly different, heavy metallic signature sitting in the shadows of the far corner, munching loudly on a handful of iron bolts. "You've got to be kidding me," Natsu growled, dropping his turkey leg. His slitted eyes locked onto the dark corner. "What the hell is he doing here?" Stepping out of the shadows, wearing his usual torn tunic and a cocky grin, was Gajeel Red Fox. A black fairy tale mark was stamped on his left shoulder. The entire hall fell dead silent. Natsu's fists ignited. Gray stood up, freezing the air around him. Even Erza reached for her sword. This was the man who had destroyed their old guild hall and attacked Shadow Gear. "Relax," Gajeel sneered, tossing an iron bolt into his mouth and chewing it loudly. "Master Makarov invited me. Said I needed a place to learn how to be a real wizard instead of a thug. If you've got a problem with it, take it up with the old man. I've got a problem with your face." Natsu roared, lunging forward. Before Natsu could reach Gajeel, a massive, enlarged fist slammed down from the second floor, flattening Natsu against the floorboards. "Enough!" Master Makarov commanded, shrinking his fist and jumping down to the bar. "Gajeel is a member of this guild now. What happened in the past stays in the past. We forgive, and we move forward. That is the fairy tale way. Anyone who starts a fight with a guildmate will answer to me." Natsu grumbled, pulling himself off the floor, but he didn't argue further. Orion watched Gajeel carefully. He knew Makarov had brought the Iron Dragon Slayer in to keep an eye on him, and eventually, to use him as a double agent against the Dark Guild. Raven Tail. It was a smart, calculated move. Would you like to use your daily sign-in token at New Fairy Tale Guild Hall? Yes. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward, Master Rune Magic / Enchantment. Host possesses absolute knowledge of magical runes, capable of rewriting, bypassing, or creating absolute barriers and rules. Orion smirked. That is going to be incredibly useful very soon. Now then. Makarov smiled warmly, his stern demeanor vanishing. With the new guild hall finished, we have a lot to celebrate. Especially since the annual Magnolia Harvest Festival is only a week away. And you all know what that means. The Fantasia Parade. Lucy gasped, her eyes sparkling. She had read all about the beautiful, magical parade fairy tale put on for the town every year. Exactly. Makarov cheered. And to kick off the festivities, we will be hosting the annual Miss Fairy Tale contest. The guild erupted into loud cheers. Kana immediately began chugging a barrel of cider in celebration, while Macau and Wakaba practically wept tears of joy. Over the next week, the guild was consumed by festival preparations. Floats were built, magical routines were practiced, and Magnolia swelled with tourists eager to see the famous wizards of fairy tale perform. Finally, the day of the harvest festival arrived. The guild hall was packed to the brim with cheering townsfolk. On the massive stage at the back of the hall, Max stood with a magical microphone, acting as the announcer. Welcome, everyone, to the Miss Fairy Tale contest. Max shouted, pointing to the curtain. Let's welcome our beautiful contestants. One by one, the female wizards of fairy tale stepped onto the stage to show off their magic and charm. Kana strutted out in a dazzling swimsuit, performing a stunning card magic routine. Juvia followed, putting on a beautiful water dance performance. Erza received a standing ovation by requipping into an elegant, gothic Lolita armor. Lucy stepped out in a cheerleader outfit, nervously waving to the cheering crowd. And last but not least, our current reigning champion, the beautiful Myra Jane. Max announced. Myra Jane stepped onto the stage, waving sweetly. Thank you all so much. For my talent, I'll be using transformation magic. In a puff of smoke, Myra Jane transformed her head to look exactly like Happy, complete with his voice. Sir. The crowd burst into laughter, the jovial atmosphere reaching its peak. But Orion wasn't laughing. He was sitting at a table near the back, his midnight blue eyes narrowed into cold, calculating slits. His aura reading had just detected 4 incredibly hostile, powerful magical signatures approaching the guild hall. Something's wrong, Orion murmured, standing up. Suddenly, a woman with brown hair, wearing a green dress and thick glasses, materialized on the stage right next to Myra Jane. She held a fan over her mouth, a cruel smile playing on her lips. Evergreen. Makarov gasped from the audience. What is she doing here? Evergreen, a member of the elite Thunder Legion, lowered her fan and removed her glasses. This contest is over. I am the only fairy in this guild. She locked eyes with Myra Jane, Lucy, Erza, Juvia, and Kana. Her magic, stone eyes, activated instantly. A horrifying, petrifying grey light washed over the girls on the stage. In a matter of seconds, all the contestants were completely turned into solid, lifeless stone statues. The crowd screamed in terror, realizing this was no longer a performance. Lucy! Erza! Natsu yelled, jumping onto a table. What did you do to them? A violent, deafening crack of yellow lightning struck the center of the stage. shattering the floorboards. As the smoke cleared, 3 men stood beside Evergreen. Big Slow, sticking his tongue out wildly, freed Justine, wielding a rapier, and standing in the center, radiating a terrifying, crackling aura of pure electrical power. Laxus Driar. Laxus. Makarov. Roared, his face turning red with fury. Turn them back to normal this instant. Have you lost your mind? Laxus looked down at his grandfather, a twisted, arrogant smirk on his face. This guild has become a joke, old man. You let Phantom Lord walk all over us. You let weaklings like Shadowgear get beaten up. You even let the trash that destroyed our old home join our ranks. Laxus glared at Gajeel. Fairy Tail is supposed to be the strongest. It's time for a change in leadership. I am the master of this guild. Makarov shouted. Not for long, Laxus chuckled, his body crackling with golden lightning. I'm taking over. And to prove I'm the strongest, we're going to play a little game. I call it, the Battle of Fairy Tail. Laxus pointed to the stone statues of Erza, Lucy, and the others. You have exactly 3 hours. If you can defeat me and the Thunder Legion within that time, I'll turn the girls back. If you fail, or if you refuse to fight, I'll smash these statues to dust, and your precious friends will be dead. Natsu roared, his fists igniting with blinding fire. I'll smash you right now. Natsu launched himself at Laxus, but the lightning dragon slayer didn't even flinch. With a casual, blindingly fast swipe of his hand, Laxus struck Natsu with a bolt of lightning so powerful it sent Natsu crashing backward through 3 rows of heavy oak tables, leaving him groaning on the floor. We'll be waiting out in the town, Laxus sneered, his body turning into a bolt of pure electricity. The rules of the game are simple. Only the last man standing gets to challenge me. May the best fairy win. With a thunderous crash, Laxus and the Thunder Legion vanished, teleporting out into the streets of Magnolia. The guild hall was in absolute chaos. Makarov clutched his chest, his heart aching at his grandson's betrayal. Ding! System task generated, the Thunder's Rebellion. Description: Laxus Driar intends to take over the guild by force and has initiated a deadly civil war. Defeat the Thunder Legion, protect your guild mates, and stop Laxus from destroying Magnolia. Reward: Lightning Dragon Slayer Magic, Origin, and 2 daily sign-in tokens. Orion's midnight blue eyes glowed with absolute, cold fury. Laxus had crossed a line that should never be crossed. He had threatened the family. Everyone, move out! Macau yelled. We have to beat them and save the girls. The fairy tale wizards surged toward the doors, enraged and ready to fight for their friends. But as they reached the exit, an invisible, glowing barrier of ancient purple runes suddenly materialized across the threshold, violently repelling them backward. What is this? Wakaba shouted, rubbing his bruised nose. Orion walked forward, his newly acquired master rune magic instantly translating the glowing script floating in the air. It's a Jutsu Shiki, Orion stated, his voice deadly calm. An enchantment barrier set up by Freed. The rules are written right here: those who are over the age of 80, and statues, cannot pass. Makarov slammed his fists against the invisible barrier. Damn it! He knew I would go after him. He set this trap specifically to keep me trapped inside the guild hall. Natsu pushed himself up, wiping the soot from his face. Out of my way! I'm not 80. Natsu sprinted at the doorway, fully expecting to run right through it. But the moment he hit the threshold, the runes flared, and Natsu was violently blasted backward, landing flat on his back. What the hell? Natsu yelled. I'm a teenager. The runes say otherwise, Orion muttered, his eyes narrowing as he realized the truth about dragon slayers and their ancient ages. Gajeel tried the barrier next, and exactly like Natsu, he was violently rejected by the runes. I can't get out either. Gajeel growled, kicking the invisible wall. It seems Fried's trap caught more than just the master, Orion analyzed. He stepped up to the glowing purple barrier. Orion, you have to go. Makarov pleaded. You're our strongest wizard. You have to stop Laxus before the guild destroys itself in the streets. Don't worry, Master, Orion smiled coldly, his hands slipping into his pockets. A rule is only as strong as the one who writes it. Orion raised his hand, his fingers glowing with starlit, midnight blue energy. He didn't try to punch the barrier. Instead, he reached out and touched the glowing purple runes. Tapping into his master rune magic, he simply swiped his hand across the text, violently rewriting the ancient script in a fraction of a second. The text that said "cannot pass" suddenly shifted and scrambled, rewriting itself to say "are welcome to pass." The purple barrier shattered like fragile glass, dissolving into harmless glittering dust. Makarov, Natsu, and Gajeel stared at Orion in absolute shock. You just broke a master-level jutsu shiki. I told you, Orion said, his draconic aura beginning to flare, warping the space around him. I don't play by other people's rules. Orion stepped over the threshold and out into the streets of Magnolia. The sky above was beginning to darken with heavy, unnatural thunderclouds. The Battle of Fairy Tale had begun, and the Void Dragon was about to show the Thunder Dragon what true power looked like. Chapter 31, The Fairy of Stone and the Shattered Rules. The heavy, purple fragments of Fried's shattered jutsu shiki drifted into the air like falling snow, dissolving completely before they hit the floorboards of the guild hall. Master Makarov stared at the empty space where the impenetrable barrier had just been. You just erased it. A master-level enchantment. Runes are just magic given form through language, Orion explained smoothly, stepping out into the cool evening air of Magnolia. If you know the vocabulary of the cosmos, rewriting a simple sentence is child's play. Natsu didn't waste a single second marveling at the magical theory. The moment the barrier was gone, he bolted out the door, his fists blazing like twin torches. Laxus! I'm coming for you. You're gonna pay for what you did to the girls. Hey! Wait up, salamander! Gajeel yelled, transforming his arm into an iron club and sprinting after him. The lightning guy is mine. I'm the one who's gonna prove I'm the strongest. Makarov took a step forward, intending to follow them, but a sudden, sharp pain flared in his chest. He gasped, clutching his heart and dropping to one knee. The stress of Laxus's betrayal, combined with his recent magical depletion at the hands of Phantom Lord, was taking a severe toll on the elderly guild master. Master! Orion quickly moved to his side, his hand glowing with a soft, starlit energy as he stabilized Makarov's breathing. Don't push yourself. Your heart can't take this kind of stress right now. But Laxus! Makarov wheezed, tears of sorrow and frustration gathering in his eyes. He's destroying the guild from the inside. They are fighting each other out there in the streets. Orion's aura reading expanded, sweeping over the entire town of Magnolia like a massive radar. He could see dozens of magical signatures clashing in various alleys and plazas. Fried had set up numerous localized jutsu shiki barriers across the town. The rules inside them were cruel, only one can leave. It was forcing fairy tale wizards to battle their own friends just to escape the traps. I can see the traps, Orion said, his voice hardening into a cold, dangerous tone. Laxus wants to play games. But I'm going to flip the board. Orion stood up, looking toward the eastern sector of the town. Rest here, Master. I will handle your grandson and his legion. With a burst of spatial distortion, Orion vanished from the Guildhall entrance. High above the rooftops of Magnolia, Orion materialized in mid-air, utilizing his flight magic to hover silently over the chaotic streets. He looked down and saw Macau and Wakaba trapped inside a purple rune barrier, reluctantly preparing to fight each other. Orion didn't even land. He simply raised his hand, tapping into his master rune magic, and snapped his fingers. A pulse of midnight blue magical energy rippled across the town. Down in the alleyway, the purple barrier trapping Macau and Wakaba instantly flickered and shattered. Across the street, a trap holding Loke and Elfman broke apart. In the town square, another barrier trapping Kana and Juvia dissolved into dust. Orion was remotely rewriting every single Jutsu Shiki in a 2-mile radius, completely dismantling Freed's elaborate game in a matter of seconds. What happened? Macau blinked, lowering his flaming fists as the runes vanished. The traps are gone. Wakaba cheered. Someone broke the rules. With the forced infighting stopped, Orion shifted his focus to his primary objective. The civil war didn't matter if the hostages were destroyed. He needed to free Erza, Lucy, Myra Jane, Juvia, and Kana from their petrification. To do that, he needed to crush Evergreen. Orion's aura reading instantly locked onto her signature. She was waiting in the Central Park, expecting the fairy tale wizards to come to her one by one. Orion descended from the sky like a falling star, landing softly on the cobblestone path of the park. Evergreen was sitting on the edge of a large stone fountain, admiring her own reflection in a hand mirror. She wore a green dress with fairy-like wings attached to the back. When she heard Orion's footsteps, she snapped her fan shut and stood up, a haughty smirk on her face. Well, well. I was expecting Erza's little pets to show up, but I get the mysterious newcomer instead, Evergreen scoffed, adjusting her thick glasses. Tell me, did you enjoy the statues I made? I think I captured their despair perfectly. They're a bit stiff for my taste, Orion said casually, his hands in his pockets. I prefer them breathing. So you're going to release the spell, right now? Evergreen burst into high-pitched laughter. Release them? I don't take orders from novices. I am the queen of the fairies. I am the most beautiful and powerful woman in this guild. If you want them back, you'll have to defeat me. But I'm warning you, one look into my eyes, and you'll join them in the Garden of Stone. Is that so? Orion took a step forward. Evergreen smirked, raising her hand to her glasses. You're too confident, boy. Stone eyes. She whipped her glasses off, exposing her glowing, petrifying eyes directly to Orion. A flash of horrifying grey light shot across the park, designed to instantly turn any living tissue into solid rock upon eye contact. Orion didn't blink. He didn't look away. He stared directly into her stone eyes. The grey light hit him, and absolutely nothing happened. Evergreen's confident smirk froze. She poured more magic into her eyes, the grey light intensifying. What? Why aren't you turning to stone? Look into my eyes. I am looking, Orion said, his midnight blue eyes glowing with a calm, starlit power. Thanks to his advanced dark magic resistance, the curse-like nature of her petrification was completely neutralized before it could even interact with his ether nano. Furthermore, his Void Dragon Slayer magic passively warped the space around his retinas, refracting the magical light away from his actual vision. Impossible! Evergreen shrieked, backing away. Her ultimate weapon was completely useless. You must have some kind of trick. Fine. If I can't turn you to stone, I'll tear you to shreds. Fairy machine gun. Evergreen leaped into the air, her fairy wings fluttering rapidly. She unleashed a massive, continuous barrage of glowing, needle-like magical projectiles, raining them down on Orion like a storm of lethal hail. Gravity magic, orbit, Orion murmured. Orion didn't dodge. A swirling, invisible gravitational field activated around him. As the thousands of magical needles closed in, they were instantly caught in the gravitational pull. Instead of striking him, the needles violently curved, orbiting around his body in a chaotic, glowing halo. What is this? Evergreen gasped, landing back on the ground in disbelief. My magic. You call yourself a fairy, Orion said coldly, raising his right hand. But you're just a bully with a parlor trick. Orion snapped his fingers. The gravitational field instantly reversed. The thousands of glowing needles that Evergreen had just fired at him were violently launched right back at her at double their original speed. Evergreen screamed, throwing her arms up to protect her face. The barrage of her own magic slammed into her, tearing her dress and blowing her off her feet. She crashed heavily into the stone fountain, the water splashing over her bruised, battered body. She groaned, trying to push herself up, but she was completely out of energy. The sheer concussive force of her reflected attack had knocked her out cold. Ding! System task update, Evergreen defeated. The Stone Eyes curse has been broken. Orion looked down at the unconscious fairy. Checkmate. Back at the newly built Fairy Tale Guildhall, Master Makarov was still resting near the bar, watching over the 5 stone statues of his female guild members. Suddenly, the grey, rocky texture covering the statues began to crack and glow. With a sound like shattering glass, the petrification spell violently broke apart. Color returned to their skin, and breath returned to their lungs. Gasp! Lucy inhaled sharply, stumbling forward and catching her balance on a table. I can move. We're alive. My body feels so heavy, Kana groaned, rubbing her stiff shoulders. Juvia was so scared, the water mage cried, hugging herself. Myra Jane looked around frantically. The festival, what happened? Where is everyone? Makarov stood up, a massive wave of relief washing over him. Evergreen's spell is broken. Someone defeated her. It must have been Orion. But while the others were relieved and confused, Erza Scarlet stood perfectly still. Her head was bowed, her fists clenched so tightly her knuckles were white. Erza? Lucy asked tentatively. Erza slowly raised her head. The look in her eyes was terrifying. It wasn't the calm, collected gaze of Titania. It was the absolute, unyielding wrath of a warrior whose family had been threatened. Laxus, Erza's voice was a low, dangerous whisper that made the entire room drop 10 degrees. He dared to attack his own guild mates. He dared to hold us hostage. A blinding light enveloped Erza. She didn't requip into a fancy dress or a casual outfit. She instantly summoned her Lightning Empress armor, a specialized set designed entirely to resist and redirect electrical attacks. She grabbed her spear and marched toward the Guildhall doors. Erza, wait! Makarov called out. The town is a battlefield. I know, Erza said, not looking back. And Laxus is about to find out exactly why they call me the Queen of the Fairies. High above the town, standing on the roof of the massive Cardia Cathedral, Laxus Driar looked down at Magnolia with a scowl. A glowing purple rune communication circle hovered near his ear. Fried's voice crackled through the magic. Laxus, we have a massive problem. My Jutsu Shiki traps are being systematically dismantled across the entire town. And Evergreen's magical signature has completely vanished. She's been defeated. Laxus's golden eyes narrowed, a spark of yellow lightning violently arcing across his cheek. Evergreen lost? That means the statues are back to normal. The hostages are gone. We've lost our leverage, Fried reported, sounding uncharacteristically panicked. Erza is awake, and her magical signature is heading straight for the center of town. And worse. Whoever is breaking my runes is doing it with zero effort. We are losing control of the game. Laxus crushed a stone gargoyle beneath his boot, the stone exploding into dust. His grand plan was falling apart before it even truly began. Fairy Tail wasn't supposed to be this resilient. They were supposed to turn on each other, beg for his leadership, and acknowledge his absolute supremacy. Fine, Laxus growled, his voice vibrating with raw, electrical fury. The sky above Magnolia completely darkened, the thunderclouds rolling in with terrifying speed. If they want to play the hero, if they refuse to accept me as their master, then they don't deserve this town. Laxus raised both of his hands toward the dark, swirling storm clouds. If the game is ruined, I'll just clear the board. Laxus roared. High in the sky above Magnolia, massive, glowing orbs of volatile lightning began to materialize inside the dark clouds. There weren't just a few of them. There were hundreds. A ring of floating, highly charged lacrimospheres surrounded the entire town, pulsing with enough electricity to vaporize every building and civilian within the city limits. Down in the park, Orion looked up at the sky. His eyes narrowed as he saw the floating lightning orbs. The Thunder Palace, Orion recognized instantly. It was Laxus's ultimate, suicidal failsafe. If the lacrima spheres were triggered, millions of volts of lightning would rain down on the innocent people of Magnolia. And worse, they were enchanted with body-link magic. Anyone who attacked a sphere would be hit with the same amount of magical damage they inflicted upon it. You're a coward, Laxus, Orion murmured into the wind, his starlit aura blazing to life. The civil war was over. This was now a rescue mission. And the clock to save Magnolia had just started ticking. Chapter 32, The Thunder Palace and the Master of Runes. The sky above Magnolia was no longer a natural canopy of clouds. It had been replaced by a terrifying, apocalyptic halo of hundreds of floating, highly charged lacrima orbs. The Thunder Palace pulsed with millions of volts of raw electrical energy, humming with a sound that vibrated in the teeth of every citizen trapped below. Down in the central park, Orion stared up at the deadly array. His aura reading illuminated the invisible, magical tethers connecting each lacrima to the others, creating a massive, interconnected web of destruction. But there was a secondary, far more sinister enchantment layered over the floating bombs. Organic link magic, Orion murmured, his eyes narrowing into cold slits. A reflection ward. If anyone attacks one of those spheres, the exact amount of magical damage dealt to the lacrima will be instantly reflected directly back into the attacker's body. It was a brilliant, cruel trap. Laxus had effectively taken the entire town hostage, daring Fairy Tail to either sacrifice their own lives to destroy the bombs or sit back and watch their home be vaporized. Suddenly, a voice echoed directly inside Orion's mind. Can anyone hear me? This is Warren. Orion recognized the magical signature. It was Warren Rocco, Fairy Tail's resident telepathy wizard. He had successfully linked the minds of every conscious guild member in town. Warren! We hear you. Macau's voice echoed in the mental network. The master is safe in the guild hall, but he's having chest pains. Marajana's panicked voice chimed in. And those floating lacrima, what are they? It's the Thunder Palace, Erza's voice cut through the panic, sharp and authoritative. She was already sprinting across the rooftops. Laxus intends to level the town. We have to shoot them down immediately. Don't touch them, Erza, Orion's calm, commanding voice resonated through the telepathic link, instantly silencing the chaotic chatter. They are enchanted with body link magic. If you break one, the magical feedback will electrocute you. If you try to destroy enough of them to save the town, the accumulated damage will kill you. Then what do we do? Natsu yelled over the link, his frustration boiling over. We can't just let him blow up Magnolia. We aren't going to, Orion stated, his midnight blue aura flaring to life as his boots left the cobblestones. He levitated into the air, ascending toward the deadly halo of lightning. I'm going to rewrite the rules of his game. Warren, tell everyone to aim their strongest ranged attacks at the sky, but do not fire until I give the signal. You will have a window of exactly 60 seconds. Why, you heard him, everyone. Get ready. Warren relayed. Orion soared higher, stopping dead center beneath the massive ring of the Thunder Palace. The electrical pressure in the air was so intense it made the hairs on his arms stand up, but his draconic aura repelled the worst of the static. He raised both of his hands toward the storm clouds. He didn't just need to break one rule, he needed to rewrite a massive, interconnected array of ancient enchantments spread across hundreds of targets simultaneously. Master Rune Magic. Orion's eyes glowed with blinding starlight. From his fingertips, millions of tiny, glowing blue runes poured out into the air, swirling around him like a galaxy of ancient text. He pushed his magical power outward, forcing his own runic script to collide with the purple, invisible text of Freed's body link enchantment holding the Thunder Palace together. Rune magic override, severance, Orion commanded, his voice echoing with absolute authority. The collision of the two enchantments created a high-pitched, ringing sound that echoed across Magnolia. For a tense, agonizing moment, the dark purple runes fought back, sparking with yellow lightning. But Orion's magic was fueled by the absolute void and the boundless cosmos. With a shattering sound like a massive pane of glass breaking, the purple runes wrapping around the lachrymous spheres violently shifted color, turning a harmless, tranquil blue. Orion had completely erased the damage reflection clause. The body link is broken, Orion announced through the telepathic network. Fire! Magnolia instantly erupted into a spectacular, multicolored light show of magical artillery. From the eastern plaza, Gray and Loke having just finished knocking out a bewildered Bixlow fired massive barrages of ice spears and blinding light blasts. From the southern district, Lucy summoned Sagittarius, who unleashed a volley of explosive arrows that perfectly pierced dozens of spheres. Erza, standing on the highest roof of the town, re-equipped into her Heaven's Wheel armor. Circle sword. Hundreds of silver blades rained upward, shattering the lacrima by the dozens. Macau, Wakaba, Elfman, Kana, and Juvia all unleashed their magic into the sky. Without the fear of the body link magic electrocuting them, the fairy tale wizards worked together in perfect destructive harmony. High above, Laxus's ultimate threat was systematically dismantled, exploding into harmless showers of sparks that rained down over the town like fireworks. At the towering Cardia Cathedral, standing before the massive altar, Laxus Driar felt the magical tethers of his Thunder Palace snap one by one. His eyes widened in absolute shock and fury. The fail-safe was gone. His leverage was completely destroyed. Impossible, Laxus growled, his fists clenching so tightly that sparks of golden lightning shot from his knuckles, scorching the stone floor. Freed's enchantments are flawless. Nobody in that pathetic guild has the knowledge to break a wide-scale body link. Looks like your little floating bombs were a dud, Sparky. The heavy, ancient wooden doors of the cathedral were violently kicked open, shattering into splinters. Natsu Dragneel marched into the holy sanctuary, his entire body engulfed in roaring, crimson flames. Right behind him, cracking his knuckles and grinning a sharp, metallic smile, was Gajeel Red Fox. Salamander is right, Gajeel sneered, his skin beginning to shimmer with iron scales. You talk a lot of garbage for a guy who just lost his entire game. Laxus slowly turned around to face the two dragon slayers. The sheer, unadulterated rage rolling off his body was terrifying. He reached up and violently tore his heavy coat off, his sturdy, muscular frame crackling with immense, volatile electrical power. "You think you've won?" Laxus's voice dropped to a demonic, vibrating register. "You ruined my festival. You ruined my guild. If I have to beat the weakness out of every single one of you with my bare hands to prove I'm the master, then that's exactly what I'll do." "You're no master!" Natsu roared, lunging forward with explosive speed. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Outside the cathedral, the storm still raged. Fried Justine, the mastermind behind the jutsu Shiki traps, stood on the stone steps leading up to the holy building. He gripped his rapier tightly, his heart pounding in his chest. He had felt his master-level enchantments being systematically erased by a superior force. He knew the person responsible was coming. With a soft, almost imperceptible distortion of space, Orion materialized at the base of the cathedral steps. Fried swallowed hard, aiming the tip of his sword at the Void Dragon Slayer. You are the one who broke my rules. Who are you?" "My name is Orion," he said, walking slowly up the steps, his hands tucked casually into his pockets. "And your runes were sloppy, Fried. You relied too much on absolute restrictions, leaving the syntax vulnerable to external inversion. A simple negation completely unraveled your body link." Fried gritted his teeth, his pride as a rune master deeply wounded. "You mock my art. But I will not let you interfere with Laxus's vision. He is the true leader fairy tale needs. Dark creature, absolute shadow." Fried rapidly drew glowing, demonic runes upon his own body. His hair spiked wildly, his skin darkened, and massive, leathery demon wings sprouted from his back. He had transformed himself into a creature of pure, dark magic, sacrificing his humanity for overwhelming physical power. With a terrifying shriek, the demon Fried launched himself down the steps, moving faster than the eye could track, aiming to impale Orion with his enchanted rapier. "You blind yourself with loyalty to a man who doesn't care about you," Orion said softly. Orion didn't dodge. As the tip of Fried's rapier reached within an inch of his chest, Orion simply narrowed his eyes. Spatial lock. The air around Fried instantly solidified into an unbreakable, invisible block of dense space. Fried froze entirely in mid-air, his demonic wings completely paralyzed, his sword halted millimeters from Orion's heart. He strained with all his terrifying, newly acquired demonic strength, but he couldn't move a single muscle. Orion walked past the frozen demon, tapping Fried lightly on the shoulder as he passed. "Laxus was willing to blow up this entire town, Fried. He was willing to kill the innocent people of Magnolia, your guild mates, and even you, just to prove a point," Orion said, his voice cold but carrying a heavy truth. "Is that the kind of master you want to follow? A man who rules over a graveyard?" Fried's demonic eyes widened. The absolute certainty in Orion's voice pierced right through his dark transformation. He thought about the Thunder Palace. He thought about the citizens hiding in their homes. He had followed Laxus because he believed in his strength, but he had never wanted to become a murderer. The demonic runes on Fried's body slowly began to fade. His wings dissolved, and the dark magic retreated. He reverted back to his normal, human self, dropping his rapier onto the stone steps. Orion released the spatial lock. Fried collapsed to his knees, burying his face in his hands, tears of profound regret spilling onto the stone. "What have we done? We were supposed to protect them." "It's not too late to realize you were wrong," Orion said, stopping at the massive, shattered entrance of the cathedral. "Stay here, Fried. I'm going to go have a word with your boss." Inside the cathedral, the battle was already reaching apocalyptic levels. A massive, blinding bolt of lightning struck the center of the room, blowing Natsu and Gajeel backward through the wooden pews. Laxus stood near the altar, completely untouched. The golden lightning swirling around him was growing denser, sharper, and far more violent. Is this the best you can do? Laxus roared, his voice echoing like thunder. You're both pathetic. I am the strongest. I am the true dragon. Laxus threw his head back and inhaled deeply. The electrical energy in the room rapidly funneled into his mouth, his chest expanding with terrifying power. Natsu's slitted eyes widened in recognition. That stance, no way. Lightning dragons. Roar. Laxus bellowed. A catastrophic, blinding beam of pure, concentrated lightning erupted from Laxus's mouth, tearing through the floorboards and rushing directly toward Natsu and Gajeel with enough destructive force to vaporize the entire front half of the cathedral. Chapter 33, The Artificial Dragon and the Failed Law. The catastrophic, blinding beam of concentrated lightning erupted from Laxus's mouth, tearing through the ancient stone pillars and wooden pews of the Cardia Cathedral. The sheer destructive force of the lightning dragon's roar was meant to completely vaporize Natsu and Gajeel. Natsu crossed his arms, fully prepared to take the hit head-on, while Gajeel shifted his body into solid iron, hoping his scales could weather the unimaginable voltage. But the attack never reached them. Spatial magic, wormhole. A swirling, midnight blue rift tore open in the fabric of space directly in front of the two dragon slayers. Laxus's massive lightning roar plunged straight into the void, vanishing entirely. A second later, a corresponding spatial rift opened high up near the vaulted ceiling of the cathedral, violently expelling the lightning blast harmlessly through the roof and into the stormy sky. Laxus cut off his breath attack, his golden eyes narrowing in absolute fury as he stared at the cathedral entrance. Orion Valen Thorne walked slowly up the center aisle, the shattered remnants of the wooden doors crunching beneath his boots. His hands were tucked casually into his pockets, but the starlit aura radiating from his body was suffocatingly dense. "You've got a loud voice, Laxus," Orion said, his tone entirely devoid of fear. "But your aim is terrible." Natsu lowered his arms, his slitted eyes wide with shock, not at Orion's entrance, but at what he had just witnessed. "Laxus, you breathed lightning. Are you a dragon slayer too?" "Not a real one," Gajeel grunted, pulling himself up from the rubble. He spat a tooth onto the floor, his iron scales shimmering. "I don't smell any dragon on him. He smells like copper and ozone. It's artificial." Laxus sneered, his body crackling with a terrifying, golden aura. "Perceptive for a piece of trash. My pathetic father implanted a dragon lacrima into my body when I was a child. It granted me the power of the lightning dragon. I possess all the strength of a dragon without any of the primitive weaknesses. I am the absolute peak of evolution." "You're a battery," Orion corrected coldly, stopping a few yards away from the altar. "A powerful one, sure. But true dragon slayer magic isn't just about elemental output. It's about the soul. Something you severely lack." "You talk too much." Laxus roared. He vanished in a blinding flash of yellow light, moving at the literal speed of lightning. He reappeared instantly above Orion, his muscular leg completely engulfed in electrical energy, swinging down in a devastating axe kick. Orion didn't even look up. Gravity magic, repulse. An invisible, concussive wave of absolute gravitational force erupted from Orion's shoulders. Laxus's lightning-enhanced kick hit the gravity barrier and violently rebounded. The sheer kinetic backlash sent the lightning dragon slayer spinning through the air, forcing him to gracefully backflip and skid across the stone floor to regain his balance. "Natsu! Gajeel!" Orion commanded, not taking his eyes off Laxus. "Keep him busy. I need to observe his ether nano flow." "Don't order me around." Gajeel growled, but he instantly transformed his arm into a massive iron sword. "Iron dragons! Sword! Fire Dragon's sword horn! Natsu roared, launching himself forward alongside his former enemy. The two true dragon slayers attacked in perfect, albeit entirely accidental, synchronization. Gajeel swung his heavy iron blade, forcing Laxus to block with his electrically charged forearms. The moment Laxus parried, Natsu came flying in, slamming his blazing head directly into Laxus's chest. Laxus grunted, sliding back several feet, but a cruel smirk crossed his face. Iron and fire? Pathetic. Laxus grabbed Natsu's head and Gajeel's iron arm simultaneously. Millions of volts of electricity surged from his palms, violently electrocuting both of them at point-blank range. Natsu and Gajeel screamed as the lightning tore through their nervous systems, throwing them violently backward into the ruined pews. I told you! Laxus bellowed, the air around him distorting with heat and static. I am the strongest. Nobody in this pathetic guild can touch me. Are you entirely sure about that? Laxus's eyes widened. Orion had instantly bypassed the distance between them using a localized spatial fold. He was standing directly in Laxus's guard. Orion pulled his right hand from his pocket, his fist glowing with absolute, pitch-black energy. Void Dragon's crushing fist. Orion punched Laxus squarely in the center of the chest. The impact didn't create a loud explosion. Instead, the space around Laxus's ribcage violently collapsed inward. The gravitational crushing force broke straight through the lightning dragon's natural defenses, cracking his ribs and forcing the air from his lungs. Laxus coughed up blood, his eyes bulging as he was launched backward like a cannonball, smashing directly into the sacred stone altar at the back of the cathedral. The massive marble structure completely shattered under the impact. Damn you! Laxus roared, pulling himself out of the rubble, his face twisted in absolute, unhinged fanaticism. The humiliation of being overpowered was driving him to the absolute edge. You want to play the hero. You want to protect this weak, pathetic family. Fine. I'll wipe you all out. Laxus raised his hands, clasping them together. The golden lightning surrounding his body suddenly shifted, turning into an unbearably bright, pure, divine light. Orion's eyes narrowed. He recognized that stance. He recognized that ancient, overwhelming magical pressure. He's casting fairy law, Orion realized, a hint of genuine surprise in his voice. Natsu and Gajeel struggled to their feet, their eyes wide with terror as the suffocating, divine pressure pressed down on the cathedral. They remembered the absolute devastation that spell had caused to Jose Porla and the Phantom Lord Guild. Laxus, stop! Natsu yelled, coughing violently. If you cast that, it won't just hit us. It'll wipe out everyone in town. That's the point. Laxus screamed, a manic smile stretching across his bruised face. I'll erase the weak. I'll purge fairy tale and start over. Only the strong will survive my rule. Fairy law. A catastrophic, blinding wave of golden light erupted from Laxus's hands. It washed over the entire cathedral, passing through the stone walls, flooding the streets of Magnolia, and enveloping every single citizen, wizard, and building in its absolute, unyielding judgment. Natsu and Gajeel closed their eyes, bracing for their souls to be ripped from their bodies. The light burned with the intensity of the sun for several agonizing seconds. Then, it slowly faded. The cathedral was completely silent, save for the gentle patter of rain falling through the holes in the roof. Natsu slowly opened his eyes. He checked his hands. He checked his magic. He was perfectly fine. He looked over at Gajeel, who was equally confused and completely unharmed. Laxus stood at the altar, panting heavily, his arms dropping to his sides. He looked at the two standing dragon slayers, then down at his own trembling hands in absolute disbelief. What happened? Laxus stammered, the manic fanaticism finally breaking. I cast it perfectly. I gathered the magic. Why are you still standing? Because magic doesn't lie, Laxus, Orion said softly, walking through the settling dust. Orion possessed the system knowledge of fairy law. He knew exactly how the ancient spell functioned. Fairy law is an absolute judgment spell, Orion explained, his voice echoing in the quiet cathedral. It automatically targets those the caster truly perceives as an enemy in their heart. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what your conscious mind tries to force. If your heart doesn't view them as enemies, the spell will not harm them. Laxus froze, his pupils shrinking. You talk a big game about purging the weak, Orion continued, stopping a few feet away from the broken man. You put on a great show with the Thunder Palace and the Civil War. But deep down, you love this guild. You love your grandfather. You don't want to kill your family, Laxus. Your own magic just proved it. Shut up! Laxus screamed, tears of sheer frustration and denial gathering in his eyes. He refused to accept it. He refused to accept that he was still the same soft-hearted child who just wanted his grandfather's approval. I am the master! Laxus roared, channeling every last drop of his remaining magic into his right fist, creating a massive, highly unstable halberd of pure, volatile lightning. Lightning Dragon's heavenward halberd. He threw the massive spear of lightning directly at Orion. Let's end this, Orion said coldly. Orion didn't dodge. He raised his hand. The midnight blue void swirling around his fingers. As the lightning halberd struck his palm, Orion's magical container violently flared, absorbing the electrical energy directly into his void. Natsu! Now! Orion commanded. Natsu didn't hesitate. Fueled by his unwavering loyalty to his guild, Natsu pushed his physical body past its absolute limits. Roaring flames erupted around him, swirling into a massive, concentrated vortex of draconic power. Crimson Lotus, exploding lightning blade. Natsu launched himself into the air, spinning rapidly and delivering a devastating, full-power strike directly to Laxus's jaw. The fiery explosion shattered the last remnants of Laxus's electrical barrier. As Laxus was sent flying upward by Natsu's strike, Orion raised his hand, his eyes glowing with the infinite weight of the stars. Gravity magic, planetary crush. A localized, immense pillar of gravity slammed down on Laxus mid-air. He was violently forced to the ground, crashing into the stone floor with enough force to shatter the cathedral's foundation. Laxus lay in the massive crater, completely motionless. The golden lightning around his body flickered one final time before dying out entirely. The battle of Fairy Tale was over. Ding! System task completed, the Thunder's Rebellion. Rewards distributed, Lightning Dragon Slayer Magic, Origin. And 2 daily sign-in tokens. A massive, surging current of electrical knowledge and raw power flooded Orion's veins. He felt the terrifying, fast twitch muscle enhancement and the absolute command over lightning graft itself onto his draconic core. He was now a dual-element dragon slayer, commanding both the crushing weight of the void and the blinding speed of lightning. Natsu landed heavily on his feet, panting wildly before his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the floor, completely drained of magic. Gajiel leaned against a broken pew, clutching his ribs and groaning in pain. Orion exhaled a slow, starlit breath, looking down at the unconscious Laxus. The rebellion had been crushed, but the emotional scars left on the guild would take much longer to heal. Next part will be released based on viewers' request and response.